Hey everyone, welcome back to WonderGod. What if the one who was forgotten, the one who was ignored by everyone, returned with a power no wizard could ever hope to match? In today's story, we dive into second part of what if Harry Potter uncovered Snape's darkest secret and became overpowered. Here is short summary. When Harry loses his temper at his trial and refuses to heed his godfather's advice, an unexpected twist sends him back in time, giving him a chance to change the future. But before we begin, if you enjoy stories like this, make sure to subscribe to WonderGod and share it with your friends, because it really helps the channel grow. Now, let's begin the story. Ron was left wondering what he had done to deserve all this bad luck. His Hogwarts experience had started off so spectacularly too, yet was now turning to one big steaming pile of shit. To make matters even worse, his beloved Quidditch had now become an instrument of torture to Ron. You couldn't mention the sport anywhere in Hogwarts without the conversation instantly switching to Gryffindor's amazing last game. That the boy he'd initiated a censure procedure against was easily the standout player of their unbelievable win left the students with the grayed out house associations even further alienated inside Gryffindor, and a laughing stock amongst the other three houses. Ron was left delighted that Valentine's Day was almost upon them. Not that he expected anything in the way of cards or gifts from any of the castle's witches. No, it was more to provide a reason for others to think about something or someone else for a while, rather than the Gryffindor 5. However welcome though, Valentine's Day would ultimately prove to be nothing more than a brief interlude in this dreadful situation. What Ron needed was a way to endear himself to the rest of Gryffindor House. Otherwise, you didn't need to have any seer in you to predict a resorting in his future come September. The main problems with achieving this aim was that he hadn't a clue how to go about it, and even the calendar was slowly turning against him. Every day that he didn't come up with an idea to keep him in Gryffindor was a day closer to his resorting. Since no Weasley would ever be sorted into Slytherin, and he was honest enough to admit Ravenclaw was beyond his academic capabilities, that left only Hufflepuff as an alternative house. Ron didn't think his pride would survive being resorted from Gryffindor to Hufflepuff. He really would rather just leave Hogwarts without adding that ignominy to his already dreadful school experience. Harry also had a couple of reasons to be thankful it was now St. Valentine's Day. Unsurprisingly, both of those reasons centered around Hermione. For one, she'd agreed not to mention him playing Quidditch against Slytherin next month for all of today. More specifically though, it was playing Gryffindor's new system, a system that put their seeker in a lot more danger of being injured, that had Hermione constantly on his case. Having never seen a Gryffindor versus Slytherin match, Harry had no idea of just how bad things could get up there, and he wasn't taking her warnings as seriously as she'd clearly hoped he would. The second reason to be thankful was Hermione herself, or rather what she meant to Harry. This was the first year he would be celebrating this most romantic of days while having a significant other in his life. He wanted the entire day to be perfect for his intended. Hermione awoke cuddling into Harry, his arms lovingly wrapped around her. "Good morning, love. Happy Valentine's Day." Hermione enjoyed the key that followed Harry's greeting. You're lovely and warm to cuddle into, and you even used a breath-freshening charm before. Ing me good morning. I might have to keep you, Mr. Potter." It was only then Hermione noticed her bedroom was bedecked with dozens of red roses. "Oh Harry, they're beautiful. Considering who they are for, they needed to be." "Listen, Harry, I've got no moves. Potter, you're spoiling me. I would have been more than happy with just one. So you want me to cancel the romantic evening meal for two I've got planned? Neville is going to give us the full evening to ourselves, and Dobby knows all your favorite foods." Hermione at him before Harry could say any more. Remind me to make sure to plan some time into our evening for doing a lot more of that." "You mean you haven't already?" "Oh you better believe, ing Hermione, was top of my list of things that I had to arrange time for. I'm just wondering if I can move some time from dancing to increase the portion I've allocated to be spent ing. With the right music, I'm sure we could sway to the rhythm while ing at the same time. Beautiful, brilliant, and lying here in my arms. How did I ever get so lucky? I'm the lucky one, Harry. I'm also the hungry one. We need to get up for breakfast." I had considered arranging breakfast in bed first but thought that might be tempting fate. McGonagall would have both of us for breakfast if she caught us in bed together. With their last key, before rising, Harry headed off to get ready to face the day. The Great Hall was more animated than usual this morning, with all traffic increased considerably. Hermione was wearing one of her red roses pinned to her robes as she and Harry enjoyed breakfast together. A soft yelp of shock had both of them looking across the table at their best friend. With a blush that turned his face Arlette, Neville was staring at the two owls that were trying to deliver what were obviously Valentine cards to him. Neville. My, someone's popular. Harry was having a chuckle at Hermione's quip, and Neville's embarrassment at receiving two cards. Rather you than me, mate. I was dreading a queue of owls for the boy who lived. You've met my intended, she doesn't share. Shaking his head, Neville removed both cards from the owls who delivered them. Since Hermione's your intended, and the entire country knows that, it would have been considered the height of bad manners to send either of you Valentine cards. Opening the envelopes confirmed Neville's suspicions. They're from Lavender and Parvati. They keep pushing and I don't know what to do. A quick glance from Harry to Hermione was all it took for her to understand she should offer their friend some advice. Neville, I'm sorry you're caught up in this, but please don't feel you have to not talk to people because of us. Parvati and Lavender have at least admitted they made a mistake in following the two redheads at the center of the problem. Thanks also for giving Harry and I the evening to ourselves tonight. Why don't you use that time to sit and talk with the girls? I really don't want to be the only Gryffindor which in second year, so someone has to make the first move towards reconciliation. Seeing the way they're all being treated actually leaves a bad taste in my mouth. Had things worked out differently, it could so easily have been us left in that position. You don't think they'll take the wrong meaning out of me talking to them on Valentine's Day, do you? Neville, they are two lovely young ladies, unless you have your eye on someone else. His blush was back as Neville shook his head in answer to Hermione's question. Sorry to break this to you, Neville, but those girls will take whatever meaning they want out of you talking to them, no matter what day it is. Knowing Hermione was, as usual, right. Neville could only groan at what was now lying on the table in front of him. Harry then had a quick word of warning for their best friend. Nev, both girls can hardly eat their breakfast for glancing over to see your reaction to their cards. If nothing else, Neville Longbottom had been raised to be a gentleman. Plastering a smile on his face, he made a show of reading both cards again before carefully putting them in his pocket. Seeing how both girls reacted to that had Hermione smiling too. While she and Harry spent a romantic evening together, Neville was going to begin building bridges that might see their Gryffindor year group eventually heal. Sometimes Hermione hated being right, and this was certainly one of those occasions. The Slytherins had been util throughout the match, with most of their utility being focused on Harry. He was battered and bruised but actually seemed to be enjoying himself, which just appeared to infuriate the Slytherin team all the more. That, and the fact their arch-rivals, Gryffindor, were currently hammering them while 3/4 of the school cheered the red and gold on. While everyone in the Quidditch stadium was concentrating on Alicia taking the latest penalty, it would put Gryffindor 150 points ahead, the Slytherin beater silently flew up behind Harry. As the quaffle sailed through the top hoop, Bull's beater bat whistled through the air on its route to the back of Harry's head. Some sixth sense had Harry move at the last second, which saved his head, but was not quick enough to avoid being hurt. The bat still connected solidly against Harry, and with more than enough force to shatter his shoulder blade. Hermione's wand was in her hand. Thinking she was the only person to witness what had just happened to Harry, she was wrong. Dumbledore's Arresto Momentum spell caught Harry just after he was thrown from his broom by the force of the blow. Hermione felt as if she was currently moving faster than her intended, and that was with the young witch having to literally push people out of her way while racing for the stairs. The Gryffindors were slowly stopping celebrating the latest goal as they finally saw their seeker falling from his broom to the ground. Hermione screamed her loudest from the stand, her voice reverberating right across the now silent pitch, and just in time to stop Fred Weasley's desperate rescue attempt. Don't touch him. Fred was trying to grab Harry as he fell, that could actually do more harm than good. She quickly cast a cushioning charm on the patch of the pitch where Harry was going to land. Finally down the stairs and now racing across the grass, Hermione then quantified her reason for shouting at Fred while speeding toward him. He was now standing protectively over Gryffindor's fallen seeker. I'm pretty sure that bastard Bull broke his shoulder, hitting him with a beater's bat. That's why I shouted, Fred. You grabbing Harry's arm could have done even more damage. Dumbledore had Harry's fall under control from the second he was knocked off his broom. Harry was still conscious as she got there and knelt at his side, but pain was written all over his features. You were right, love. Shower of dirty bastards. The grimace showed just how much pain he was in. Hermione wanted to cast the numbing charm on his shoulder, but there were far too many witnesses who would certainly wonder how she knew such advanced magic. She then spotted Dumbledore quickly making his way toward them too. Fred was standing beside Hermione while George was trying to stop Oliver, who'd seen the entire incident while guarding his own set of hoops, from physically ripping Bull's head off. Albus immediately cast a numbing charm on the boy's shoulder, seeing the pain leave Harry's face was its own reward. He couldn't miss the utter rage being emitted from Harry's intended. Miss Granger had her wand in her hand and probably didn't even realize she hadn't put it away after casting the cushioning charm. Albus remembered her asking him to attend Harry's Quidditch matches. He was beginning to understand that request now. Had she been forced to cast the Arresto Momentum spell, there would now be a large question mark over her seemingly extraordinary magical abilities. He would have to deal with the perpetrators of this attack on Harry most severely. Madame Pomfrey pushed past Albus, her focus solely on her newest patient. With all the players now on the ground, Madame Hooch approached the headmaster. I was watching the penalty being taken and didn't see the incident where Mr. Potter was injured. Can I assume you saw it, headmaster? Mr. Bull attempted to cave the back of Mr. Potter's head in with his beater's bat. My bat slipped. Bull's crass comment had the rest of his team sniggering while their captain now taunted his Gryffindor counterpart. Hey Wood, do you concede? You can't win the match without your seeker. A livid Oliver was in no mood to make any concessions. Neither can you. Fred, George, when the match restarts, take out their seeker. Do what you have to do, within the rules, but I want him on the ground and unable to continue. Don't worry about anything else, we'll look after ourselves. That tactical change from Gryffindor almost started a battle on the pitch, leaving Albus with no other option than to intercede. Mr. Bull, is that your last word on this matter? Just to explain some of the trouble you are currently in. As of right this minute, you are barred from ever playing Quidditch at Hogwarts again. The Slytherins tried to turn their ire onto the headmaster but were quickly silenced by a mere look, and Albus wasn't finished yet. Your bat slipped. Explanation doesn't satisfy me in the slightest, so shall we see what the DMLE make of it? The headmaster was interrupted by a clearly unhappy Poppy. Mr. Potter's scapula is shattered beyond repair. I'm going to have to vanish the bones and regrow them. If the same blow from that bat had struck his head, Mr. Potter would almost certainly have been dead before he hit the ground. The fall alone might have been enough to see us with a fatality here if you hadn't caught him with that spell. Hearing that diagnosis was like a bucket of iced water being flung over each of those involved in this situation, kicking the seriousness level up by quite a few levels too. Albus pinned the offender with his gaze. Well, Mr. Bull, have you anything to add to your previous statement? Bearing in mind, once the DMLE become involved it will cease to be a matter that can be dealt with by Hogwarts. All the color had drained from Bull's features, there was certainly no sniggering from the rest of his teammates this time. We were told to take Potter out, the harder the better. Fred had to physically restrain Hermione from attacking Bull after hearing that. Even although he was bigger and stronger than the first-year witch, it was still a close call. Septima had heard enough. As heads of house to those playing, she and Minerva had both made their way onto the pitch. Slytherin concedes the match. The howls of derision from the members of her house team saw their head of house quickly slapping them down. If you think what happened here today is acceptable behavior for a member of my house, then you are sadly mistaken. Quidditch is a game, not an excuse to settle house vendettas. I will be investigating this matter thoroughly. Should I discover you were all involved, Slytherin will be withdrawing from this year's Quidditch Cup, and requiring an entire new team come September. Nodding his acceptance of that decision, Albus began issuing orders. Professor Vector, could you accompany Mr. Bull to my office? I shall be there shortly to deal with the matter. Professor McGonagall, would you accompany Mr. Potter to the infirmary before joining us in my office to help decide Mr. Bull's punishment? As Harry was gently levitated away, and now barely back under control Hermione at his side, Albus then addressed the stands packed full of spectators. Casting a sonorous charm on himself, His amplified voice passed on the result of their deliberations to the waiting crowd. Due to a player's behavior that bordered on criminal, the head of Slytherin House has conceded the match to Gryffindor. There was no protest or even celebration coming from any section of the stands. Bull was being led away while Potter needed levitated to the infirmary. Both teams walked off the pitch with their heads down, neither feeling like the victors. That alone told the story of what had just happened here. Today would be remembered as the day when Quidditch at Hogwarts changed forever. While what happened on the Quidditch pitch had always tended to be dealt with by the same rules that governed the sport, they had just witnessed a fundamental change. Dumbledore had just demonstrated that, first and foremost, the players were still Hogwarts students. Therefore their behavior would always be judged under the school's rule, not anyone else's. With the shattered bone now vanished, most of Harry's pain left with it. He found it quite disconcerting though to have his arm just flopping about. Can my bone really be regrown? How long will it take? Professor McGonagall was levitating Harry to the infirmary, but it was Madame Pomfrey who answered his medical questions. You'll drink a potion called Skele-Gro and spend an uncomfortable night in the infirmary. Growing bone back isn't exactly fun. You should be free to leave by tomorrow, providing you take care of that shoulder when I discharge you. Don't worry, Madame Pomfrey, I'll make sure he follows whatever instructions you give him to the letter. Hermione's declaration left Harry no wiggle room at all. This time, he would be doing exactly what she told him. Harry knew he would be in trouble with his intended from the instant that bat hit his shoulder. Him having to spend the night in the infirmary wouldn't help Hermione's ire either. She was walking at his uninjured side and Harry reached for her hand, giving it a squeeze. I'm sorry, love, you were right. Using those tactics against Slytherin was a bad mistake. Taking a deep breath, Hermione tried to center herself. Harry was lying there in pain, the last thing he needed was to have his head bitten off by her. She attempted to sum up today's situation without any verbal mauling. Harry, what do you think my parents' reactions would have been if that was the Quidditch match they had seen? Knowing Dan and Emma, there was only one way they would react to the sheer utility that had been on display against him today. They would have withdrawn their daughter from Hogwarts, knowing I would have immediately followed you out the door. Hermione's anger spilled over as she began to rant. That was Quidditch in name only. The only objective of the entire Slytherin team today was to hurt you, and the penalties Madame Hooch kept giving against them didn't curb their disgusting conduct in the slightest. They wanted the chance to hurt Harry Potter, and knew putting you in the infirmary would also win them the game too. Everyone in the stadium could see what their game plan was, yet no one did anything to stop it. Miss Granger, Quidditch can be a dangerous sport. Her head of house wasn't injured, so Hermione didn't feel the need to hold back this time. Professor, please don't insult my intelligence. That was nothing more than an organized assault on my intended by 7 older Slytherin wizards. Gryffindor were playing Quidditch while Slytherin were playing for keeps. My Harry could have been killed, and it would have been passed off as a tragic Quidditch accident. What I saw in that stadium was no accident. Thankfully, Professor Dumbledore saw it too. Yes, and the Slytherins' behavior cost them the match. The match? You think I care a jot about the match? Answer me this question, Professor. At any other time, in any other part of Hogwarts, would what those Slytherins were trying to do to Harry have been instantly stopped? Of course it would, and there is your problem. The last war isn't over, Professor. The attack on my parents' house proved that. Hermione cut McGonagall off before she could come back at her. Our home security system took pictures of 3 wizards, in full Death Eater regalia, as they attacked our Muggle house. Professor Dumbledore told us those pictures were useless in a magical court, even though one of the attackers is clearly identifiable. The Slytherins took that war to the boy who lived today, and the entire staff of Hogwarts sat there and watched them doing so. You heard Madame Pomfrey's assessment of how bad it could have been, or very nearly was. Do you disagree with her? That match should have been stopped long before it got to that stage. Harry then chipped into the conversation, aware Hermione's anger had her sailing close to the edge of what would be considered acceptable behavior by their head of house. In football, our main sport, a bad foul gets the player awarded a yellow card by the referee. Committing a really bad foul draws a red card, an immediate sending off and suspension from at least the next match. Receive 2 yellow cards in the same match and they also count as a red, you're often suspended too. Slytherin would have been down to just their keeper today, that's how bad they were. The young couple discovered they had a supporter for that idea in the Hogwarts healer. Anything that cuts down on the students being injured gets my vote. Their safety is our responsibility after all. Quidditch can be a dangerous sport, and yes, accidents can and will happen. Today though was no accident. It was a premeditated attack on Mr. Potter. A system like that might have stopped today's fiasco from happening. But what about our traditions? They had just entered the castle and Hermione actually stopped to stare at her head of house, not quite believing what she had just heard. I just watched 7 pureblood use your traditions to legally beat the snot out of my intended. Why should Harry and I willingly accept traditions that attempt to make us second-class citizens in comparison to cretins like Bull? In our society, there are actually laws that prevent someone being discriminated against by their, say, creed or color. What about our traditions, Professor? Taking a deep breath, Hermione lowered her hostility level and started walking beside Harry again. My home was attacked, yet the magical courts won't accept our evidence, simply because it's Muggle-generated. If we take that evidence to our courts, where it most certainly will be accepted and acted upon, the magical courts would have us up for breaching the statute of secrecy. It's today's situation all over again, Professor. They make the rules and know exactly how to break them. Are we just supposed to stand back and take the blows? I've always felt that offering someone your other cheek just leaves you with both sides of your face slapped. Minerva wanted to refute this first-year witch's conclusions but was left trying to defend a system she herself didn't really support. I can sympathize with your arguments, especially since you don't know most of our traditions, or how they came to be. It's something I've long fought for and am pleased to say we can at least address part of that shortly. Madame Longbottom, Neville's grandmother, is going to be in Hogwarts and offering classes on wizarding traditions and our culture. It's hoped this can forge closer links for those students who don't have a magical background. A determined Hermione nodded her acceptance of that. Harry and I will be there, Professor. First rule of war, know thy enemy. Miss Granger, do you think we're your enemy? They went after the Muggle-born before. I don't see them changing that tactic, do you? As Harry's Muggle-born intended, I'll be near the top of their hit list. The fact my home has already been attacked should surely answer that question. Knowing Hermione was close to losing it, and ready to go toe-to-toe with anyone, Harry squeezed her hand in support and attempted to defuse the situation. Yes, we are a wizard and witch, but not all countries in the world are as backward-looking as magical Britain. We're looking for somewhere where we won't be judged on who our parents are, rather concentrating instead on taking the time to discover who we are. We've committed to Hogwarts until the end of term, no further. I think Hermione and I will definitely be discussing the situation with our families over the summer. Hermione squeezing his hand let Harry know he got it right, and again McGonagall was left without an answer. They barely made the infirmary when she left for Dumbledore's office. Both teens would like to have been a fly on the wall at that meeting. Emma was also wishing she could be a fly on a certain wall in Privet Drive as she told Dan how her afternoon tea meeting had gone. Petunia told me her husband and son were digging their heels in over Harry and Hermione staying with them over the summer. They seemed to be prepared to put up with Harry for 10 days to gain the protection. I got the impression they didn't want Hermione there to witness how they treat Harry. Petunia could have done with something stronger than tea after I told her our house had been attacked by wizards. This drew a chuckle out of Dan. I'll bet she changed her mind after hearing that. There's no way Hermione will let Harry go there for 10 days without her. You know, I actually think she was jealous we got to see Hogwarts, and spend the weekend inside the castle. Petunia just kept repeating she didn't think that was possible for normal people. Like you, I know there's no chance those two will be apart for 10 days, they wouldn't last 10 hours. Petunia was heading home to convince the men in her life that they need both Harry and Hermione staying there over the summer. It's the only way they'll be protected from an attack. Dobby popping into the lounge was a welcome sight, that was until they saw he was in a state of some distress. Hearing that Harry was currently in the infirmary shared that distress around, Emma now had tears in her eyes too. Hermione's quickly scribbled note, explaining that Harry would be back to normal tomorrow, eased a fair bit of their worries. Dobby saying he would be popping back to Hogwarts later to check on them was the only reason any of the trio were able to face dinner. Harry's bed in the infirmary had people gathered around it all day. The entire Quidditch team turned up to see how he was, staying a while to chat. They had no sooner left when Neville arrived, with a very nervous Parvati and Lavender in tow. They too all stayed to chat. Though pleased to see the gradual rebuilding of relationships within Gryffindor, between all the visitors and the perpetually hovering Madame Pomfrey, Harry and Hermione never got a moment's privacy to discuss anything. When Harry started flagging, due to his injuries and the potions, Madame Pomfrey chased everyone not a patient out of her domain. Due to the pain in his shoulder from having to regrow his shoulder blade, Harry spent a restless evening. Sleep was fitful at best, though hearing a slight pop had him instantly wide awake. Dobby had popped Hermione to him. She climbed in beside her and tended, on Harry's uninjured side, while awaiting the nod from Dobby that he had his wards up before speaking. With the okay from their little friend, both spoke the same words at the same time. "I'm sorry about today." Seeing Hermione smile at that, Harry gently keyed her before speaking again. "Let me go first, love. I'm sorry for not listening to your warnings, and then making you sit through that. I've been lying here trying to imagine how I would feel, left sitting helpless and having to watch you get physically beaten. You must be stronger than me, because I don't think, hell I know I couldn't do that." She keyed her, intended to show he was forgiven. Now it was her turn. "I'm sorry for going off at you today, Harry. You're right, sitting watching that was torture. We went to all this trouble to come back and save you, then you were almost killed at a stupid Quidditch game. I just totally lost it." Harry keyed her before confessing. "I feel like a bit of a fraud. You see, there is nothing you need forgiving for, not from me anyway." Hermione blushed as she had a confession of her own to make. "After dinner, and knowing I couldn't get back in to see you, I visited Professor McGonagall. I tried to apologize, but she too wouldn't let me. We had a nice cup of tea and a bit of shortbread while discussing what happened after she left us. She, like everyone else, had been watching the penalty being taken. Professor Dumbledore used his pensieve to show his memory of the event to both heads of house and bowl. After seeing Dumbledore's memory, McGonagall said she perfectly understood my anger, knowing I would be watching you as it happened." Snuggling into Harry's good side, Hermione told him what else she'd learned. After seeing that memory, and having Dumbledore, McGonagall and Vector all glaring at him, Bull spilled everything he knew. "It turns out Draco had originally offered 100 galleons to whoever put you in the infirmary." Dobby's silencing charms were tested as Harry let out a rather loud, "What?" A grinning Hermione told him there was more to come. Apparently, when Draco sent home for the galleons, his parents went ballistic at the little shit. Not only was Draco ordered to withdraw that offer at once, he was also told in no uncertain terms to stay the hell away from both of us. It would seem the Malfoys are taking our warning seriously. Let's just say Draco isn't Mr. Popular in Slytherin or at home. The Slytherins though didn't need the promise of gold to want to put you in the infirmary. All 7 of the players were involved in the plot, and Professor Vector has kicked every single one of them off the team. They've conceded the last match too, throwing this year's Quidditch Cup into disarray. A solution has been proposed and Professor McGonagall told me about it earlier tonight. The 2 best teams this year are Clearlius and Hufflepuff. A winner-take-all game has been proposed as the last game of the season. Hermione, I won't play. I can't put you through that again. Harry, if there's one team in Hogwarts that will play Quidditch fairly, then it's Hufflepuff. Professor McGonagall also admitted Slytherin have been using tactics like that for years, since Snape became their head of house. They would bully the opposition team into submission, using every dirty trick they could get away with. Quidditch in Hogwarts changed today, because of you. She then explained that reasoning to her dumbfounded boyfriend. Dumbledore stepped in and took action. Bull's parents were called to Hogwarts, shown that memory before leaving with their son. He's been expelled from Hogwarts. If you hadn't been playing, and if I didn't ask him to attend your games, Dumbledore probably wouldn't even have been at today's match, far less be properly motivated into taking action. I'll be fine watching you play Hufflepuff, we might even wangle another visit for my mum and dad out of it. A surprised Harry could only key his wonderful intended for that. He had one last thing to ask though. So, are we okay? Since I'm currently in your bed and keying you, I reckon that would be its own answer. Don't you think so? Hey, told you I was clueless. I just had to be sure. Hermione keyed Seeing him again reassured Harry more than words ever would. His shoulder was still painfully throbbing, but he now felt so much better. Seeing that his two favorite people were now fine, Dobby got ready to leave. His alarm wards would give him enough warning if someone was approaching, and he needed to get Hermione back into her own bed. He also had elven wards around the Grangers that would alert him if he was needed there too. Dobby loved his family and was determined to take care of them. With all four of them currently safe though, that gave him a little time to pop over and see how Darla was doing. Dobby told himself it was to find out if Darla had any more news for him, but neither elf really believed that excuse anymore. Having been popped back to her own room before anyone found them in bed together, Hermione then got ready to face the day. Dobby had actually laid clothes out for Harry too, which she placed in her bag to take to the infirmary. Neville was up early as well and both swung by the infirmary to see how Harry was. After giving Hermione a list of do's and don'ts for her intended to follow, while Harry quickly got changed into the clothes he'd been brought, Madame Pomfrey then released him in time for breakfast. The three headed into the Great Hall and their entry was immediately noticed. Cedric Diggory was the first out of his seat and approaching them. "Have you heard the Quidditch Cup proposal? Will you be able to play?" "Yeah, I heard," and was a bit surprised. "Hufflepuff are undefeated this year, surely that wins you the cup." "The record books might say we're undefeated, but that doesn't tell the whole story." "Yes, we beat Ravenclaw, fair and square. I fluked catching the snitch against you though, and now we have a bye against Slytherin. Hufflepuff really wants to win the Quidditch Cup, but we're not so desperate that we would take it at any cost. We're the two best teams this year and no one will be able to dispute the house that wins this playoff will really have earned the Quidditch Cup." They had now drawn quite a crowd around them, all clearly waiting to hear what Harry's answer would be. Hermione squeezed his good arm to reassure her intended she was fine with this. "Cedric, I would shake on it, but Madame Pomfrey doesn't want me doing anything with this shoulder for a day or two. I'm banned from writing until tomorrow, but will be fine long before we have our rematch." This actually started some cheering, with Ollie bouncing up and down like a delighted 5-year-old who'd just been given a free pass to their favorite sweet shop. Since their Quidditch-obsessed captain knew his team now had a great shot at winning the cup, his excitement was at least understandable. Even with her previous experience of this phenomenon, Hermione still struggled to understand just how important the sport of Quidditch was inside Hogwarts. As she sat with Harry and Neville at the now excited Gryffindor table, she tried to make some sense of the reactions all around her. Gryffindor and Hufflepuff houses were elated, and already looking forward to the match. The Ravenclaws had been beaten by both teams, so therefore wouldn't expect to be involved in the fight for the cup. They too though would certainly be anticipating watching a match between the two best teams in Hogwarts this year. Slytherin currently didn't have a Quidditch team, and just had one of their house expelled, the first student expelled for 50 years. While visibly they had nothing to celebrate, there was the beginnings of a subtle shift in attitude amongst the students wearing the silver and green. Professor Vector had wrought the changes and laid down her marker. She wanted a Quidditch team that played the sport with skill and enthusiasm, not bruisers out to beat the opposition into submission. This opened the door for everyone in the house to try out for Quidditch, with their head of house promising it would be ability rather than influence that would win spots on the new team. Even though they would be hoping for a Hufflepuff victory in the playoff, they would still be looking forward to watching a good match. The timing of the game was perfect too. Traditionally, the last match was just after everyone's exams finished. This match would take the already rearranged slot that would have seen Hufflepuff playing Slytherin. Hermione was well aware the original schedule had Gryffindor playing Ravenclaw on that date. She was also the only one who knew that, in the original timeline, Gryffindor would have been forced to concede the match. This would be due to Harry lying unconscious in the infirmary after his confrontation with Quirrell Voldemort. This was again going to be a pivotal event, though Hermione intended to ensure Harry would be fit enough to make the match this time around. Before that, however, they had these new lessons with Madame Longbottom to look forward to. There was also the problem of a rather large fire-breathing lizard about to be hatched in their friend's hut that would need to be dealt with. While Hermione really liked Harry's idea of letting someone else deal with Hagrid's baby dragon, she had eventually spotted a potential problem with that solution. Talking it over with Harry, both had rather reluctantly come to the conclusion that his original idea could cause them unforeseen troubles. Should Dumbledore discover Hagrid had hatched a dragon's egg, the headmaster was bound to ask their large friend how he came to possess such a heavily regulated and restricted item. Within moments, Dumbledore would learn Voldemort had used the lure of a dragon's egg to garner the information he was missing. Namely, how to get past Fluffy. Having that knowledge, it was debatable if Dumbledore would answer the false summons from the Ministry when it arrived that first Thursday in June. Since Hermione and Harry had so much riding on that night, this was a chance they really couldn't take. If everything went to their plan, Dan and Emma Granger might have some special company sitting watching Harry play against Hufflepuff. The match might be a little too much and just a tad too soon for a certain Azkaban prisoner, but simply having Sirius meet Harry, and her parents, would be enough for Hermione. Her Harry had never met his godfather. Sirius Black was currently just a name to him. Hermione had known the wizard though, she also knew Sirius loved Harry almost as much as she did. It had really hurt to leave Sirius in that hellhole even a day longer than they had to. Like everything else in their lives though, they had to protect the fact that they had knowledge of the future. This was the earliest she and Harry could not only get Sirius out of Azkaban, they wanted him to officially have his freedom too. For that to happen, they needed circumstances to play out as they had so carefully planned. If that meant they had to deal with a heartbroken half-giant and smuggling a baby dragon out of Hogwarts, so be it. As she was eating her breakfast, Hermione started to smile. This wasn't so much in consideration of what they faced in the near future. It was more that, in all of those thoughts, she hadn't wasted a single moment worrying about the upcoming end-of-year exams. Although she had been working Harry hard, and was extremely confident both of them would breeze right through any first-year test, her 12-year-old self had already done so the first time around. For Hermione Granger not to be worrying about imminent exams was a really, really strange feeling. It was three red-faced teens who were certainly enjoying the refreshingly cool spring Scottish Highland air as they slowly made their way back to the castle. Their flushed appearance wasn't all due to the oppressive dragon egg hatching heat of the house they'd just left. An astonished and angry Neville summed it up best. "I can't decide which is crazier. That Hagrid is trying to hatch a Norwegian Ridgeback egg in his hut, or he named the three-headed monster that I still have nightmares over, Fluffy. What the hell is Hagrid playing at? He could end up in Azkaban for either of those stunts." It was one thing to hear stories of events that had happened, quite another to witness them for yourself. That Harry had just seen a real dragon's egg, and Hagrid promised to send word when it began to hatch, left the former veterinarian student in a state of bewildered bliss. It was down to Hermione to try and steady Neville's nerves, before he ran off to a professor and blurbed about everything. "You heard Hagrid, it was Professor Dumbledore who asked to borrow Fluffy. I also heard Hagrid say music puts that three-headed monster right to sleep, something I'm quite prepared to take his word about. If I never see that thing again it will still be too soon. Do you know who this Flammel character is that Hagrid mentioned? He seems important." Hagrid certainly didn't mean to mention his name. Pleased that Neville had picked up on that, Hermione gave him the information that proved so troublesome to unearth the last time around. She even cited one of the sources. Nicholas Flamel is a world-famous alchemist, and a good friend of Professor Dumbledore. It mentions on the professor's chocolate frog card that they worked on discovering the 12 uses of dragon blood together. The reason he's so famous is because Flamel created the only known philosopher's stone in existence. By using it, he and his wife are reported to be over 600 years old. It was almost funny for Hermione as she watched Neville join up the dots to reach a conclusion. The Philosopher's Stone, that's what the three-headed monster is guarding. Dumbledore must be looking after it for his friend. Who would be trying to steal it though? Instead of answering, Hermione just raised her eyebrow. This had Neville thinking of an answer for himself, and he didn't like where those thoughts were taking him. It was into this pause in their conversation Harry suddenly declared, "I love magic." That had both Hermione and Neville staring at him, but Harry didn't care, he was far too excited. "Hey you two, we're going to get to witness a dragon being born. How cool is that?" "Harry, that was the total opposite of cool. I was boiling. In there." Muggle expression, Neville. "It means really, really good." Hermione, "My shoulder injury would have taken months to heal, followed by even more months of physiotherapy, and it would never have been the same again. One night in the infirmary and I'm healed, within a week it's as good as new." Think about it, they must have similar treatments for all these wonderful animals too. Neville couldn't help but chuckle at his best friend's enthusiasm. One of the top students in our year and he wants to be Hagrid's apprentice. This gave Hermione the opening she was looking for to broach a rather delicate subject. That's something I want to ask your Gran a few questions about on Sunday. I hope you don't mind, Neville. His chuckle just deepened. Hermione, my Gran is a member of the Wizengamot. Trust me, she won't be bothered by a few questions from a first year. I'm gonna be there tomorrow morning too, just to see my Gran though. Minerva entered Dumbledore's office to see her friend nursing a glass of fire whiskey. She had no way of knowing this was Augusta's second, the first one Albus supplied having already been downed. Surely your lesson couldn't have gone that badly. I would like to think my lesson went well. As we had discussed, Minerva, I started with the Ministry and Wizengamot, explaining the roles they played in our lives. As I mentioned, things were going well, until I asked if anyone had any questions. There was an audible groan from Minerva. She had a good idea what would have happened next. Miss Granger. Oh, she was very polite. I doubt I've ever been taken apart so cordially. Neville had of course told me that she and Harry were his best friends. He also mentioned they were very smart, that was no overestimation. Miss Granger asked me about the blood status of departmental heads within the ministry. I of course told the truth, that every one of them was a pureblood. She then asked the same question about the Wizengamot. As you both know, the answer was again all pureblood. She then asked how that could be, since the percentage of purebloods in the British magical population was reckoned to be at best 20%. What could I say? Taking a sip of her drink, the shocked witch continued to relay how her carefully prepared lesson had crumbled to dust under this line of questioning. Miss Granger then explained that she and her parents had met the ministry's expert on muggles. While they all thought Arthur Weasley was a very nice man, they assessed his knowledge of the subject to be comparable to that of a 4-year-old muggle child. That was their top estimate too. That is rather unfortunate. What was unfortunate, Albus, is that Miss Granger was just getting into her stride. Hogwarts didn't escape unscathed either, that girl had really done her homework. She knew Muggle studies in Hogwarts as taught by a pureblood. Having checked the textbooks allocated for that course, Miss Granger claims they are all about a century out of date. She also claimed that a century in Muggle time would see far greater changes than the same period in the wizarding world. The girl then rhymed off important items and events that the course ignored. The only two people in that classroom who didn't know what she was talking about was me and my grandson. Minerva and Albus were getting ready to join Augusta in a tipple. This could be bad. Madame Longbottom then proved it was much worse than they thought. I was then asked why it was felt necessary they learn wizarding culture, when that very same culture ignored or looked down on theirs. Why should they support a system where an elite class they could never hope to join would basically rule over all of them? Why should they stay in a country where their circumstances of birth, rather than their abilities, predetermined what they would be able to achieve? With a deep felt sadness, Augusta told them what had really hurt. My Neville was desperately looking toward me to refute those arguments. I could see the disappointment in his eyes. There simply wasn't anything I could say to defend the status quo. Miss Granger was almost apologetic while asking if I now understood why she and her intended were looking at other options. Harry then chipped in and said he hoped today wouldn't see me stopping Neville accompanying them, if they decided on another option than Hogwarts, since he was their best friend. Uttering a sigh of frustration, Augusta sat her glass down. The answers they needed weren't going to be found in the bottom of a glass. They really are a lovely couple, yet I can't help but think we're failing them. Miss Granger's question just highlighted a problem we all knew existed. Our society just passes the situation off as normal, because that is the way things have always been. It would seem though that the times are changing, with new witches and wizards questioning the system they are basically forced into accepting. If this continues and we don't react, our country could end up losing some of its brightest witches and wizards. Make no mistake, those two leaving Britain would be merely the beginning. It may start off as a trickle, but that could soon turn into a flood I feel powerless to prevent. It was now Albus' turn to sigh. It took a lot of persuading to get those two returning to Hogwarts for this term. Since then, Miss Granger's home has been magically attacked by suspected Death Eaters while Mr. Potter was deliberately seriously assaulted at the last Quidditch match. They've just spent the morning hearing how much the Ministry of Magic will impact on their lives, only to figure out the top echelons is an exclusive club their heritage bars them from ever joining. To be honest, I've got nothing left to persuade them to return here come September. I remember having the customary fifth-year careers talk with Lily Evans. She too was a brilliant witch who'd figured out her status as a Muggle-born would severely limit her opportunities should she choose to work in the ministry. In one sense, Lily was in a more fortunate position. Both Phileas and Horace were trying to woo her to apprentice under them, with a view to eventually becoming a Hogwarts professor. I remember at the end of that meeting feeling I'd failed her, and were still failing those very same children. Knowing it would soon be time to have those same customary career talk with her current fifth-year charges, and this news would spread to every student in the school, a still reminiscing Minerva was left shaking her head in disappointment. We have children of pureblood descent who know they need do no better than acceptable on their exams, because their futures are already assured. How can we push our students to excel when it doesn't matter how many NEWTs some of them achieve, certain positions will always be out of their reach. Silence reigned in the headmaster's office as all three of them thought about the situation. Minerva then had an idea on how to present Hogwarts in a better light to the young couple currently at the center of this. Albus, we now have a showcase final to decide the Quidditch Cup at the end of the year. Perhaps inviting the parents of those playing along to the match again might be a good idea. Knowing what Minerva was really suggesting, Albus thought that was an excellent idea. He really didn't have anything else to offer. He knew Harry and Hermione had their own agenda, and both were easily smart enough to be using him to push that agenda in the direction they wanted. Since Halloween though, this was something Albus had no other option but to blindly accept. That blind acceptance however was tempered by two things. Miss Granger was someone he had obviously implicitly trusted in the past, otherwise she simply wouldn't be here now. The fact that she was here at all also told Albus all hope must have been lost in the future, there was no other way he would have even considered such a desperate measure. The second piece of information that helped Albus with these decisions was that they were undoubtedly all on the same side, the side that wanted to see Voldemort fall. He therefore had to take what Hermione was saying very seriously. The message here was crystal clear. A war had been fought, a war that brought heavy losses to their side, yet nothing had really changed. They were no better equipped to deal with the rise of a Dark Lord today than they were over a decade ago. That the conditions allowing a Dark Lord to draw support from certain sections of their community still existed was actually shameful, and all three of them currently in his office knew that. The twins were invited to sit by their friends, that Hermione then produced butterbeers for all of them raised a few eyebrows, impressed at how she'd gotten her hands on these. Okay, we'll bite. What do you need us for? Sampling his butterbeer, and liking it, Harry didn't keep them waiting any longer. We're planning a prank that my father and his fellow marauders could only dream of, and wondered if you wanted in. Actually, you two being in from the start is an essential part of the prank. Hermione wanted to make something clear right from the beginning though. The thing that's different about this prank however is, even although it's spectacular, only the five of us in this room can ever know about it. There is one other, but I don't want to mention his name just yet. You'll both know exactly who I'm talking about the second you hear what's actually involved. We normally like people to know who pranked them. Yeah, just not be able to prove it was us. You're gonna have to define spectacular before we commit to this. Cutting straight to the chase, Harry laid it out for them. Is smuggling a live dragon out of Hogwarts spectacular enough for you? Both twins looked around for the joke, seeing three serious faces staring back at them had Fred and George in fits of laughter. Oh Harrikins, you don't mess about. A bloody dragon. Yes, you see we have this friend who's about to hatch a dragon's egg in his house. Never mind that house's construction contains a lot of flammable materials, he's determined to proceed. If something isn't done, we just can't see any way this will end in anything other than disaster. Nodding in confirmation, Hermione was in full agreement with Harry. We know you have a brother who works on a dragon reserve. Could you write and ask them if they would be interested in acquiring a baby Norwegian Ridgeback, free of charge of course. If they are, then we need to see about getting it out of Hogwarts without our friend ending up paying Azkaban a visit. Shit, Hagrid has really gone too far this time. He would certainly end up in Azkaban if the Ministry found out. Ah, you guessed. Fred smiled at the young witch's light sarcasm. Just the word, dragon, was enough to give the game away. We didn't need any of the other clues. We'll write to Charlie tonight. He and Hagrid are great friends. If Charlie can help, I'm sure he will. The twins actually borrowed the map and Harry's invisibility cloak, intending to head up to the Ollery with their yet-to-be-written letter, regardless of curfew. They had hardly left to begin their mission when Harry asked Neville a question. You were very quiet tonight, mate. Are you angry about what was said to your gran today? No, Harry. I'm more embarrassed than angry, embarrassed that everything said today was true. Hermione is smarter than both of us. It's not right that she's judged on the fact her parents are not magical. Hermione came over and hugged Neville in thanks, before then nestling on Harry's lap. You have nothing to be embarrassed about, Neville, and neither does your gran. It's easy to see she's a good person and I felt terrible about today. She was giving up her time to teach us things we need to know, yet I practically ambushed her. We needed to get that information out there, however, information everyone else just conveniently ignores. What do you think my parents would have said to McGonagall if she'd told us about that part of Wizarding Society the day my family discovered I was a witch? She lied. She didn't lie, Neville. McGonagall just didn't tell us the whole truth. Saying to my mum and dad that, in the British magical community, I would be considered a second-class citizen would have seen McGonagall swiftly chucked out of our house on her ear. Having met Hermione's parents, Neville couldn't disagree with that. Harry explained their predicament in more detail. This is not about, our society is better than yours, far from it. Hogwarts was built over 1,000 years ago to teach all the young witches and wizards of Britain about magic. In our society, it only became law that all children must attend school about 120 years ago. We looked at Hogwarts Muggle Studies course and reckoned it's about a century out of date. The real problem is how far our society has progressed in that time. In technological terms, we've progressed from steam engines to rockets that can and have landed men on the moon. In cultural terms, our society has moved just as far. You will now have Muggle-born witches and wizards arriving at Hogwarts who won't stand for the bigotry they find here. The Ministry and Hogwarts has to realize that ignoring this problem is not the answer. It's not going to go away, rather the new witches and wizards will. We certainly don't expect things to change overnight, but there has to be some signs that they are at least willing to consider changes. While agreeing with everything Harry had just said, Hermione then looked at the other side of the coin. There are people at the Ministry though who think that most of the Muggle-borns leaving Britain is a good thing. They don't want to see their culture tainted by our dirty blood. The more extreme amongst them actually think I stole my magic from a pureblood, and that's their bigoted explanation for how squibs are produced. This shocked Neville so much he was up on his feet. That's bloody ridiculous. A big smile from Hermione told Neville they shared his view. They have no scientific basis for that belief, no facts to support it, but that doesn't stop them spouting it. The trouble starts when no one challenges that belief. Then people start assuming it's fact. We hope your gran's back here next week. Today was stuff we needed to know. We may have some more questions for her, but she is also welcome to ask us questions too. If it's something we don't know, we can certainly find the information for her. We didn't realize your gran was making a political statement with her ball, holding it the same night as the Malfoys. If she's holding one next year, and we're lucky enough to be invited, Harry and I will certainly be there. Hearing that really cheered Neville up. He would need to write and let his gran know most of this. Harry then came at the matter from another angle. What happened today will be all over the school by now. 5th year. Muggle-borns need to sit with their heads of house and seriously discuss their career options. For some, they might actually be better leaving after their OWLs and returning to Muggle education. There's not much point spending another 2 years at Hogwarts sitting NEWTs if the career you want to pursue is already denied you. Yes, you might gain a position as an Auror. The truth is though that you would then spend the rest of your career watching people getting promoted over you, and not because of their ability. That would simply be unacceptable to most of us, which is why they needed that information now. Hermione found herself snuggling into Harry as she raised the last point of the evening. It was almost time for bed. Your gran is spending her time helping us learn about your culture and society. How would you like to spend some of the summer staying with us? We can then spend time showing you some of our culture. All three knew this was something else that would need to be added to the long letter Neville was going to be writing home. All three of them also understood Neville was really keen to spend some of the summer with his friends. Minerva was anxiously awaiting to hear from her friend about how Augusta's second lesson had gone. When the clock confirmed Augusta's lesson should have finished 15 minutes ago, Minerva could wait no longer. Quietly slipping into the back of the class, she found a lively yet polite discussion going on. The Hogwarts deputy couldn't help but notice there were actually more students at this week's lesson than there were for the first. That these extra numbers had come from those of different blood status originally surprised Minerva, until she listened into the discussion. Here was a forum where their differences could be aired in a non-judgmental format. Everyone, including Augusta, was learning here. That the only first year from her own house who hadn't attended was Ronald Weasley didn't surprise Minerva. Extra lessons was not something that would ever appeal to the youngest Weasley. Both Miss Patel and Miss Brown obviously thought they were missing out on something. Knowing those girls, that would never do. Augusta was so engrossed in what she was doing, it took her a while before she noticed Minerva had entered the classroom. A quick check of her watch told her why Minerva was here. "Oh dear, we seem to have run way over time. Thank you so much for coming along and I hope to see you next week. Mr. Potter, Miss Granger and Mr. Longbottom, could you remain behind for a moment?" It was a happy class who headed out. Today had been fun. Augusta immediately put her grandson and his friends at ease. "I wanted to talk with you concerning Neville spending some time with his friends over the summer. This is something I'm certainly in favor of. Some of the very interesting discussions we had in class today just reinforced that decision. It's a great big world out there and this can only help Neville prepare to face it. One thing I would like though was for you two to spend some time at Longbottom Manor with Neville and I." With a wide smile, Harry and Hermione instantly agreed with that. "My mum and dad are coming to see the final Quidditch match, we could get everything sorted out then. It should be just a matter of settling on dates that suit everyone." Seeing her friend appeared a lot happier than she did this time last week, Minerva decided to help out here. "Augusta, as a member of the school board, you will of course be receiving an invitation to the match too. That would give you a chance to sit down with everyone involved and talk over any arrangements needing to be made." Seeing how happy that suggestion made the trio standing in front of her, Augusta quickly agreed. She was shocked when Neville actually hugged her, before the three friends left. Both Minerva and Augusta could hear summer plans being discussed as they left the classroom on their way to a late Sunday lunch. "I don't need to ask how it went this week, I saw for myself." "No you didn't. You only caught the end, Minerva. The lesson turned out to be a revelation for all of us. I was covering formal courtships, betrothals, and the need for them. Did you know Mr. Potter publicly claimed Miss Granger was his intended before asking her parents, or even the girl herself? Augusta, I was there when he did it. At Severus' trial, his litigator was casting aspersions on Miss Granger's suitability to be Mr. Potter's girlfriend, based solely on her blood status. Harry was on his feet and ready to attack the fool. I thought Albus or I were going to be forced to intervene. He then cut the legs from under the litigator by claiming Hermione was his intended. An angry Harry next took the stand and said something that terrified Severus, forcing him to plead guilty when he clearly didn't want to. Anticipating her friend's next question, Minerva just gave Augusta the only answer she had. Only Albus knows what Harry was referring to, and he's not in the habit of spilling secrets. He did say though that, had Severus not changed his plea and Harry carried out his threat, our former potions professor could have had a date with a Dementor. Not one person in the chamber, including Severus, doubted Harry's willingness to carry out his threat. He'd already attacked a troll with his bare hands to protect that girl, he wasn't going to back down that day either. Harry said he was really nervous asking Hermione's parents' permission before placing the Potter ring on her finger. Albus apparently took both of them to Diagon Alley and allowed them to buy a few books explaining the procedure. I must say, it is the only time I've saw Harry acting his age. Both he and Hermione appear more mature than their years. I thought it was their Muggle upbringing. My Neville is certainly benefiting from being in their company as much. I see signs of him growing into the wizard I always knew was in there. It really is a shame. Those two don't really want to leave Hogwarts, and we certainly would like them to stay. The Grangers are lovely people who've already spent a weekend in Hogwarts, and are looking forward to returning. It's only circumstances that are forcing their hands to look for alternatives. This had Augusta sighing in frustration. We both know Cornelius and Albus certainly don't want to see them going elsewhere. Have things really gotten so bad when all of us combined can't provide the conditions necessary for them to stay? After seeing how well my Neville gets on with both of them, I really couldn't object if he wanted to attend another school with his friends. That would really send out a powerful message, and also mean I would need to resign my position from the Hogwarts school board. We must be able to do something to help. With that, Harry and Hermione were assured of another powerful player to their cause of changes in magical Britain. The short note the owl had delivered from Hagrid saw the three of them quickly making their way to their large friend's hut. The difference in attitude between the two boys was so startling as to almost be funny. Neville seemed to be flitting between anxiety and trepidation. He was a Gryffindor though and determined to be there for his friends. Harry on the other hand was pure excitement. Watching him sitting there staring at the cracking egg reminded Hermione of a scene from Jurassic Park. Harry however didn't need to act. Watching a real-life dragon being born was almost a religious experience for her betrothed. Knowing that movie was at least a year away from hitting the cinemas, she made a mental note to take both Harry and Neville to see it. As the newly hatched and named Norbert singed his mummy's beard, Hermione felt her arm being gripped tightly. We need to get that thing out of here as quickly as possible. At least before Harry becomes as attached to it as Hagrid already is. This had Hermione giggling, until she noticed something out of the corner of her eye. She'd forgotten about that little shit Malfoy looking through the window. He took great delight in getting them into trouble the last time, before McGonagall wiped the smile of his pasty face. Hermione would like to launch him off Hogwarts' tallest tower, without Draco having a broom under him. This was just something else she would have to factor into their plans. Relax, Neville. Let them enjoy the little time they have with the dragon. Until we get word from the twins there is not much we can do. Trust me, if things get out of hand I'll be heading straight for Dumbledore's office. This calmed Neville somewhat, though both he and Hermione thought they would need crowbars to get Harry away from the dragon and back into the castle. Even in bed that night, he seemed far too excited to sleep. A now tired and exasperated Hermione was getting ready to snap at him when Harry inadvertently saved the situation. We witnessed a dragon being born. I still can't get over it. Won't that be something to tell our children? This led to a key, from Hermione, and a gentle warning. Harry, if you don't get to sleep soon, our children might never see their father. I'm likely to strangle him. A smiling Harry snuggled in. I can't help it, love. Next to meeting you, that's probably the most exiting thing that I've ever seen. After a quiet giggle that Harry felt rather than heard, Hermione had one last quip for him. Nice to know I'm in there somewhere. Now, let's get to sleep. Just like last time, Hagrid would have Norbert for about 2 weeks before Charlie and his friends would be arriving to take the baby dragon away. Harry spent as much time as possible down at the hut, but even he could see Hagrid's baby was becoming very dangerous to be around. Hermione had explained how devastated Hagrid had been the last time and they had come up with a plan to help prevent that. A weeping half-giant was no fun to be around. They were sitting out front of Hagrid's hut when Harry made his opening gambit. I'm really going to miss him, Hagrid, but we always have to do what's best for Norbert. An emotionally choked Hagrid couldn't really answer Harry, other than to nod in agreement. It was easy to see the tears escaping from the corner of his eyes. Now was the time to put their plan into operation. I've grown fond of Norbert, and I don't know this Charlie Weasley. Hagrid was about to sing Charlie's praises, but Harry held his hand up. I do know you, and if you tell me Norbert is happy and being looked after, then I know we'll have done the right thing. Could you do this for me, Hagrid? It was clear he didn't have a clue what he was being asked, which was exactly what they had planned. What are ye talking about, Ari? Deliberately drawing this out, Harry started to ramble. Hermione and I are going to be busy all summer, otherwise I wouldn't be asking. I know it's a bit much, but there really isn't anyone else we could ask to do this. Will you help us? Ari, I can help if I don't know what you're asking. Oh, sorry Hagrid, we want you to visit Norbert over the summer. If you say he's fine, we'll know he's really okay. It would certainly put our minds at rest. Hermione then joined in to double team Hagrid. Please say you will. We've Already received permission from the Dragon Reserve for you to visit, and arranged a portkey to Romania. After hearing that, the tears that had been threatening made an appearance. Hagrid had both of them engulfed in a hug as those fat tears flowed into his vast beard. While he still had some breath left, Harry managed to squeak out a question. So, does that mean you'll go? Course I will, and, thank ye so much for thinkin' o' me. Wait until I tell Norbert. With that, Hagrid released them and shot back into his hut to waken the sleeping dragon. Harry and Hermione got out of there fast. A half-giant's hugs were almost as dangerous as a grumpy baby dragon, almost. Minerva securely tied the dressing gown around her before answering the incessant knocking at her door. Seeing their excited caretaker standing there with a stupid grin on his face pre-warned the deputy headmistress that this was not good news. Yes, Argus. How can I help you? He was actually hopping from foot to foot, unable to contain his excitement. Student out of bed, Professor. Raising her right eyebrow, Minerva pinned the man with her gaze. You got me out of my bed for that. Begging your pardon, Professor. I was unable to do anything to or with the student. The situation requires another member of staff. Knowing what Argus was implying, she nodded for him to lead the way. The man would never actually say that the situation he found needed someone who could perform magic to resolve it. He led her unerringly to a sight that had Minerva wishing she was still tucked up in bed. Argus, surely you could have done something to help this poor child. To even reach him I would have needed to fetch a ladder. I thought he would get down quicker if I came for you. He may be silenced, but it wasn't difficult to work out what he was trying to say, and it wasn't good evening Mr. Filch. She couldn't argue with Argus on that matter. The boy was trying to shout while gesticulating wildly that they should help him. Minerva took out her wand and conjured a pair of shorts. Draco Malfoy hanging upside down in a corridor was bad enough. A BPD Draco Malfoy was not something Minerva wished to look upon a moment longer than she had to. With the boy at least now decent, she used her wand to release Draco from the spell that kept him suspended before controlling his descent. Mr. Malfoy, I am about to lift the silencing charm. I would remind you what time it is and strongly advise you not to shout. Do you understand? A livid Draco appeared as if he wanted to shout his lungs out about the latest injustices heaped upon his person, but knew he needed McGonagall to lift the charm. He nodded his understanding and compliance. After lifting the charm, Minerva issued precise instructions to the Slytherin. Now, I would like you to calmly tell me exactly what happened here. Taking a deep, calming breath, Draco began his tale. I was following Potter, his mudblood and their squib when I was attacked from behind. Noting the boy's language for later, Minerva was more interested in establishing some details at the moment. Can you tell me approximately what time this attack took place? Oh, between 11:15 and 11:30. They were making their way down to the gamekeeper's hut. That imbecilic oaf, Hagrid, has hatched a dragon in his hovel. You just know St. Potter would try and help. Interrupting his rant, Minerva again wanted facts. Did you see who attacked you? Unhappy at being interrupted while he was venting his spleen on Potter, Draco was rather abrupt with his answer. No, I told you, the cowards attacked me from behind. I woke up like you found me. How long was I left dangling there? You need to be quick or they'll get away with it. Again, instead of asking me all these stupid questions you should be checking up on them. Is that why you're still here? You don't want to catch your perfect Potter breaking the rules. Ah yes, breaking the rules. The guilty really should be punished. About bloody time. With Draco's last remark, Minerva's final remaining thread of patience with the boy snapped. That will be 30 points from Slytherin for your disgusting use of language. Another 20 points for disrespecting a professor, namely me. I'm also taking 50 points for being out in the corridors past curfew. It had taken a moment for what was happening here to sink in. Draco finally got it though. I was the one attacked yet you're punishing me. Are you mental? I can assure you, Mr. Malfoy, I am in full control of my faculties. You yourself admitted you were out well past curfew. I was following Potter and his. The look from McGonagall meant the word mudblood didn't pass his lips. So you claim, Mr. Malfoy. I am just about to investigate those claims, but it still doesn't excuse your own rule breaking. Mr. Filch, could you please take this student to my office? We shall discuss this situation further when I get there. Without looking back, Minerva strode away. She was trying to ignore Filch's taunting of the boy regarding how he would like to punish him. It was Harry who answered the door to their head of house, supposedly rubbing the sleep out of his eyes. "Professor McGonagall. What's the—" "Dan and Emma. Has something happened? My mum and dad." As Minerva entered, she soon caught sight of a now worried Hermione bursting into their common room while trying to pull her housecoat over her pajamas. "Your parents are fine. Everyone is fine, and I'm really sorry for disturbing you." They were then joined by a sleepy Neville as Minerva was forced to tell them why she was here. "I just found Mr. Malfoy, dangling BPD from a corridor ceiling." Hermione couldn't help it, she just burst out laughing at hearing that. Neville and Harry soon joined her. "Oh Professor, you could have made a fortune if you'd taken a picture of that." "I'm glad you think it's funny, Mr. Potter. Mr. Malfoy claims you were involved." "Nah, I would have had photographs of that all over the castle by breakfast time. It would almost have been worth whatever punishment you would give me." "Professor, Draco blamed me for his father getting kicked off the Hogwarts school board. You know I wasn't involved in that either. In Draco's world, Harry Potter is to blame for everything that goes wrong in his life." Wiping the tears of laughter from her eyes, Hermione tried to be serious. "Professor, you must have noticed Draco isn't exactly one of our friends. I couldn't say for certain when the last time we saw him was. What I can swear to is that I have never, and have no wish to ever, see him BPD. You have our sympathies for having to suffer that. Yuck. Professor, you must know that goes doubly for Neville and I." All three once more broke into giggles, with even McGonagall's severe expression softening somewhat. "I didn't think you three would be involved, but I had to check. I'm left wondering if the boy was also hit with a confundus spell too. You three, Hagrid and a dragon, you couldn't make a story like that up." When Hermione again started giggling, the two boys laughed along too. McGonagall was soon bidding the happy trio a good night. She still had another student to deal with. As McGonagall closed the door behind her, Harry held his finger in front of his lips for silence. Pulling out the map, it wasn't until they saw the footsteps with McGonagall's name beside them leave Gryffindor that they all relaxed. "I can't believe we pulled it off. Hey Nev, Hermione planned it. I have to say though, slipping Norbert that meat soaked in sleeping potion was sheer genius, certainly more effective than Hagrid putting a teddy bear in. That crate would have been a bloody nightmare to deal with otherwise. Norbert was getting to be a right handful. If that was genius, what was asking the twins to head off Malfoy?" Neville didn't even try to hide the admiration in his voice. "Hermione, that was inspired. Did you know what they would do to him?" Hermione could only shake her head, opening her mouth just released the laughter she was trying to hold back. All three sat there giggling. Just a glance at each other was enough to set them off again. This had been one of the worst nights of first year for Hermione in the original timeline. McGonagall had ripped into them, then removed so many house points that the rest of Gryffindor wouldn't speak to them. Sitting here snuggling into Harry while all three of them kept getting attacks of the giggles was a vast improvement on the first time around. With the Slytherin Quidditch team disbanded, they were obviously out of this year's Quidditch Cup. That Draco had thrown a tantrum in McGonagall's office, after hearing all three of the people he'd accused were safely tucked up in bed, saw him exceed the Hogwarts, most points docked in a single incident, record. That the 180 points he'd lost took Slytherin out of the running for the House Cup too meant the Malfoy heir became the lowest of the low in the House of the Snakes. That Malfoy shot across the Great Hall, intercepting a certain 3 Gryffindors before they could even sit down to breakfast, surprised no one. Certainly not the two heads of house who were closely monitoring the situation. "Potter, I know you were involved in last night." "Malfoy, my intended was ready to swear to Professor McGonagall that she'd never even wished to see you BPD, far less was involved in you being found dangling from a corridor ceiling in your birthday suit. Unlike the two boys who follow you everywhere, Neville and I have absolutely no interest in seeing you dangling BPD either." This started off waves of laughter that spread through the hall. There were even people sitting at the Slytherin table who were having a good laugh at Malfoy's expense. "Now, little dragon, some of us would like to eat breakfast. The mere thought of you dangling there though means none of us will be eating sausages today." The laughter this time was even louder and an impotent Draco was helpless to stop the three who just basically ignored him and sat down to breakfast. With returning to the Slytherin table not an attractive option, Draco left. Fred and George Weasley, making a point to shake all three of their hands, had the rest of Gryffindor practically cheering. They may not believe an actual dragon was involved, but they could guess who was behind Malfoy's humiliation. Ron Weasley just sat and stared daggers at the trio. Sitting eating his breakfast, Albus couldn't miss overhearing the news that Hagrid was telling everyone. He was going to be holidaying at a dragon reserve this summer, and Harry had arranged it. Also putting together the clues, Albus was able to construct some idea of what had happened last night. He knew his large friend would jump at the chance of owning a dragon's egg. Albus was actually delighted Harry and Hermione not only cared enough about Hagrid to help him out of a bind, to then arrange this holiday was really thoughtful. Seeing Harry looking toward the staff table, Albus raised his cup of tea in a salute to a job well done. He saw Hermione lean in and whisper something to her intended. Albus had no way of knowing it was about him. Hermione was saying to Harry she hoped Dumbledore reacted as well to their next plan. Also sitting at the staff table, Quirrell Voldemort thought it was about time he initiated a plan of their own. Harry and Hermione were sitting on their sofa, intently studying the Marauders map. Neville had been spending more and more of his time with Lavender and Parvati lately, so was currently down in the common room while they secretly kept watch for Dumbledore leaving the castle. With a sigh, Hermione knew it was now showtime. Dumbledore's right on schedule, exactly the same as last time. This time though I think we have a much better plan. Ing a nervous Hermione, Harry rose to put that plan into action. Relax love, it's a good plan. I especially like the part where we don't have to leave our rooms. Well girl, you up for a flight to London? Proudly pushing out her chest, Hedwig indicated she was ready for anything. Take this to Madame Bones, no one else. Harry found himself being hit with a wing for even suggesting Hedwig would give a letter to the wrong person. I know girl, just be quick, and safe. A playful nip of his finger and the magnificent snowy owl was heading out the open window on her way to London. Hermione had been adamant that going to McGonagall wouldn't help them any. Harry Potter sending a letter to Madame Bones, Hedwig delivering it adding authenticity to the sender's identity, should get some action. Since the letter basically said that Voldemort was in the castle, placing all of the students in deadly danger, Amelia Bones should come running. That she would undoubtedly bring every Auror she could get her hands on should take care of the Quirrell Voldemort problem. Hermione's plan had their only involvement being using the map to monitor the situation from the safety of their rooms. Both though had underestimated the tension involved in sitting there and just waiting for things to happen. They barely noticed Neville as he came in and wished them good night. They certainly didn't miss their target making his way to the forbidden third-floor corridor. It was something else they saw on the map about 10 minutes later that had them really worried. That stupid King ass. I swear what happened to Malfoy will seem like a picnic compared to what I'll do to them if they bollocks this up. When the last shred of doubt about their intended destination disappeared, Harry let go with a string of expletives that was so loud and long. Neville reappeared to see if there was anything wrong. Nev, we have an emergency here. Come with us and we'll explain everything. At that, Harry and Hermione shot out the door. Knowing Harry would never use the word emergency, unless it really was one, Neville was hot on their heels. The three of them reached the common room and found a body-bound Parvati lying on the floor. Hermione soon had her released from the spell and Parvati couldn't wait to tell them what happened. In her own conversational style though. Oh thanks, Hermione. That bloody Dean cursed me in the back. I tried to talk them out of it, threatened to go to McGonagall, that's when I was cursed. Parvati, we just need the facts, but we need them now. Okay, Harry. Ron thinks the thing on the third floor is a test of a student's bravery. He's convinced the rest of them they need to do this to get back into Gryffindor. When Neville let slip he knew how to get past this giant three-headed dog, Lavender couldn't wait to tell Ron that bit of gossip. The minute he heard about music putting it to sleep, there was no stopping him, or the rest of them. Harry so wanted to curse up a storm but they didn't have time at the moment. Neville, you take Parvati and get to McGonagall. Not Dumbledore. He's not in the castle, Nev. Voldemort is though, and he's just gone after the stone. Ron has no idea what he's leading the rest of them into. Tell McGonagall we've already contacted the DMLE and they're hopefully on their way. Ron's AF. King idiot, but we can't let him blunder into this. Hermione and I are going after them. With a bit of luck, we should be able to drag them out of there without any of us having to face Voldemort." Looking to Hermione for agreement, his intended just nodded. The Harry Potter she knew could never sit back and let people blunder into danger. Knowing what they would have to face down there, Harry then needfully keyed at Hermione for luck before both of them raced out of Gryffindor. Neville thought that exit looked so bloody cool. The very idea that Voldemort might be in the castle terrified Neville too. He then took a page out of Harry Potter's book. Neville keyed at a startled Parvati before dragging her in the direction of McGonagall's office. For once, Parvati was left with nothing to say. What she was thinking though as Neville held her hand while running through the corridors was that her best friend had chosen to follow the wrong wizard, again. Minerva was ready to lose her temper at 2 of her first years. "You're not even supposed to know about the stone, and you know who is gone. There are also other safeguards protecting the stone." Having been given a simple task, Neville was not about to fail his best friends. It was actually his temper that snapped first. So much so, he didn't even realize he was saying the Dark Lord's name. Ron and the others don't know anything about Voldemort, or any of these other safeguards. All they know is how to get past Fluffy. If the rest of these safeguards are as dangerous as that 3-headed monster, then they won't have to worry about Voldemort. Unless Harry and Hermione can get to them first, they're all going to be dead anyway. Parvati was now crying while their head of house tried to find fault in a pajama-clad first-year's logic. A cold shiver ran down her spine when Minerva discovered she couldn't. She only knew her own contribution to the stone's protection, not anyone else's. It dawned on the Hogwarts deputy that, the claims of you-know-who return aside, 6 of her Gryffindor first years were currently facing deadly danger. This was the exact moment her flow activated, a very familiar head appearing in the flames. "Minerva, I see you're still up. Amelia, why are you calling at this time of night? I received a note from Harry Potter. He claims Voldemort is in Hogwarts. We both know he's gone. So, Dumbledore didn't set a trap on the 3rd floor, using the Philosopher's Stone as bait." Minerva had no answer for that, but Neville did. "Madam Bones, Harry has an old map of his father's that shows everyone inside Hogwarts. If Harry says he's here, you can bank on it." Parvati was sobbing now as she pleaded for help. "Some of our friends have gone down there too, they're all going to die." Minerva explained that outburst to the head of the DMLE. "Despite being warned to stay away, some of my first years have stumbled into this situation. I was just about to raise some of the senior staff and head there. Minerva, my department have received a call for help. This is now a matter for the DMLE. By all means call your senior staff. Myself and as many Aurors as I can get my hands on will be flowing into your office in about 5 minutes. I'll want to know just what traps we'll face while investigating this matter." Minerva could only nod in agreement, but Neville had one more thing to say. "Madam Bones, Harry must have spotted the rest of them heading off to the 3rd floor on his map. He and Hermione have gone after them." With a determined nod as an answer, Amelia's features hardened. 5 minutes, Minerva. We can be briefed as we head toward this corridor. Time is of the essence here." As they approached the door leading to Fluffy, Hermione took the shrunken music box Dumbledore had given them from her pocket and resized it. "You just happened to have that on you." After opening the lid to start the music playing, Hermione shrugged her shoulders. Better to have it ready and not need it than to be left trying to sing a lullaby to a slobbering monster with 3 heads. Once they entered the room itself, Harry agreed wholeheartedly with his intended. His voice was barely above a whisper. Waking Fluffy would be a really bad idea. Shit, no wonder Neville is terrified of this. Hagrid really has a serious monster complex, doesn't he? Hey, wait until you meet Aragog. A carnivorous spider about the size of a truck, you told me. I thankfully never met the creature, and hope not to this time around either. Sitting the playing music box down on the floor, hopefully to provide safe passage for the Aurors too, both edged carefully around the sleeping beast before jumping through the hatch in the floor. There was barely enough devil's snare left to halt their fall. They kept perfectly still while surveying the damage. Must have been Seamus. He sets fire to things without even trying. It's amazing to see what damage he can cause when he actually means to set something alight. Harry was soon proven right. As they dropped to the floor, Seamus was lying in a corner of the room. He'd not only roasted the devil's snare but himself as well. His robes were scorched and charred, his hair severely singed, but his hands seemed to have taken the brunt of the damage. They were red, blistered, and some of his fingers had skin missing. His right foot was also at such an angle that his ankle simply had to be broken. It appeared the other three had left him here and simply pushed on ahead. He was shaking like a leaf and didn't seem to know they were there. Harry knew at once what the problem was. Hermione, he's going into shock. What can we do? Knowing they simply had to help, Hermione was working out excuses for explaining the spell she was about to cast. I watched Madame Pomfrey treat you on the Quidditch pitch. A numbing charm was soon followed by vanishing the bones in his ankle. He'll need to have those burns treated in the infirmary, but I can at least numb the pain for now. She again cast the numbing charm on each of his hands. Harry removed his robe, intending to cover the shivering boy, but Hermione transfigured that robe into a warm blanket. The lessening of pain and the comforting heat from the blanket saw Seamus begin to take notice of his surroundings, and who was helping him. Harry, Hermione, what are you doing here? Ron will be raging if you get to the prize first. Seamus, Ron's AF. King idiot, and there is no prize. We've sent for the Aurors and they should be here soon. Hermione and I need to try and catch these idiots, before Ron gets one of you killed. You hang in there and try to stay awake. I'm so tired. You need to stay awake. Recite poetry or something. They left the room to the strains of 100 Green Bottles hanging on the wall, assaulting their ears as it was tunelessly being sung in Seamus' thick Irish accent. While the terrible singing faded, it was soon replaced by the noise generated from hundreds of flying keys flapping their metallic wings. The particular key needed to open the door wasn't having a very good night. It had now been captured twice and both its delicate wings were showing signs of damage. It couldn't really gain much height or speed, so was relying more on stealth. Unfortunately, it was now faced with one of the best seekers ever to grace Hogwarts. Harry didn't even need to use one of the supplied brooms. The key was barely 6 feet off the ground. With a running jump, he was able to pluck it out of the air and stick it in the lock for the third time tonight. They hurried along and soon came upon McGonagall's chess set, or what was left of it. There were bits of chessmen scattered everywhere, setting the scene of an epic battle. A casualty of that battle was lying in the middle of the chessboard, preventing the game from resetting. Hermione ran her wand along an unconscious Dean Thomas as Harry struggled with something. You told me that last time. Ron sacrificed himself so we could go on. What is so different this time? Everything's different, Harry. Ron doesn't know anything about the stone, or that Voldemort's after it. Last time he did. We all also knew only one person had ever stopped Voldemort. You really had to go on. This time he's sure there is some sort of prize or treasure involved. In Ron's mind, that will wipe the slate for this year clean. He'll be the Gryffindor hero. Ron will want that, badly. Badly enough to ignore all the warnings and even get people injured. Dean has concussion, not much we can do for him. Harry transfigured some of the rubble into a pillow and a blanket. They made Dean comfortable before continuing. Knowing what was in the next room, Hermione was tempted to cast a bubble head charm on each of them before entering. That charm though was way beyond the capabilities of a normal first year and there was a chance of being caught. They would have to make do with holding their breath, and of course their noses. Opening the door to escape, the smelly troll saw them facing an unexpected problem. Fortunately it was one Hermione recognized. They're trapped in the potions room. The overpowering smell of their current location saw them retreating back to the chess set to discuss this latest challenge. When I left you in that room, the purple flames disappeared. Instead, I was left facing that shimmering silver curtain we both saw. I stood there until the curtain disappeared, showing me the empty room because you had gone through the black flames. So, if Ron and Lavender are trapped in there, we sit here and wait for the cavalry. After thinking that suggestion over, the grimace on Hermione's face told Harry she didn't like it. Two things wrong with that, love. Voldemort might get fed up staring at the mirror, he would then walk right into them. Seeing that as a distinct possibility, Harry asked what the other reason was. I think Ron's too stubborn to admit he's beaten. I think he'll do something really stupid. Stupider than coming down here in the first place. He'd be hard pushed to beat that. It's Ron we're talking about here, he has a natural talent for it. Not being able to argue with any of that, Harry came to the obvious conclusion. So, we go on. Will we get burned entering the room? I think it will let us enter, it's designed to stop anyone leaving. I'm going to cast the flame freezing charm on it, just to be extra sure. With their plan made, and no time to waste, they headed back in and past the troll. Hermione was glad she could silently cast, it saved her having to open her mouth, or let go of her nose. They gained entrance to the potions room where a sobbing Lavender was lying curled up on the floor. Harry knelt down to see if she was alright while Hermione checked whether the puzzle was still the same. A distraught Lavender grabbed Harry and held on like a limpet. He left me here. I can't believe he left me here. I can't believe he solved the puzzle. Still holding onto Harry, Lavender provided information that shocked both of them. He didn't, Hermione. Ron kept shuffling the bottles about, trying to work it out. He then decided the ones that were supposed to be poison must surely be just a bluff. He said Dumbledore would never allow anyone to be poisoned for a test. Ron began drinking from different flasks until one made him feel cold. He then said there wasn't enough potion for two and just bloody left me here. Trying to get her head around this, Hermione figured out just how much trouble they were in. Harry, Ron's mixed up all the bottles. I just don't know which is which. While we both know Dumbledore wouldn't use poison, Snape certainly would. I don't know which flasks Ron drank from either, but the chances are the clock's already ticking. Getting Lavender to her feet, and releasing her arms from around him, Harry then put forward the decision they were now faced with. So, do we go back and leave the Prat, or forward and try to save him? It was Hermione's arms which now snaked around him. You're a great wizard, Harry. You know what you have to do. A gentle key followed before Harry reached his decision. Amelia and a dozen Aurors flowed into the deputy headmistress's office, to find an argument already underway. Amelia was even more shocked to discover it was Augusta's grandson who was standing up to his head of house. She had to admit, Neville made a good point. If we're not safe with you and the Aurors, we won't be safe anywhere else in the castle. I can't go back and just sit there, knowing what my friends are facing. Minerva, we need to move, now. You two, stay at the back and out of trouble. I'm charged with these children's safety. And what about the children who are already down there? Move Minerva. Amelia left no one in any doubt who was in charge here. Minerva may not like it, but Amelia had a job to do, and children's lives were on the line. Getting briefed on what they would face as they headed for the third floor, Minerva's hurt feelings became less and less of an issue for the enraged head of law enforcement. Seeing the first guardian had her ready to explode, she just didn't want to wake the beast. Amelia was about to order the children to remain outside this door when she caught sight of them jumping down the hatch. Neville had seen Fluffy before, and awake too, he didn't stand and stare. He had also heard the next trap was Devil's Snare and knew exactly how to deal with that. Taking Parvati's hand, they jumped in and were soon caught by the Devil's Snare. Holding Neville's hand gave Parvati the confidence to relax and not struggle as the plant tightened its grip. As she'd been assured, they soon slipped through and dropped to the ground. Parvati wasn't sure what to expect, but someone sitting singing never entered her mind. 38 green bottles, hanging on the Neville. What are you doing here? Parvati, you too. You were so right to stay behind. At that, Professor Sprout dropped to the floor. Mr. Longbottom, I would hate to have to stun one of my favorite students. Stay there while I deal with this. The herbology professor soon had the Devil's Snare gone, and even placed a cushioning charm on the floor. There were soon Aurors dropping into the room, much to Seamus' relief. Harry told me the Aurors would come, and I believed him. Ron took us on this useless glory hunt, and I stupidly believed him too. Never again. McGonagall took one look at the fallen Gryffindor and her heart sank. This was turning out to be worse than she'd ever thought possible, and this was only the second trap. Pomona volunteered to stay with the 3 students while Phileas promised to return with a few brooms to get the students to safety. Minerva had sent a Patronus message to Hagrid before. Amelia had arrived, asking him to come to the castle and remove Fluffy. The music should keep the animal sleeping for now. The deputy headmistress pushed on. Phileas quickly had them through the flying keys and, with great trepidation, she approached her own trap. Spotting another of her Gryffindors lying injured on the floor saw Minerva McGonagall in tears, and Amelia's control on her temper run out. This is supposed to be a school. I sent my niece here and expect her to be kept safe. My department will be holding a full investigation on this matter. Stuff like this in a school is bloody outrageous. Minerva didn't even hear Amelia, she was too busy sinking to her knees in relief when her scan showed Dean Thomas was only concussed. Amelia left the both of them there as she and her oars pushed ahead. Lavender, we need to go forward. You'd be much safer staying here. The girl in question was now clinging needfully to the couple. Don't leave me here. I was going crazy by myself, I can't stay here. I'll feel much safer with you two, and I want a chance to kick Ron Weasley in the nuts for leaving me here. That gets my vote, Harry, and she should be safe with us. How are we getting through the flames? Lifting the bottles off the wooden table and placing them on the floor, Harry took out his wand and began transfiguring the now empty table. Harry soon had the table morphed into a hollow rectangle, about 5 feet high, just over 2 feet wide and around a foot deep. When Harry transfigured the wood into steel, Hermione figured out what he was up to. Genius, love. We'll have to be careful and not touch the sides, they'll get hot. Nodding, Harry asked if they were ready before levitating his rectangle into the black flames. Lavender stood in awe as the structure pierced the black flames, leaving the inside portion of the transfigured table free from the deadly fire. They now had a doorway out of here. Stepping through the space, Harry then pulled on his invisibility cloak. Facing the potions room and holding the cloak open, he gestured for the girls to join him. Hermione stepped through and snuggled into his right side, leaving Lavender clinging to his left. Closing the cloak, Harry now had an arm around each girl and all three were invisible to anyone else in the room. The black flames died but Harry's improvised entrance stayed in place, ready for the next person to use it. Cautioning Lavender to remain silent, they quietly shuffled off. It took only seconds for the trio to turn a corner and come upon a strange scene. A Professor Quirrell who no longer stuttered had a bound Ron held in front of an old mirror. Tell me what you see, boy. Ron's nerves seemed to disappear as he studied the mirror. He actually began to smile. I see me, and I look bloody good. I'm Quidditch captain, and head boy. Dumbledore is just about to present me with the Quidditch cup. Stupid fool. The stone, tell me how to get the stone. I can see it but don't know how to get my hands on it. I don't know what you're talking about, I can't see any stone. Wow, Dumbledore's now giving me the house cup. Let me speak with the boy. Master, you're not strong enough. I have strength for this, do it. As Quirrell began unwinding his turban, Harry's hand slid up and covered Lavender's mouth. She knew what Harry was doing yet didn't understand the reason why. That was until that turban came off, then both of her own hands joined Harry's, pressed over her mouth too. Harry took his hand away and carefully passed Lavender on to Hermione, it would soon be time for him to make an appearance. The face that appeared out of the back of Quirrell's head absolutely terrified Ron. When those red eyes focused on him, and it spoke, Ron pissed himself. I see you know who I am. You can see what I've been reduced to. The stone held in that mirror can grant me a new body. Help me get that stone and I'll reward you greatly, you will also live beyond today. If you can't or won't help me, I will have no further use for you. Whether you live or die is now in your own hands. Ron was again facing the mirror, and ready to say anything that would see him walk out of here. Then he had his brainwave. I see the stone but someone else is holding it. It's Potter. Potter has the stone you want. Only the fact he'd just pissed himself stopped Ron from doing so again as he heard his name called. Weasley, you're so full of shit. Ron and Voldemort turned to face a Harry Potter who was standing there with his wand in his hand. Ah, Harry, I was hoping you could join us. So glad you didn't disappoint. At that, Quirrell turned side on and a curse came Harry's way. A curse he easily shielded against. It would seem Quirrell is a better teacher than I gave him credit for. Don't flatter yourself, I had a far better teacher. Ah yes, your little mudblood. What is it with you Potter men that you deliberately insult your proud and ancient heritage with filth like that? After needlessly telling Lavender to stay quiet and remain under the cloak, Hermione slipped out to help Harry. You're growing out the back of a walking dead man's head yet you insult my heritage, what arrogance. You seem to forget, Tom, both of us have Muggle fathers. The scream of rage from Voldemort at hearing that saw Quirrell spin and start firing curses at Hermione. This had Hermione moving and shielding before an overpowered Expelliarmus shot from Harry at the person who would dare attack his intended. A shocked Quirrell saw his wand ripped right out his hand, though his enraged master paid that loss no mind. Kill the ch. I want her dead. Strangle her with your bare hands if you have to. Make sure she never utters that foul name again. Hermione was ready to drop the now unarmed possessed wizard when she spotted an enraged Harry rapidly bearing down on him. With all thoughts of magic forgotten, Harry tackled the much larger wizard to the floor. He was on Quirrell's back and landing vicious punches into Voldemort's face. You took my parents, you'll never touch her. Never, never, never. The screams from Riddle and Voldemort rang throughout the room as Harry's punches hit home, doing unbelievable damage to their intended target. The anger amongst Amelia and her Aurors built as they came upon the unconscious troll, pushing on. They entered the potions room. It hadn't been designed for this and didn't know how to deal with so many people entering at once. As the purple and black flames burst into life, Harry's configured exit was still in place. Through this opening, they all heard the screams coming from the other room. Amelia was through the improvised doorway in seconds, closely followed by her Aurors streaming behind their boss. Amelia went over and immediately pulled Harry off the figure on the ground, her Aurors keeping it covered with their wands. Even although the face and head was beginning to slowly disintegrate, all could easily discern who the face belonged to. If that identity was in any doubt, the verbal bile it was spouting offered confirmation. Potter, you and your mudblood will die under my wand. Lord Voldemort will return. Hermione dashed over and now had her arms protectively around Harry, a shocked Amelia releasing him into her care. Harry wasn't about to stand there quietly though. We'll still be waiting to kick your ass if you return, Tom. Now, do us all a favor and F.K. off. The room was packed with Aurors, all standing there in awe of what they were witnessing. Here was the fabled boy who lived telling the supposedly deceased Dark Lord to F.K. off. How in the name of Merlin were they supposed to write this one up? Hermione was holding a trembling Harry tight and whispering in his ear. I'm here, Harry. I'm never going to leave you. I'll always be here for you. I love you. Now however would be a good time for Prongs to make an appearance. They'd kept up their practice all year but Harry hadn't quite managed a corporal patronus yet. With a dying scream of, Potter, Voldemort's dark essence began to leave the dead body. That was enough provocation for Harry. With a cry of, Expecto Patronum, Prongs shot out the tip of his wand. The specter of Voldemort was ready to attack the young couple when a golden glowing rack of antlers slammed into what was left of the Dark Lord. Those screams were drowned out by Harry shouting at him. You'll never get near me or mine. You hear me, Riddle? You're finished in Britain, no one wants you back. Even your supposed servants all deserted you. Get out of here, now. Prongs then slammed the dark spirit right into a wall, pushing it out the room, before returning to protect his caster. It was then Harry noticed Albus Dumbledore had entered the room. Good evening, sir. You missed a hell of a party. Grabbing his moment, Ron began to shout accusations. Professor Dumbledore, I got here first. The treasure is rightfully mine. Potter turned up late and then killed Quirrell. Figuring it was now safe, Lavender pulled the invisibility cloak off. You're a liar, Weasley. A liar that nearly got all of us killed. It looked as though Lavender was going to carry out her threat and violently introduce her foot to Ron's nuts when he suddenly collapsed to the floor. Ron was now shaking and beginning to foam at the mouth. Hermione offered an explanation that terrified Albus. Professor, Ron didn't solve the potion's logic puzzle. Ignoring the fact 3 of those flasks supposedly held poison, he just kept drinking until one made him feel cold. It was now Dumbledore who felt his blood had just turned to ice. Amelia, we all have questions here. Can we transfer everyone injured to the infirmary and then you'll get those answers in my office? No evasions, Albus. If I don't hear answers that satisfy me, you and a lot of your staff will be getting arrested tonight. I give you fair warning though, there's a lot to answer for. Amelia had a dead Hogwarts professor, 3 seriously injured first-year students and multiple irrefutable confirmed sighting of someone they thought to be dead for over a decade. No one was going to put a lid on this enquiry, she would have her answers. 2 Aurors were assigned to guard what was left of Quirrell's body. She'd sent a request for the Department of Mysteries to investigate how Voldemort came to be possessing a Hogwarts professor. She'd also sent another 4 Aurors to the Hogwarts infirmary. They would take statements from the injured students before anyone else could get a chance to talk to them. One of those 4 Aurors soon showed up at the headmaster's office, with a couple of uninjured students in tow. Neville and Parvati burst into the office to be reunited with their friends. Dumbledore soon had seats provided for all his students, the house elves supplying much-needed mugs of hot chocolate. Amelia also sat while the rest of her Aurors took up positions around the room. After what they had seen tonight, everyone meant business. I think we should get the ball rolling by asking Mr. Potter what was behind the letter he sent to me tonight, asking for help. This was the first of questions Harry and Hermione had been preparing answers to for months. They were ready. Sipping his hot chocolate, Harry began his explanation. I have a map that my father and his friends made of Hogwarts. This is no ordinary map though, it shows the position and name of everyone inside Hogwarts. Hermione offered to hold his mug, allowing Harry to take out the map and activate it. Ma'am, there is absolutely no way I could know the names of the Aurors inside this room, far less where they would be standing. Please look at the map and tell me if it's correct. Having heard about this map from young Neville, she was prepared for this answer. Staring at the map however, Amelia was amazed to see everyone in the room named, and in the correct position. She swapped two of her Aurors around and watched in awe as the map matched and displayed their movements exactly. This is unbelievable, but how do we get from this to your cry for help? We noticed that Professor Quirrell had two names beside his figure, the other being Tom Riddle. A sharp intake of breath from Dumbledore told everyone he knew who that was. Harry however continued with their carefully prepared explanation. Dumbledore would know it was a load of shit they were shoveling, but it was everyone else they would have to convince. With the big Quidditch match coming up, Hermione and I were looking at the trophy cabinet. My father's name is listed there for winning the same trophy we play for on Saturday, or should that be tomorrow now? We noticed there was a Tom Marvolo Riddle who received a special award to the school, and wondered if this could be the same person. Taking his mug back from Hermione, he then brought her into the tale. If you'll excuse the pun, my Hermione hates riddles. She solved this particular one tonight. With a deep drink from his mug, Harry passed the explanation baton onto Hermione. I was doodling when I discovered something that sent shivers down my spine. If you rearrange the letters of Tom Marvolo Riddle, they spell I am Lord Voldemort. The silence that followed was broken by Harry. Yes, it would seem the magical community are terrified to say an anagram. Anyway, we wanted to tell the headmaster but he wasn't in the castle. When we noticed Quirrell Riddle head toward the forbidden third-floor corridor, that's when we sent for help. Looking straight at Dumbledore, Hermione made sure he knew tonight's fiasco wasn't their fault. We intended to stay in our dorm until Madame Bones and the Aurors arrived. Neither Harry nor I had any intention of getting involved. Nodding, Harry continued. As you can imagine, we were watching the map closely to monitor the situation. We couldn't believe it when the map showed a bunch of first-years sneaking out of Gryffindor, and heading straight for the third-floor corridor. I swore so loud I actually woke Neville. The three of us found Parvati in a full-body bind and lying on the common room floor. She and Neville then headed off to warn Professor McGonagall. As if by magic, mentioning McGonagall's name saw her enter Dumbledore's office. This was not the Professor McGonagall they were used to seeing though, she appeared to be shaken to her very core. Albus, Mr. Thomas and Mr. Finnegan have injuries that Poppy is easily capable of dealing with. Poppy says Miss Granger's initial treatment of Finnegan could possibly have saved his life. Hermione nipped any speculation over her own abilities in the bud. When Harry was injured playing Quidditch, I could only stand there helpless. I watched Madame Pomfrey closely and learned the first spells she used. I just did the exact same for Seamus. Her head of house was far too concerned with someone else however to worry about that. It's Ronald Weasley we have the problem with. It would seem he drank the poison Severus prepared. With tears rolling down her cheeks, Lavender told everyone what had happened. We were in that room with the flasks of potion and Ron hadn't a clue what to do next, neither did I. He kept saying that the traps we'd made it past must mean the treasure they protected was really something special. He desperately wanted that treasure, and was sure we were close. Ron was prepared to do anything to get his hands on it. He drank from the flasks until one made him feel cold. Ron drank from at least 3, possibly 4. A horrified McGonagall then broke the terrible news. Poppy has no idea what he ingested. Knowing Severus, it would be something of his own invention. Poppy has the boy in stasis but estimates we have no more than 48 hours to produce an antidote before Mr. Weasley is beyond our help. Amelia had two of her Aurors writing down everything that was said here and wanted to clear a couple of things up before questioning the staff. Mr. Potter, Miss Granger, could you describe how you got past these so-called traps? Looking at each other, Harry let Hermione answer. Hagrid had let slip that Fluffy was his, and that music sent him right to sleep. We had a music box that I've been using to help teach Harry dancing, it soon had Fluffy snoring. You just have to relax and Devil's Snare will ignore you. Seamus had already burned most of it off anyway. After performing first aid on Seamus, we pushed on to the next test. The flying key had already been caught twice and could barely fly by the time we got there. Harry didn't even have to mount a broom. Dean lying injured in the middle of the chessboard stopped that test from resetting, so we didn't have to face it. The troll was already down and Ron had wrecked the potions challenge. Harry simply transfigured the table to get us through the flames. Shaking her head in sheer admiration of how well they had dealt with all of that, Amelia then asked Harry what spells he'd used on the possessed professor. Calmly handing his wand over for inspection, without even being asked, Harry rhymed off exactly what he'd cast. A shield charm, an Expelliarmus, and that is the first time I've managed the Patronus. Hermione said that's what protected me when Snape attacked my mind. I've been practicing to see if I could cast it on purpose. I disarmed Quirrell, but then Voldemort ordered him to kill Hermione with his bare hands. To be honest, I forgot all about magic and just tackled him to the ground. I was trying to punch his head off when you pulled me away. For some reason, my punches seemed to really affect him. With Hermione and Lavender agreeing that's exactly what happened, and Harry's wand collaborating his story exactly, Amelia felt she now had the truth of the matter. Mr. Potter, myself and a dozen of my Aurors witnessed you stopping Voldemort tonight. For that, you will face no charges for what happened to the possessed Professor Quirrell. In fact, your country thanks you. I'm sure we'll make that more official once we get everything sorted. Hermione was leaning against Harry and those words had the tension flowing out of both of them. They had pulled it off. Before they could implement Stage 2 though, Amelia switched targets. Now, Albus and Minerva. I want to know exactly what in the name of Merlin was going on in that third-floor corridor. Everyone in that room knew the question was really aimed at the headmaster. Albus didn't disappoint. Amelia, I want it recorded that I am solely responsible for what happened down there. The staff were working under my orders, and could only guess at what the other members of staff involved had devised. I had heard whispers that Voldemort wasn't really gone. Not only that, he was trying to return. Why am I just hearing this now? When I say whispers, that's all it was. You couldn't even call it rumors. The whispers I heard were that his spirit was targeting my friend, Nicholas Stone. It was moved from Gringotts a matter of hours before someone made an attempt to steal it. These traps were set with the sole purpose of confirming whether he had returned. And what if he'd gotten his hands on that stone? A resurrected Voldemort with the power of immortality would have been the end of all of us. Here Harry interrupted Amelia, trying to help the old wizard out. Forgive me, ma'am, but Voldemort hadn't a clue how to get his hands on that stone. I'm assuming that was planned. Keep him there until you could confront him. When Albus nodded, Harry had more to say. Hermione and I had figured that out. That's why we weren't going anywhere near that floor, there was no need to. If Ron hadn't dragged the rest of them down there, Madame Bones, her Aurors and Professor Dumbledore would have dealt with the situation. We would all have been in bed by now, and you lot would have been breaking out the fire whiskey. This actually got a few laughs from a couple of the Aurors, until Amelia silenced them with a glare. While delighted for the support, Albus again accepted responsibility for the children who had been injured tonight. After asking Amelia if she was finished questioning the students, Albus was about to send them off to bed when Harry played their final card of the night. Reaching over to retrieve his map, Harry had something else to bring to their attention. We actually thought Ron Weasley was possessed for a while. It seemed that everywhere he went, there were the same two people present. The funny thing is though, unlike Quirrell, the map showed them as two different people. When we saw them in separate places at the same time, we didn't know what to think. Look for yourselves. Someone called Peter Pettigrew is currently in the Gryffindor dorms, probably sleeping in Ron's bed. The silence that caused was total, then all hell broke loose. It wasn't really fair to say that dawn broke over the island prison of Azkaban. This far north, and only a couple of weeks from the summer solstice, it never actually got dark enough for dawn to be really noticeable. Today's dawn though was certainly going to be different on the island, a day like no other on the rock. Prisoners get used to the routine of being incarcerated. For the longer-term prisoners, it becomes all they have. Even small changes to that routine could be startling. Someone opening your cell door outside of routine certainly qualified as something startling. Squinting his eyes to ensure the information they provided was correct, Merlin forbid he blurt the imagined person's name out loud and possibly make a right fool of himself. A single word finally found its way past a pair of cracked lips. Amy. She stood there for what seemed like an eternity before answering. You look like shit, Sirius. Yep, that was definitely Amy Bones. And you still tell it like it is. Desperately trying not to get his hopes up, the marauder attempted to insert some humor into a situation that clearly didn't have any. Don't take this the wrong way, Amy, but I hope you're not sneaking into my room to have your wicked way with me. Sirius, we caught Pettigrew. He tried not to react, he really did. Stopping the tears running down his cheeks was just never going to happen. That Sirius managed not to break down sobbing was going to be counted by him as a massive victory. Of all the questions that now flooded into his thoughts, there was one that he really needed to know the answer to. My godson, Harry. It was Harry who discovered him. Your godson has this unbelievable map of Hogwarts that led us straight to the little rat bastard. We hardly had to lean on Pettigrew at all before he was spilling his guts and telling us everything. How he got sorted into Gryffindor I'll never know. You're free, Sirius, and I'll make sure the rat gets allocated this cell when we ship his ass to Azkaban. Sirius then lost his so recently hard-won victory. Sirius Black sobbed like a baby. As Amelia helped him to his feet and out of the cell door, Sirius just kept repeating the same phrase over and over again. My godson's a marauder, my godson's a marauder. In a different part of the prison, another cell door opened. Well, you are the last person I expected to see. If there is one thing my many years have taught me, it's that none of us know what's around the corner. How have you been, Severus? This is obviously not a social call, Albus. Do us both a favor and get straight to the point. Oh, I'm sorry, Severus. I didn't realize you got to talk with people all day and were tired of conversation. You were right though, I am here for a specific reason. The traps on the third floor were sprung. Unfortunately, some students thought they were set up specifically as a challenge to them. Let me guess, stupid Gryffindors. Why should I care? A student consumed at least one of your poison potions. There was nothing said for a moment or two before Severus reiterated his earlier position. Again, why should I care? You are the headmaster, I did exactly what you asked. The fault is yours. That is the position I have taken on this matter but, unfortunately, it is known who brewed the potions. If you refuse to help, you may find yourself facing further charges. At the very least, those 2 years of your sentence currently suspended will be enforced. Finding himself once more between a rock and a hard place, Severus wanted to rage at the injustice of this. The fact that he'd been a model prisoner from the day and hour he'd been dumped in this shithole apparently just counted for nothing. He was now being held accountable for something Dumbledore had practically ordered him to do, and he'd actually almost forgotten all about. Sometimes, fate just had it in for him. If I do help, what's in it for me? Anticipating this argument, Albus had discussed this specific scenario with Amelia on their way to Azkaban. Save this boy's life and I'm positive we can at least waive those extra 2 years, with a distinct possibility of early release. You do realize however that working in Britain again wouldn't really be an option. Having worked that out the same day he'd been sentenced, Severus only nodded. If the boy dies, I'm afraid the future is looking bleak for both of us. I understand this is not your fault, rather a miscalculation on my part. I will state that very fact in court but I fear, should the worst happen, the student's death would have a terrible effect on everyone involved. Suddenly having a horrendous thought, Severus just had to ask the question that popped into his head. This boy who drank the poison, is it Potter? Severus, I'm disappointed that information would make a difference to your decision. Let me categorically state that the boy in question is not Harry Potter. I'll give you a magical oath to that effect if you so wish. Albus had no intention of telling Severus any details of what happened tonight, and Amelia agreed he would be kept incommunicado while working on this. Knowing the complexity of Severus potions, Albus had to concede that a simple Bezoar wouldn't save Ronald Weasley. The boy would also be dead long before any other potions master could begin to decipher what specific poisons he had actually drank. Albus really didn't want to consider the possibility that the boy might have consumed more than one. If that were to be the case, then even Severus' great skill might not be enough to save Molly and Arthur's youngest son. Although he was taking a few minutes to supposedly make his mind up, both wizards in that cell understood Severus really didn't have a decision to make. The mere chance of early release, balanced against the absolute certainty of at least another 2 years added to his sentence, ensured Severus Snape was going to do his utmost to save this stupid Gryffindor. I'm assuming we won't be doing any brewing in this cell. If you're agreeable, we'll leave at once for St. Mungo's. Severus stood and walked out of his cell, hopefully for the last time. With the senior staff being up all night, and the defense professor being dead, classes were cancelled on Friday. Since exams had finished yesterday, this was looked upon by the students as a welcome break. That was until Lavender and Parvati began to spread throughout the school the epic story of what had actually taken place last night. Harry and Hermione grabbed the twins for a quiet chat, only to discover McGonagall had already told them Ron was in a bad way. He'd been transferred to St. Mungo's and both their parents were now keeping a vigil by his bedside. Harry tried to apologize for not getting to Ron quickly enough, but the twins were having none of it. The way we heard it, Ron was facing you-know-who on his own. Yeah, and about to be murdered, until you stepped out from under your cloak. Fred then got as serious as the twins ever get. It's only thanks to both of you we've still got a younger brother. If Ron loses this battle, it's not your fault. You did everything you possibly could, no one can ask for more than that. There were some strong embraces between the four, and a lot of surreptitious eye-wiping. George then got things back to normal. Well, as normal as possible for when the Weasley twins were involved. Just one thing, Harry. Did you really tell one of the deadliest Dark Lords in history to F.K. off? Hermione wrapped her arms around her man, offering Harry all the comfort she could while trying to keep things light. Only she knew Harry had cried in her arms last night because he had ended a man's life. Yes, he did. That was after my hero sprung to my defense. He disarmed Voldemort and then punched his face in. Harry tried to smile, but it was hard. As the day progressed, the unwanted attention got so bad it was actually a welcome break to sit in their private rooms and listen to Neville's somewhat normal problems. I like Parvati, I really do. One key, though, and she's already picking the wedding dress, with her sister and Lavender as bridesmaids. I know you two are very happy with the commitment you've made, but I'm nowhere near ready for something like that. How did you two figure out what you wanted? Hermione was sitting on Harry's knee. She hadn't been out of physical contact with him since the incident last night. She'd almost dragged Harry in the shower with her this morning. He'd passed the offer by, saying he wanted the first time they saw each other BPD in these bodies to be special, and he didn't feel special today. Since the key he gave her in thanks for offering just about curled her toes, Hermione wasn't really complaining. While the spirit was certainly willing, both of them thought these bodies were still too young for anything other than key-ing. It was simple, Neville. Any boy who would take on a troll with his bare hands to save you really has to be a keeper. This actually drew a small smile from Harry, before he got serious again. It really is simple, Nev. I love her with everything that I am. Explaining that is the hard part. Her happiness means much more to me than my own, her life too. When Voldemort ordered Quirrell to kill the Ch with his bare hands, I forgot all about magic and attacked him like a wild animal. I would have bitten the ugly bastard's nose off, if he had one to bite. No one is taking my Hermione away from me. They'll need to kill me first. It was a wide-eyed Neville who stared back at them. Well, I certainly don't feel that way about Parvati. I don't know if I could ever feel that way about anyone. It'll come, Nev, though probably not after just one key. Hermione is my future, she'll be my wife, the mother of our children. That's what Voldemort tried to take from me last night, that's why I reacted the way I did. I hope you understand, Nev, because we really value your friendship. I'd hate for this to change things between us. Recognizing this was important to Harry, Neville spoke straight from the heart. I'm only sorry I wasn't down there with you to lend a hand. I can also only hope I would react as well, placed in a similar situation. It's obvious you're hurting over this, just like I can see Hermione is trying to help you. Anything I can do, just ask, though no key, or cuddling. I'm leaving Hermione in charge of that. Thanks Nev, for everything. The rest of the school canon will think what the hell they like. Losing friends over this would have really hurt though. Never going to happen, mate. Hermione again held her man in bed all night. Harry might have been restless but she counted this as an improvement on the previous night. She was relieved and delighted her parents would be in the castle tomorrow. Dobby would have kept them informed and they would certainly help both of them cope with this. At breakfast next morning however, things once more took a turn for the worse, from Harry's point of view that is. Far too many people knew what had actually happened so neither Harry nor Hermione had expected the story to be kept quiet. Between Lavender and Parvati, they knew just about everything that had taken place that night. Also, thanks to both the gossiping girls, the entire castle had been made aware of this, with blow-by-blow accounts being told to anyone who stood still long enough to hear the story. The Daily Prophet had surprised Hermione. She'd expected all knowledge that Voldemort had tried to make a comeback to be quashed by the Ministry of Magic. The view adopted by the newspaper appeared to be that, as long as they had Harry Potter, the Dark Lord needn't be feared. This view frightened and excited Hermione, almost in equal measures. While it gave them great leverage to begin introducing the changes they needed, the backlash should they decide to leave Hogwarts and Britain would now be off the scale. It was going to be a hard balance to maintain. It would appear too that Harry was no longer the boy who lived, at least if the Prophet's headline were to be believed. In a banner headline, they had rechristened him the boy who banished. Skimming over the story, which appeared almost factual, Hermione had to delve into the newspaper before finding what she was looking for on page 7. With a delighted squeal, she drew Harry's attention to it. She saw his first genuine smile in a couple of days while reading that a miscarriage of justice had been rectified. The supposedly deceased Peter Pettigrew had of course been stripped of his Order of Merlin and was now in Azkaban. That Sirius Black had been cleared of all charges and currently spending some time in St. Mungo's recuperating was certainly welcome news to his godson. His morning improved even more when Dean and Seamus approached them. Both had just been released from the infirmary, though Seamus was only being let out for the duration of the Quidditch match. His hands were still wrapped in bandages, so he couldn't shake theirs in thanks. Hermione solved that problem by pulling him into a hug. "I'm just glad to see you looking a lot better than when we found you." Just then, Dumbledore stood to address the hall. The time travelers knew a long conversation with the headmaster was in their future. Things would need time to settle down first however. By now, all of you will have heard what transpired on the 3rd floor the other night, and why I specifically forbade anyone from going there. I'm delighted to say that our missing student, Mr. Ronald Weasley, is making great strides with his latest treatment. He's now expected to make a full recovery, though probably won't be rejoining us before the end of term. There was no cheering of that news, more a mass feeling of relief sweeping along the Gryffindor table. Fred and George wore genuine smiles for the first time since the news of the incident broke. Harry sat beside Hermione to try and eat some breakfast, relieved his morning appeared to be improving. The rate of that improvement reached stratospheric proportions as Hagrid led 3 people into the hall. Harry and Hermione were expecting 2 of them, the third was a total surprise. He was out his seat and moving before even realizing it. Here was the person who had comforted him his entire life. Harry actually broke into a run. Feeling as if her senses were shutting down from information overload, Petunia was physically shocked back to reality by her nephew slamming into her and holding on for dear life. "Oh Aunt Petunia, I've missed you so much." Petunia was standing in the Hogwarts Great Hall with a tearful child clinging to her. She did the only thing she could. She wrapped her arms around him while making nonsensical but comforting noises to the child. While wiping her own eyes at the scene she was watching, and desperate to race to her own parents, Hermione had one thing she needed to do first. She leaned in to speak quietly with the Gryffindor Quidditch captain. "Oliver, Harry will be staying with us as long as possible before the match. He won't need a team talk today. With his aunt here, he would fly through a brick wall to win the game. Play this right and you'll get your hands on that cup today." Having heard and now read what had happened the other night, Oliver had been very concerned that 3 of his team might not be able to play today. Looking over at his beaters who were now laughing and joking too, Oliver just nodded. He never expected to be in this position at the start of the season anyway, so he was just going to cut all of them some slack and enjoy today's final game. Hermione then slammed into her mum. "You like our surprise, dear? Mum, you and Dad are the greatest. This is the best thing you could possibly have done for Harry. You will need to tell me how you managed it though." Hermione was soon in her father's arms as her mother whispered she would find out later. Hermione could wait. When Emma presented the opportunity to visit Hogwarts and watch her nephew playing some sort of magical sport, Petunia had jumped at the chance. It had been a long-held dream of her youth to visit the enchanted castle where her sister had attended school. Through her teenage years, Petunia had been forced to accept it was a dream she was being deliberately excluded from, yet her younger sister got to go and live there for most of the year. She had buried that unfulfilled desire deep in her psyche, and that's where the trouble began. Like a seed planted in fertile ground, it had started to grow. This germination was not a healthy cultivation though. It was a malignant weed, and its name was resentment. As resentment grew stronger and stronger, it started to lignify into its terrible relative: hatred. Petunia could admit that now. Admit that over the years her resentment had grown into hatred, and that hatred had become focused on the roots of her resentment, Lily. It had been oh so easy to transfer that hatred from her now dead sister to a baby that looked back at her with Lily's eyes. The invitation for Petunia to finally visit Hogwarts not only felled the now virtual forest of hatred like a chainsaw cutting through butter, it ripped any remaining stumps of resentment out by their roots and left a fertile field waiting to be sown with whatever dreams and aspirations she chose. She had been reminded by Emma that Harry had different memories of his time spent at Privet Drive. She didn't say more pleasant memories, but Petunia knew that's what Emma meant. With her weekend visit to Hogwarts now confirmed, Petunia was as giddy as a schoolgirl. Here was a fresh start, her chance to see what was denied her the first time around with Lily. This time Petunia Dursley, née Evans, was wanted too. By the time Lily died, their relationship had deteriorated to the point where she hadn't even grieved for her baby sister. Petunia was far too busy cursing the magical people for dumping her unwanted nephew on their doorstep. With both Granger ladies making it abundantly clear the status quo regarding Harry's treatment by her family simply wasn't an option anymore, it was time to reconsider what sort of relationship she could build with her nephew. Arriving at the Grangers on the Friday evening, Petunia was instantly aware something was wrong. Emma said there had been some sort of attack at Hogwarts, and of course their children had been right in the middle of it. While assured both Hermione and Harry were fine, there had been a fatality. They were sitting around the dining table, waiting on someone called Dobby arriving, when Petunia gave a startled squeal. Their starters had just appeared on the table, and a strange little creature now sat amongst them. While Petunia had already decided her treatment of Harry would have to change, discovering this little creature was looking out for her nephew radically altered the situation. They had apparently been expecting trouble the evening before, and Dobby had shadowed them all night, providing the three avid listeners with a blow-by-blow account of exactly what had happened. On hearing that her nephew had killed a professor, who was admittedly trying to murder Hermione at the time, Petunia just didn't know what to think. Dan Granger seemed to sit that little bit straighter while Emma was in tears at what poor Harry was forced to do. Dobby must have said he would protect his family on at least 3 separate occasions before Petunia understood that message was aimed at her. Dan explained that Dobby was their secret weapon, and had orders to remain invisible unless the two children found themselves in a situation they couldn't handle. Watching as the little creature snapped its fingers and their delicious starters were replaced by a main course sent a shiver of dread down Petunia's spine. The creature's size obviously bore no relation to the magical power it possessed. She could easily imagine those fingers being snapped at Vernon or Dudley if they treated the boy cruelly. It was harder to imagine what the creature's magic would do to the men in her life. It took no imagination whatsoever to understand this little creature was totally devoted to her nephew and his girlfriend. Dobby would react if either was threatened, though he would apparently need to be quick to beat Harry to the task if Hermione was in danger. Thinking of her nephew's words spoken back before Christmas, when Dudley had tried to intimidate Hermione, it would now seem they'd had a lucky escape. Going anywhere near the girl with bad intentions was certainly something Vernon and Dudley would have to avoid. Petunia didn't sleep much that night, and then thought a cruel joke was being played on her when invited to touch an old boot next morning. Traveling from Crawley to the Scottish Highlands in a matter of seconds was something Petunia would never forget. She could hardly forget the giant of a man who was waiting to greet them when they arrived either. The last time they met, this brute had given her Dudley a tail. Her first sight of the castle though was everything she had imagined, and more. Petunia had found herself becoming overawed by the strange sights continually assaulting her senses, that stopped abruptly when her nephew crashed into her in that hall. She looked down and saw her baby sister's eyes looking back up at her, almost begging to be comforted. Petunia couldn't help it, her arms just closed around Harry. Hermione was again proven right. While Hufflepuff were a good team, and playing a great match, Gryffindor were in the process of forging a great team. Gryffindor were also a team currently inspired to reach beyond their best. The twins had just discovered their youngest brother was going to pull through after drinking deadly poison. They played today with a vim and verve that unbelievably eclipsed their usual enthusiasm. Harry, however, was simply sensational. The reason for Harry's phenomenal flying was currently sitting in the stands, wedged between Hermione and Emma. While the only time Emma's gaze left Harry was when she couldn't help fearfully covering her eyes with her hands, Petunia was trying to absorb the entire experience. Her biggest problem would be not being able to tell anyone, other than Vernon and Dudley, what she had seen. As her dad was on his feet, cheering and applauding another Gryffindor goal, Hermione took the opportunity to speak with Petunia. "I'd like to thank you for coming today. You can clearly see it means the world to Harry." This girl confused Petunia. She decided just to air that confusion. "I understand you were Harry's girlfriend before he lost his memory. Your mum also said Harry had talked to you about his time living at Privet Drive." Shrugging her shoulders, Hermione told Petunia what she needed to know. "You're Harry's family. One day you'll be my family too. We each have a choice to make about just how close that family will be. I know what Harry wants, and I'll try my damnedest to see he gets it." Seeing the confusion, Hermione explained further. "When Harry came around on Halloween, he didn't know where he was, or who any of the people around us were. All he remembered was me. We'd been growing close before that night. After Halloween, we were inseparable. Harry thinks of you as his mother, and Dudley as his brother." When I mentioned he hadn't said that before injuring his head, he said something that really made me stop and think. She actually had to stop for a moment again as the stadium erupted when Gryffindor scored yet another goal. Petunia though was now more interested in hearing what this girl had to say than watching the match. "Harry asked if someone telling me all the memories I had of my parents were wrong would change the way I felt about them. I love my mum and dad very much, so I had to say no. That's the position Harry finds himself in. He loves you very much, and our Christmas visit to Privet Drive broke his heart. The other night Harry had to do something terrible. Deep inside he knows he did the right thing, he needed to hear that though from someone he loves. I've been helping him cope, but, just by turning up here today, you've helped him more." The yells of the crowd again interrupted their discussion as Cedric went into a dive. Harry was soon right beside him with both seekers pulling out at the very last second, almost brushing against the grass on the pitch. Everyone in the stadium already knew what Lee was only now announcing. Cedric had attempted a fake and Harry had covered it, without being fooled. They were laughing and high-fived each other before both seekers got themselves back into the game. Hermione had seen the camera flashes from the crowd and was thankful that, once again, Dumbledore had barred the press from speaking to the players, especially Harry. When his search pattern saw him flying right alongside where they were sitting, the cheers for Harry from the Gryffindors was deafening. "I can't believe that's the same boy we took to King's Cross back in September." Smiling at Petunia, Hermione confessed her parents had said almost exactly the same thing to her when they arrived home for Christmas. Coming to Hogwarts from a non-magical home puts you at a hellish disadvantage when you first enter the castle. Things that others take for granted, we haven't a clue about. It really is a different world and you have to adapt fast or sink. Both of us almost sank. Although this was a young girl speaking, the hurt in her words belied those years. That Halloween, something was said to me that I thought was the final straw. I was sitting in a girl's bathroom, crying my eyes out, when a 10-foot-tall troll decided to wreck the place. I was trapped in a corner as it closed in on me, only for Harry to come bursting in and jump on it as a distraction. Harry, now being in deadly danger, forced me get up and take action. I used my magic and forced the troll's own club to knock it out, but I didn't manage to do all that before Harry got injured. Petunia had lost all interest in the match now. She was far more concerned with what Hermione was going to say next. All that we had learned in those 2 hard months of being dropped into an alien culture, Harry had now forgotten. He didn't even know he was a wizard. Harry wanted to go home, go back to his family. He only stayed because of me. The school, hell, even the government, are now bending over backwards to keep Harry at Hogwarts. We know this and are angling for changes to be made, changes like you and my parents being here today. 3 muggles at a Hogwarts Quidditch match, that has never happened before. It was a thoughtful Petunia who was now joining the dots, not forgetting to add the one where Hermione had earlier said they were almost certain to meet the magical equivalent of the Prime Minister today. When Lily came home from Hogwarts, she had changed so much. Looking around today, I can now understand some of the reasons for those changes. As a young teenage girl, I just saw something taking my sister away from me, and I was so angry at Lily for letting it happen. We were once very close, you know. So close that, even although magic terrified me, I wrote to Dumbledore and asked if I could attend Hogwarts too. I didn't want to be parted from Lily for 10 months every year. Not only was I told I wasn't wanted, they took my baby sister away from me too. If I could have spent the odd weekend here, saw some of what Lily was doing, met her friends, shared more common ground we could talk about when she was home, who knows what might have happened. What happened next was the stadium erupting as Harry shot up and snatched the snitch from just above Oliver's goals. This meant his captain was the first person to tackle Harry in celebration, though the other 5 were close behind. Hermione was on her feet too, applauding like mad. Harry broke from the airborne scrum of Gryffindor players and flew toward her. After a congratulatory key, Harry turned to the person next to her. "Aunt Petunia, I would like you to have this, as a memento of your visit." She could see the thing flapping in his hand. It was obviously magical and Petunia was already beginning to back away. "Oh, I couldn't as that." Seeing the change come over Petunia, Hermione helped her reach the decision that would delight Harry. "Yes, that's a golden snitch. Harry catching it won the cup for Gryffindor. I keep mine in a special box. I'll make you a copy of my box for yours when we get back to our rooms." With trembling hands, Petunia wrapped her fingers around the walnut-sized golden ball, trying not to notice the flapping silver wings. "Gotta go, we've a cup to collect." Wearing a massive smile, Harry flew back down to rejoin his teammates. Hermione advised Petunia to put the snitch in her bag for now, lest it fly away. It was soon safely ensconced in her favorite designer handbag, with the thought that selling this snitch could probably raise enough money to buy another 6 bags like this one. With even the Hufflepuffs applauding the Gryffindor captain being presented with the cup, it had turned into a fabulous final for all the visitors to see. The reception after the match should be fun, but Hermione already knew they would be giving the after-match party in Gryffindor Tower a miss. Both she and Harry would want to spend as much time with their visitors as possible. Petunia was really not comfortable attending the reception held after the match, but both Granger ladies promised to stick close. This in turn gave Petunia a front row seat for the events that unfolded during the get-together. Arthur Weasley had made his way to Hogwarts, again bringing Ginny along too, but this time there was no questioning of Dan and Emma. Until Harry arrived, his main focus of attention was Hermione. "I really can't put our family's gratitude into words. Without yours and Harry's interventions, it would have been a coin toss which killed Ron first, the poison he drank or you know who. Either way, he wasn't coming out of there alive." Instead of answering Arthur, Hermione was far more concerned about his daughter. Ginny had tears streaming down her cheeks, so Hermione placed a comforting arm around her shoulder. This was the final straw for the littlest Weasley. She broke into sobs while clinging to the older witch. Ginny's emotional breakdown was missed by most in the room, since that was the same moment both Quidditch teams arrived. Harry and the twins though had certainly noticed. Shaking hands with those that couldn't be avoided, they quickly made their way over to their families. It was Arthur who offered an explanation to the group, his own fragile emotional state clear for everyone to see. "She's been really strong over the last few days. Hearing the news that Ron is going to recover has affected all of us. Molly wouldn't leave Ron's bedside, she hasn't left it since we got to St. Mungo's. Harry, I need to thank you too for what you did. He found himself being interrupted by a scoffing Fred. "Good luck with that, Dad. Yeah, our Harry here tried to apologize to us for not getting to Ron quicker." It was Ginny who then managed to speak between her sobs. "But Ron was the one who tried to get you chucked out of Gryffindor. Why would you fight you know who to save him? Because it was the right thing to do, and that's who my Harry is." With one arm still holding Ginny, Hermione's free arm snaked around Harry's waist as the couple shared a gentle key. The inclusion of Harry to this group had greatly increased people's interest in it, something the politician in Cornelius was naturally aware of. He chose this as his moment to act, understanding that soon everyone in the room would be focused on them. With Amelia at his side, the Minister of Magic made his presence known. Miss Granger is of course correct. What she omitted to mention however is that she was at his side for the entire adventure, making contributions to the rescue mission that were every bit as vital. That is why the Ministry are going to award each of you Orders of Merlin. This still needs to be ratified by the Wizengamot, but I'm hoping to make both of them first class. Hermione was for once rendered speechless. It was left to Harry to raise their objections. "Thank you for the offer, Minister, but neither Hermione nor I deserve such an honor." This time it was Amelia who answered Harry's objection as the crowd around the group grew. "I couldn't disagree more. You both knew Voldemort was down there, and that help was on the way. Yet neither of you hesitated when 4 of your classmates were in deadly danger. Had you not done so, at least 2 could have died, and we would have been left facing Voldemort." Cornelius was nodding in agreement. "You went down there not looking for glory but to rescue classmates. Even after rescuing 3 of them, and knowing the Dark Lord was through that final door, you still pushed ahead to save the 4th. As Arthur's youngest just pointed out, this boy was not your friend, but still you went ahead. While watching the situation unfold from under an invisibility cloak, both you and your intended left that safety to face a Dark Lord whose very name terrifies almost everyone in this room. By any definition I've ever heard of, both your actions that night are steeped in heroism that deserves to be acknowledged by a very grateful country." Augusta Longbottom may have started the applause, but it was soon taken up by almost everyone in the room. Only 3 shocked Muggles and their pair of charges weren't caught up in the enthusiasm of this announcement. The twins were busy shaking both their hands and Ginny had stopped crying, though her blush at having Ed Harry on the cheek might never fade. Hermione was left trying to explain the situation to the 3 Muggle parents, and also to some extent Harry. An Order of Merlin, first class, is the highest award for bravery in magical society. The only thing I can think of to compare it with is a soldier receiving the Victoria Cross. This did the trick as Emma and Dan soon had both of them wrapped up in proud hugs. Petunia just stood there, not knowing the shocks weren't over yet. Turning to Albus, Cornelius paid the headmaster the courtesy of asking for something he knew would instantly be granted. Everyone in that room wanted Harry Potter to stay in Britain, and would aid the minister's efforts in every way possible. Cornelius really wanted to tear strips off Albus for this fiasco, but, with Voldemort's attempted return, the country needed Dumbledore and Potter at Hogwarts. He and Amelia however would be having private words with the headmaster later. "Headmaster, I have no wish to intrude on Hogwarts' traditional leaving feast. I wondered if we could hold the ceremony here next weekend. I'm assuming of course you would make arrangements for the young people in question to have their families present for the ceremony." While Dumbledore was assuring everyone that would happen, and offering his congratulations to the couple, Hermione's mind slipped back into gear. Knowing all that Harry had achieved last time around in his 4 years at Hogwarts, and the most he'd ever been rewarded with was some house points, she had initially struggled to accept this new reality. Having now sussed what was really behind this move, Hermione chose this moment to push for more. With Fudge, Dumbledore, Bones, McGonagall and Longbottom present, between them these people actually held the power to make it all happen. After all, they wouldn't be asking for much. "Thank you, Minister, both for these awards and thinking of our families. When a Muggle born, or Muggle raised like Harry, receives a Hogwarts letter, it's so much more than a simple invitation to attend this prestigious school. We find ourselves being immersed in this whole other culture. Madame Longbottom's lessons have helped immensely with this adjustment, but it's almost as if we're expected to give up our own culture, in some cases our families, to be accepted into the magical community." If Hermione was going to climb on her soapbox, Harry was going to give his intended all the backing he could. Standing there with his arm around her told everyone he agreed with her views too as Hermione started asking some questions they both wanted answered. Our families have benefited greatly from visiting Hogwarts, they will now understand far more of what we're talking about when we're home. Surely it shouldn't be too difficult to arrange a visit for a Muggle-born's family when they're in first year. In some cases this policy even splits siblings, one going to Hogwarts while the other stays home, through no fault of their own. All the magical people gathered around Hermione knew she was talking about Harry's mother and aunt, actually earning Hermione a smile from Petunia. While her suggestion had left those it was directed at dumbfounded, Hermione threw in another one. As I said earlier, Madame Longbottom's lessons have been brilliant for helping us adjust. That's only helping solve one side of the problem though. Where are the lessons on our culture for the people who are just as clueless about us as we are them? Being the first to see the sense behind that, thanks to her weekly classes here, Augusta pointed out the problem that was immediately obvious to her. While I'm delighted you're enjoying my lessons, and agree your idea is a very good one, I just don't know where we would find someone who could teach that side of things. Hermione shifted her gaze to the three muggles standing there, and Albus was instantly all over her implied offer. I hate to disagree, Augusta. Those aren't good suggestions, they are quite simply brilliant. Minerva, between both of us I'm sure we could organize for the immediate families of our next intake of Muggle-borns to visit Hogwarts. The new lessons for first years would have to be taken to the school board for approval. That relatives of Harry Potter and his betrothed, 2 Orders of Merlin recipients, would volunteer to aid with teaching the Muggle side of this proposal I'm certain would help see those lessons in place for next term. Involving these people in Hogwarts in any capacity greatly reduced the likelihood of Harry and Hermione leaving. Having them teaching, even on a very part-time basis would be a real coup. When Hermione looked pleadingly at her mother, Emma caved. While she and Dan had also figured out just what was going on here, there were hidden benefits for them to be considered too. Any teaching commitments they undertook at Hogwarts would come with the added bonus of being able to visit Hermione and Harry. Having only letters as a means of communication with their daughter between September and Christmas had been tortuous for the really close Granger family. Here was a chance to schedule regular visits. We were going to have discussions today about Hermione, Harry and Neville spending part of their summer together, both at our house and Augusta's. That should give us a much better idea what actual subjects would need to be included in any lesson. This had Augusta interrupting, delighted at this turn of events. I would like to extend that invitation to both Harry and Hermione's families. Minerva, you would be a welcome guest. 2. Between all of us, I'm sure we could come up with some sort of undertaking that will not only begin to improve things at Hogwarts but will have far wider implications. I have to admit, I'm learning as much from my weekly lessons as I'm teaching, and enjoying those lessons as much as the children appear to. It was a very rare occasion when everyone walked away from a situation thinking they had gotten what they wanted but, as Cornelius once more shook the young couple's hands in congratulation, only the press being present to capture and publicize the moment could have made today any better. Since that photo opportunity would certainly be fulfilled next weekend, the Minister of Magic was ecstatic at just how well things had gone today. Amelia asked for a quiet word with Harry. Hermione of course was at his side. I don't know if you're aware of this, Harry, but Sirius Black is your godfather. He's desperate to see you, and says he's the person your parents asked to look after you, should anything happen to them. Thinking for a moment, Harry wasn't prepared to make a serious commitment like that to a person he'd never met. We're meeting with my aunt, Hermione's parents and Neville's grand to sort out our arrangements for the summer. I'm sure we could have some time in there for us to get to know my godfather. Do you think Sirius will be able to make it here next week? This saw a wide grin appear on Amelia's features. His godson is being presented with an Order of Merlin. I couldn't keep him away even if I wanted to. You were the first person he asked about in Azkaban. Sirius was so proud you used that special map to catch Pettigrew. Although not publicized as such, seeing justice done for your parents' betrayer is also part of your Order of Merlin recommendations. Now that was something both of them could accept. Petunia was having a very hard time accepting all of this. Not only was she invited to return to Hogwarts next weekend, Vernon and Dudley were unbelievably invited too. After all the trouble Petunia had convincing them that she should visit this week, it was going to be really difficult getting their agreement for her to return again next weekend. Both of them coming too was simply a non-starter. If Vernon and Dudley being invited was unbelievable, the fact that she, Petunia Dursley, was being given an opportunity to teach young witches and wizards about being normal was totally blowing her mind. So much so, she headed off to bed early with a headache. That headache was mainly caused by her trying to figure out what the hell she was going to tell her husband and son. Dobby then joined his family, erecting privacy wards as he did so. Dan leaned back in his chair, kicking his shoes off and letting out a sigh of relief. Well, it's been quite the day. They all giggled at his understatement, though Emma claimed it had been quite a couple of days. Mum, Dad, thanks for being so accepting of this. And thanks for getting my aunt here. I don't know how you managed it, but I think you both deserve medals for that. Your aunt and I have been meeting in London for afternoon tea. I have been gradually wearing down her resistance to magic. Today was a massive step for her. It's not surprising Petunia is a bit overwhelmed with today's events. I'm just hoping with everything extra that happened, it wasn't a step too far, too soon. I certainly don't have any worries about you and Hermione staying there in August now. Whether she'll take any of the other offers that landed in her lap today is anyone's guess. With these two now being recognized for their bravery, and having met their secret weapon, they would be nuts to start anything. Harry says the Magicals are nuts. I doubt the Dursleys would like to be compared to them. While her dad's comment had Hermione giggling, Harry noticed Dobby was scowling in the direction of his Aunt Petunia's room. We really will be fine, Dobby. I don't know if Dumbledore will though when he finds his precious stone missing. This saw Hermione hug the little guy. All those traps and our Dobby had the stone out that mirror in 20 seconds flat. If that moron Weasley hadn't led the rest of them down there we would have sat up here all night. Yeah, pissing ourselves laughing at Voldemort trying to get something that wasn't there. Dobby had swiped the stone the day before. Both Dan and Emma had known what their original plan had been, though one thing still puzzled her father. I can't work out why, if you had the stone, Voldemort still thought it was in the mirror. Knowing they were soon going to have to repeat this conversation with the headmaster, and return his friend's stone, Hermione answered her father's question. The mirror shows you your heart's greatest desire. For both Quirrell and Voldemort, that was getting their hands on that stone. There was no need to put the stone in the mirror in the first place. Dumbledore could simply have hid it in his sock drawer, the mirror itself would have done the rest. I told you wizards are nuts. The more powerful they are, the nuttier they seem to be. Hermione leaning in and keying Harry on the cheek for that put a smile back on Dobby's face. He loved his family and would protect them from anyone, be they named Dumbledore or Dursley. The issue of the Prophet with Harry Potter flying across the front cover, wearing Gryffindor Quidditch robes, did not aid the digestion of those sitting at the Malfoy breakfast table. It wasn't so much the picture that upset the Malfoys' stomachs, rather the article gleefully proclaiming Potter, and his intended, were to be honored by the Ministry of Magic. This coming the day after the same newspaper claimed that Potter banished the Dark Lord once more had Lucius Malfoy cursing up a storm. They're giving Potter and his little mudblood orders of Merlin, unbelievable. Now we discover the reason for all the lies printed yesterday. This must be something Dumbledore's cooked up. Fudge certainly doesn't have the brains for a scheme like this. They must be really desperate to keep the brat in Britain. Ever since the night she'd pulled her wand on her husband, Sissy was having to be very careful when questioning Lucius' judgment. Only her promising to help with any scheme against Potter redirected Lucius' anger that night. She was left having to phrase any question in the politest terms possible. Do you think they made the entire Quirrell incident up? Oh, I certainly believe Quirrell is dead. Potter might even have had a hand in causing his death. If he did, can't you just see Dumbledore rushing to cover for his golden boy? What better cover than to say Quirrell was being possessed by our Lord? Instead of being prosecuted by the ministry, those bloody fools are falling over themselves in their haste to reward the brat. If our master had returned, he would have made contact with me. Severus was in the castle with Quirrell for a couple of months too. Why wouldn't our master make contact with him? Sissy couldn't argue with any of that. Watching the Prophet's picture of Potter though gave her an idea. She didn't want her family going anywhere near Potter looking for retribution. Maybe there was a way they could have some revenge, while avoiding the promised outcome that absolutely terrified her. Potter won the Quidditch Cup for 2 reasons. The Slytherin team was disbanded and the boy had the fastest broom in Hogwarts. With Slytherin looking for an entire new team next year, what if Draco had a better broom than Potter? He'd be sure to make the team, then our son could really show this upstart who's the better wizard. That's a good idea, one that needs some improvement though. I have contacts at Nimbus, contacts who could get me a full set of new brooms at cost price. A team of Slytherin purebloods once more putting everyone in their place will see the proper order restored at Hogwarts. That blood traitor Weasley will use all this positive publicity for the mudblood to help push through that Muggle protection bill of his. I might have to do something rather drastic about that too. Sissy didn't care about any Weasleys. Harming one of those multitude of redheads wouldn't see Draco's detached head appearing in their manor. Draco and Slytherin publicly beating Potter at Quidditch though was a different matter. That was a modicum of revenge, without incurring any retribution penalties. Draco would be delighted with a new broom while watching Potter being defeated by their son would satisfy Lucius, for now. The Malfoys could all live with that. As the breakfast dishes disappeared, neither Malfoy bothered to look in their elf's direction. If they had, they would have noticed something rather unusual. Darla was actually smiling. Tonight she would have news to tell Dobby. Petunia left Hogwarts with the Grangers after lunch, saying goodbye to a young couple who clearly hoped to see her again next weekend. Arriving by Portkey in the Grangers' lounge, Petunia was then asked if she wanted Dobby to take her home. That was why, 15 minutes after being in the Scottish Highlands, she was sitting in her own kitchen drinking a relaxing cup of tea. She heard the car in the driveway before the front door was unlocked. Now remember, Dudley, we had a salad pet. When did you get home? I thought I was coming to pick you up. I was dropped off. How was your weekend with the freaks, Mum? Visibly cringing at how her son phrased that question, Petunia began what she knew would be a hard sell. The Grangers are really lovely people, with an absolutely beautiful house. 5 bedrooms and sitting in its own grounds, with a pool in the back garden. Those poor people, having all that and they end up with a freak for a daughter. Then again, your parents were the same. And like my parents, they love their daughter too, even though she's a witch. They're very fond of Harry as well. They'll be spending most of the summer together. Do we still need to take him? Vernon, that's simply non-negotiable. Harry needs to stay here, or should I say we need him to stay here. This news didn't sit well with her son. Why do we need the freak staying here? We're better off without him. No one around here even mentions he's gone. Taking a good look at the 2 men in her life, Petunia realized she needed to be Udall here. The madman who murdered hundreds of people, including Harry's parents, my sister, isn't really dead. If him and his followers ever get together again, we Dursleys would be in deadly danger. These followers have already attacked the Grangers' home. What? They would be looking for Potter. That seems like an even better reason not to have him back here. The last thing Petunia needed was for Vernon to dig his heels in over this. The Grangers' house was protected by magical shields, and suffered no damage whatsoever. They were whisked away to safety at the first hint of danger and the magical police were at their house within minutes too. Our house is already covered by shields that are actually stronger than those protecting the Grangers. For those shields to work however, Harry needs to live here for at least 10 days a year, and think of this house as his home. Opening her bag, she placed a copy of today's Daily Prophet on their table. Both Vernon and Dudley stared stupefiedly at a moving picture of Harry flying across the front page. This evil wizard was possessing one of the professors at their school. Somehow Harry discovered this and sent for their police. Before they could arrive however, Harry and Hermione were forced to act. They saved 4 other students and solved the problem before the police got there. If this wizard is so evil, how did the boy solve the problem? Deciding to be blunt, Petunia laid it out for Vernon. Harry killed him. That statement was met with total silence. Using that silence, Petunia explained her last remark. The possessed professor was using his magic to attack Hermione. Harry managed to take the wizard's wand but he still tried to attack the girl. At that, Harry jumped on him and started punching the wizard in the face. For some reason, Harry's punches really hurt the wizard, eventually killing him. Harry and Hermione are to be awarded their top medals for bravery. I was there when their Prime Minister told them about these medals, and I'm invited back next weekend for the awards ceremony. His eyes moving between the magical newspaper and his wife, Vernon just didn't know what to say. Dudley however was focused on the moving picture. Did Potter really fly on a broom? Reaching into her bag again, Petunia brought out the box Hermione had made for her. Their sport is played on brooms, and looked incredibly dangerous. Emma spent about half of the match with her hands covering her eyes, frightened Harry would get hurt. I didn't really understand what was happening, but Harry catching this won the match and cup for his team. Opening the lid of the box, the golden snitch was flapping its wings while the fastening ensured it couldn't fly away. Vernon's initial surge of anger at this clearly magical object being in his house was soon swamped by a much stronger base emotion, greed. As that, the center is made of gold, while the wings are silver. Harry presented me with it after the match, to say thank you for coming. It must be worth quite a bit, even just for the precious metals it's made from. Vernon, it would seem the Potters are a wealthy family, a very wealthy family, and Harry's the last of the Potters. No wonder these Grangers are so keen to take the boy. That has nothing to do with Emma and Dan's decision, both clearly dote on Harry. There is also now a godfather in the picture. He was slung in prison, apparently for something he didn't do. Guess who discovered the real criminal, and was instrumental in getting his godfather free? Oh, and the godfather's rich too. Vernon was struggling to believe what his wife was saying here, but the evidence on the table corroborated everything she claimed to be true. I can't believe this is the same freak who used to live in our cupboard. He's not. An embarrassed Petunia then had to explain her outburst to her family. Harry was injured saving Hermione back at Halloween. It was a head injury and it has affected all of his memories. He doesn't remember anything about staying in the cupboard. Harry thinks we treated him exactly the same as Dudley. Hermione knows though, because Harry had told her before his accident. He has the Grangers, who are more than willing to take him in permanently, and now a godfather who wants to do the same. The only thing stopping that happening is Harry's belief we are his family. If that belief goes, then so will he. This family would then be left defenseless. I won't have that. It was then the expected temper tantrum from Dudley made an appearance. Why should we do that? Potter's getting everything here. What do I get? Petunia was out her chair and soon had her son in her arms. Running her fingers through his hair to soothe Dudley, she kissed his forehead before speaking. I know exactly how you feel, Diddums. My baby sister got to go off and do all these wonderful things, and I couldn't. She would come home and talk about flying on a broom, seeing a unicorn, and I would get so jealous. It's only after seeing it for myself I now understand. I'm bursting to tell everyone what I saw, but can't. I can only tell you and your dad, just like Lily could only tell me. It's not fair, and that's why Harry and Hermione are trying to change things. Him being on the front of their newspaper means people will listen to their ideas. Does that mean I can go with you next weekend? Hearing the hope in Dudley's voice was pushing Petunia into areas she never even dreamed she'd venture. That was before she visited Hogwarts however, and had been treated with respect while she was there. Both you and your father are certainly invited, but I don't think either of you are ready for that experience yet. Dudley was set to explode when Petunia instantly changed his mood. The first person I met was that great hairy wizard who visited us that night. Dudley's hands immediately shot to cover his bottom, right where he'd had to have that tail surgically removed. Petunia again kissed her son's forehead before continuing. I told you Harry's memories are all messed up, he couldn't remember that happening. He and Hermione were very angry with the big wizard, told him he could end up on prison for that. That wizard apologized to me, and then stayed out of our way for the rest of the weekend. I think we should wait until Harry and Hermione have stayed here, then see if you still want to visit Hogwarts. I could really go. These magical people know even less about us than we do about them. Harry and Hermione are trying to change that. Starting next term, normal families of magical children will be able to visit. There will also be lessons to teach them about normal people. Emma and Dan will be teaching that, purely part-time of course. I can do some teaching too, if I want. She left that last part hanging, waiting to see what kind of response she got. Vernon finally gave her one. I'm fine with you returning to this place next weekend, it's clearly important. Vernon was gesturing at the newspaper though still managed to catch Dudley's eye and wink. They would be eating out again for Dudley's second weekend home from school. There were some cakes on that sweet trolley that they simply didn't have the room left today to do justice. I can see we really have no choice but to let them stay with us for part of the summer, but I won't put up with any funny business. If I see any, then they're gone. After their visit, we'll see what happens." This was probably more than Petunia could have hoped for. "The Grangers will be bringing them here, the neighbors won't notice a thing. Emma and Dan really are our kind of people, Vernon. If they can accept this, perhaps we can too." She ruffled Dudley's hair one last time before reaching into her bag for the final surprise. Harry wanted to apologize for what happened to Dudley, he really was very upset about it. He said all magicals are nuts, and muttered something about trying to raise a dragon in a wooden house. He didn't want us to be out of pocket, after having to pay a couple of £1,000 for Dudley's surgery, so gave me this. Rather tentatively, Vernon took the bulging envelope from his wife. After opening it, his eyebrows got higher and higher. Eventually, Dudley couldn't stand it anymore. "What's in the envelope, Dad?" "Money." "Cool, how much?" Letting out a low whistle after finishing counting, Vernon gave Dudley the total. "About £5,000. He asked a magical friend to pop down to London and get it for him. I had no idea how much was in the envelope though. That's over twice what it cost for Dudley's surgery." Already doing the sums in his head, Vernon nodded to Petunia before reaching a decision. "I didn't know if we would be able to afford a holiday this year, we can now. Where do we want to go?" This had the Dursley household very excited, and Petunia was left thinking that things couldn't have gone much better. She had always known Lily was smarter than her, but Petunia wasn't by any means stupid. Starting with that first invitation to afternoon tea with Emma, the advantages of her family accepting magic, and Harry, had been emphasized at every opportunity. Today, Vernon and Dudley were getting their first real taste of those advantages. The very first time Petunia had met Emma for tea, she had labored the point that Harry and Hermione staying here for part of the summer would be beneficial to the Dursley family. Petunia now knew that to be true, her family could and would benefit from accepting both her nephew and his magic. Harry was the one with options now, and the Dursleys would have to welcome the young couple as a family. Today, for the first time, she thought they might actually have a chance of achieving that. Considering the alternative left them open to attack by murdering magical madmen, Petunia would do her damnedest to see that they did. After the poison in Ron's body had been neutralized, it was simply a matter of observation before he was allowed home. Sunday therefore saw him sitting in the Burrows' living room with a glass of pumpkin juice in his hand. He'd been pampered by everyone since regaining consciousness. Ron had no idea that situation was about to come to an abrupt end. When his mum, dad and sister sat down too, Ron still didn't spot the danger signs. Even after his father began asking questions, Ron didn't think he'd be in any trouble. After all, he'd almost died. That should see the pampering continue for at least the rest of the summer. "Ron, why did you go into that room?" Dumbledore himself had warned everyone it was very dangerous to do so, and students should not go anywhere near it. "I figured out it was some sort of test, to see if anyone was brave enough to take it on. We all needed to show how brave we were to be accepted back into Gryffindor. I guess there would be some kind of treasure at the end of the tests too, and I must have been right. Why else would you know who'd be after it? If there was a Hogwarts house for the stupid, you'd already be a prefect." Her father's glance in Ginny's direction silenced her, before he asked Ron another question. "What happened as you confronted the traps?" There was already music playing, so the three-headed dog was sleeping. "We slipped past and jumped down the trapdoor. It was pitch black down there and then I felt something trying to strangle me. Seamus panicked and nearly roasted all of us, the plant actually threw him away." Ron was trying to give the impression that, had Seamus not panicked, he would have somehow saved the day. None of his current audience were buying into that. "Why did you leave an injured classmate lying there?" The music playing beside the three-headed dog meant someone else was already down there. "Dad, we couldn't let someone else beat us to the treasure, we had to push on. And the boy you sacrificed at the chess match. It would have taken too long for all of us to go on. Sometimes, in chess, you need to sacrifice pieces to win the match." Arthur exploded at that. This was not a game, Ron. The Finnegan boy almost died, while the other one received a serious concussion. "Hey, I almost died too, you." "No. I was the one facing you know who, and doing fine until Potter showed up, trying to hog all the glory." Ginny had seen for herself that neither Harry nor Hermione were interested in glory. She couldn't let that last comment pass. You nearly died because you ignored Professor Dumbledore's orders. You then drank unknown potions, even after being warned some of them were poisons. Only in Ronald Weasley's world does pissing your robes in fear count as doing fine. You could have gotten 6 people killed. Pulling his upset daughter into a hug, Arthur was at a loss over what to do with his son. Once again, Ron didn't think he'd done anything wrong. I was in Hogwarts yesterday and spoke with the headmaster and Professor McGonagall. You will not be returning to Hogwarts this term, and there will be a meeting shortly to decide if you'll be returning at all. Ron was ready to object, but the stern stare from his father silenced him. While all your exam results aren't in yet, both said you were failing their classes. It had been hard for Molly to do as her husband had requested and let him deal with this matter. Hearing that though set her off. How can you possibly fail a class that's being taught by Albus Dumbledore? Don't you realize how lucky you are? Hey, he's only teaching the class because Potter's in it. Ronald, you will go to your room and stay there until called for. Arthur then picked up today's prophet and shoved it at his son. If you want something to read, this will do. The headline was enough for Ron's temper to let go. They're giving Potter and Granger an Order of Merlin. What do I get? I was down there too. They were there purely to rescue some really stupid children who were in way over their heads. I also heard them try to refuse these awards, thinking they didn't deserve them. The only person who went down there looking for glory was you. That you seemed prepared to sacrifice your classmates to get it sickens more people than just me. You ask what do you get out of this? I fear you're going to get exactly what you deserve. At the moment your choices would appear to be either getting expelled from Hogwarts, or being resorted and repeating first year, a first year you would seem to have already both socially and academically failed. A thoroughly deflated Ron slowly made his way up the stairs. The newspaper clutched in his hands and Ginny's groan of, I hope he's not in the same classes as me, ringing in his ears. That same edition of the Prophet was clutched in another pair of hands. Sirius would walk up and down his hospital room for a few minutes before sitting back down to read parts of it over again. While overjoyed at the information he was reading about his godson, it actually threw up a whole new set of questions, and he hadn't gotten answers to his old ones yet. When his visitor entered, Sirius practically pounced on her. Amy, did you see Harry? Did you ask him about living with me? What did he say? Slow down, Sirius. You seem to be feeling better. There's no way I won't be at this award ceremony. She just smiled at him. Sirius, I already told Harry that. He's really looking forward to meeting you. Now sit, and we can discuss what was said. This got Sirius sitting, but right on the edge of his seat. Harry was there with his family. Family. Harry doesn't have any family. His aunt was there, Lily's sister. Lily's sister was at Hogwarts. Who gave Harry to her? He was supposed to come to me. Sirius, you need to calm down, otherwise the healers will keep you here longer. This is also going to take all bloody day if you don't stop interrupting. Let me tell you what I know, then we can try answering those questions. Okay. After Sirius nodded, Amelia continued. Harry's aunt was there, so too were the Grangers, his intended's Muggle parents. They're nice people, Sirius, and have really accepted Harry into their family. Harry and Hermione are spearheading changes that will allow other Muggle families to visit Hogwarts as well. They really are quite a couple. They're also planning to spend some time staying with their best friend, Neville Longbottom, over the summer. Frank and Alice's boy. Amelia's nod had Sirius smiling. Her next comment just amplified the intensity of that smile. In amongst all that, Harry wants to be able to spend some time with his godfather. You had better plan on Hermione being there too though, that pair are pretty much inseparable. She'll be more than welcome. Seeing that picture of Harry in his Quidditch uniform, he looks so much like a mini James. Read the story however and you can tell there's a lot of his mother in him. Taking their ages into consideration, you would think they were too young to be together. Then you spend some time with the couple and discover they're very serious about each other. I've been impressed by both since our first meeting. Hermione certainly looks nothing like Lily Potter, sometimes though it feels like you're talking to her and James. It really would be a terrible shame to lose them both. There was no way Sirius wasn't going to interrupt that. Excuse me, Amelia. Before you say any more, I'm going to need you to explain that last remark. The fact he'd called her Amelia told the head of the DMLE this was a serious she was facing here. She told him all about Harry's accident, the attack by Snape and what the consequences were. She also explained they had been livid about the attack on Hermione's home, and the fact they couldn't do anything about it. Both have been looking at other schools abroad, and Augusta Longbottom has even consented to her grandson joining his two best friends if they leave. As you can imagine, we're all desperate to keep the young couple in Britain. Hopefully your release will help with that too. Sirius had listened to the tale with growing anger. He let some of that show in his answer. My family disowned me, my ministry imprisoned me, my country condemned me as the evilest of wizards. If my godson decides to leave this country, my main aim will be ensuring his godfather is included in the group that's moving out. I'm sorry, Amy, my only concern in this matter is Harry's happiness. Hearing from you my godson told Voldemort to F.K. off makes me prouder than I can say. That he then had the magic and moves to back those words up says to me he shouldn't be letting anyone control him, be that the ministry or any individuals. I'm sorry too, Sirius, if you though that wasn't what I also wanted. What I was alluding to is that all the major influences in Harry's life currently have little or no links to the magical community. All I was hoping for was that you, as his godfather, could show Harry some wizarding culture. Augusta is holding lessons every Sunday in Hogwarts to help the new first-year Muggle-born adapt. They have proven so successful that they will become part of the Hogwarts curriculum in September. Harry and Hermione proposed there be lessons in Muggle culture for witches and wizards too. Albus and Minerva are taking that to the school board later this week. With Augusta also a member, they have a very good chance of getting it passed. I can work with that, Amy. In fact, I can make a start right now. Tell me what the arrangements are for this ceremony. Another wizard was also pacing up and down because of that newspaper. Unlike Sirius though, he had considerably less room to work with. Having been detained in a ministry holding cell until the poisoned boy was released from St. Mungo's, Severus was then returned to Azkaban. True to his word, Dumbledore had seen those 2 suspended years of sentence abolished. Severus' actual sentence was also reduced, but not by nearly as much as he would have liked. Being given a release date of November the 1st felt more like a token gesture for all his hard work. It was a gesture though he had every intention of accepting. In his present situation, every little helped. So leaving Azkaban almost 2 months sooner than Severus expected was a bonus. It was the newspaper in his hand that had thrown his emotions into turmoil. The Dark Lord had been in Hogwarts, possessing Quirrell. That his lord didn't make his presence known to Severus was exceedingly worrying. He'd found himself trapped between the 2 most powerful wizards in the country. With Dumbledore's betrayal, Severus was forced to consider what he would do when his time in Azkaban was finally up. The fact that the Dark Lord sat next to him in Hogwarts and didn't acknowledge he was there could mean there was only a painful death awaiting him from that direction. That the Potter brat had once more defeated the Dark Lord, this time in front of witnesses, was bad. That he and his mudblood were being awarded orders of Merlin really stuck in his craw. The real sickener though was Black being found innocent and freed. In that one issue of the newspaper, it was almost as if the fates were deliberately piling on the shit to a still imprisoned Severus Snape. He had just over 4 months of his sentence left to serve. Severus reckoned he might need every day of that to figure out what his next move would be. Whatever it was, it would need to be on pastures new. Severus Snape was finished in Britain. Harry and Hermione found themselves being woken by Dobby, ready to begin their last week at Hogwarts. Dobby also had a letter for them. Mr. Flammel was very surprised to receive your letter and package. He asked Dobby to wait while he wrote this reply. As Harry was opening the letter, Hermione was thanking Dobby for his outstanding work. When Harry told me Professor Dumbledore had destroyed the stone, it just didn't seem right that he got to make that decision. Nicholas and his wife have been around far longer than Dumbledore. They should be more than capable of making their own minds up, rather than someone else doing it for them. Wow, not only is he thanking us for returning the stone, they want to meet us too. Passing the letter over to a now speechless Hermione, Harry keyed at her cheek before heading to the room he shared with Neville to get ready to face the day. Hermione was still stunned at that news as the trio made their way down to breakfast. There the owls had another surprise for them. Recognizing the handwriting at once, Hermione encouraged Harry to open the letter. It's from Sirius. He says we need formal robes for this award ceremony, and plans to take us out of school on Friday to get them. We're going to Diagon Alley, our families are invited too, and Sirius is paying for everything. He wants us to contact them. At that, Hedwig flew into the hall and landed beside them. She's such a clever owl, aren't you, girl? The snowy owl just puffed out her chest, as if Hermione's suggestion was a fact beyond questioning. I'll write a quick note to Mum and Dad for Hedwig to deliver, they'll phone your Aunt Petunia. They were planning to come here on Friday night anyway. While Hermione was penning their letter, Neville found himself being dragged away by Parvati. This allowed a smiling Harry to say what he wanted to. You seem more excited about meeting Sirius than I am. Sirius Black is the only person I ever met who loved you as much as I do, though I have to say. Both my parents are now catching him up. Yes, I'm excited to see him, as a free wizard with a fresh start too. Think of a grown-up Fred and George, you'll love him. Scratch that, I don't think Sirius ever grew up. I just hope he can forgive me if Sirius ever finds out we left him in there. We got him out as soon as we could, love. He's a free man too, something he never had before. A smile and peck on the lips from Hermione had both of them ready to face the day. They found themselves being approached by the headmaster just as they were getting ready to leave. I see you received a letter from Sirius. He wrote to me too, and you both now have permission to leave school on Friday. I also received a letter from an old friend this morning. It solved a mystery I was intending to speak to you both about. Getting past all the traps to remove the item, without me knowing anything about it, is quite the achievement. Then tracking down Nicholas and returning that item is outstanding work. I don't suppose you would care to tell me how you managed it. A smiling Hermione gave him an answer. We had a little help, who took 20 seconds to bring the stone to us. With that they headed off to their first class, leaving a stunned headmaster behind. They were barely through the doors though when Dumbledore broke into loud laughter. Albus certainly considered himself an intelligent wizard, and had just deciphered Hermione's little help clue. Having the stone brought to them indicated someone else was involved. The time scale she mentioned, along with the use of the word little, pointed Albus in the right direction. Only a house elf, one who'd been given unrestricted access to the castle, could hope to accomplish the task in anything like that time frame. It would certainly pass his own test when faced with the mirror. The elf would want the stone, but never even think about using it for itself. What had Albus laughing was the sheer simplicity and audacity of the plan, alongside the knowledge this was a method that wouldn't even have occurred to Voldemort. He treated all sentient magical beings as nothing more than vermin, creatures that were beneath him. He would never trust a house elf with something of this importance. He also thought this was Hermione's way of showing Albus they trusted him, by releasing a little more information. Now having time to digest the problem both had found themselves faced with, he still couldn't come up with a better solution than the one they hoped to use. They, and the stone, were safe in Gryffindor Tower while Amelia and her Aurors would have tackled a possessed Quirrell. It was only Mr. Weasley's untimely intervention that saw their plan needing last-minute changes. Albus knew he and Minerva would have to deal with that unpleasant situation soon, but not before Saturday. He would have to wear his own award at this inauguration of the two newest members to this rather exclusive club. He would enjoy Saturday, and celebrate everyone coming out of there alive, before facing a trip to the Burrow. A nervous Sirius was finding it increasingly difficult to sit still in Dumbledore's office. When the door opened and Minerva led the two students in, he was finally face to face with his godson. He could only stare, while fighting back the tears. Sirius Black, lost for words. I never thought I would see the day. Minerva's intervention cut right through the tension and had everyone smiling. Now standing, Sirius didn't know whether to offer his godson a handshake or hug him. Hello Harry, I'm your godfather. Solving his dilemma, Harry went straight for a hug. Pleased to meet you, and delighted we could help get you out of prison. He then stood back. Where are my manners? Sirius, I'd like you to meet my intended, Hermione Granger. Seeing Sirius standing there with that sparkle back in his eyes, and looking clean, barbered and somewhat healthy, she couldn't contain herself. Hermione almost hugged the life out of the person she had really missed, overjoyed that this time Sirius wouldn't have to hide from anyone. Harry covered for her slight lapse in character though. Hermione said she was looking forward to meeting someone who loved me almost as much as she does. This put a huge grin on Sirius' face. "Oh, I like her already, Harry. You seem to have inherited the Potter's knack of picking the very best witch. I loved your mother, and your grandmother was one of the nicest, kindest people I've ever met." Dumbledore and McGonagall chuckling at that gave both Sirius and Hermione time to wipe their eyes. Then it was down to business for the Marauder. "Your aunt and Hermione's parents are meeting us at King's Cross. The headmaster has made us a portkey that will drop us off on platform 9 3/4, and also bring the 6 of us back to Hogwarts later. Are we ready to spend the day together, and do some shopping?" With 2 quick yeses, it was a happy trio who portkeyed from the headmaster's office. Emma was trying not to smile at the changes in Petunia since they first met for afternoon tea those months ago. Changes so pronounced that Petunia casually thanked Dobby for bringing her to Crawley as all three then headed for the train station. They left their overnight bags, knowing Dobby would take them to the castle when they were needed. Petunia couldn't wait to tell them that the Dursleys were going abroad for their summer holidays. She had finally managed to convince Vernon to give it a try, since Harry was effectively paying for it. Their trip to Majorca would be the first time any of them had been abroad. She also noticed there was no hesitancy in Petunia as she returned Harry's hug of greeting. "I'm sorry, Harry. Dudley and your Uncle Vernon aren't here. Dudley is very interested in visiting Hogwarts though. I hope we can arrange that for next term." Someone else who was watching this exchange closely was Sirius. He couldn't miss how Petunia's words seemed to mean the world to his godson. That Harry was also welcomed with open arms by Hermione's parents warmed the Marauder's heart too. That Harry had a loving family around him lessened Sirius' own guilt at his failure carry out his godfather duties. It was time for more introductions. "Hello Petunia. I'd like to thank you for raising Harry. He's such a fine young man, and most of that credit must go down to you and your family. Thank you so much for that." Petunia was blushing, mostly in embarrassment, as Sirius then moved his attention and introductions to the Grangers. It was a lovely summer's day in London, so they chose to walk the relatively short distance to the Leaky Cauldron, chatting away as they did so. Petunia couldn't wait to slip that the Dursleys were going abroad into the conversation, causing Harry to stop dead on the pavement. "How did you ever convince Uncle Vernon to holiday anywhere else other than Britain?" She rather sheepishly gave away her secret. "We're staying at a 4-star hotel, where breakfast, lunch and dinner are all buffet service. And both Uncle Vernon and Dudley love buffet service." When Harry started chuckling, Petunia couldn't help but join in. This also gave Sirius the opening he was looking for. "I know everyone is making plans for the summer, and I hope to spend some of that with Harry and Hermione. The Blacks though have an unfloatable island in the Caribbean that I'm intending to spend time at over the next few months. If you haven't anything else arranged, everyone would be more than welcome to join me there. Your own private island. Dan, my family weren't the nicest of people, which is why I ran away at 16. Harry's grandparents took me in. The Black Island was originally used for smuggling, rum mostly. An unfloatable island and, notice me not, charms on the ships, it's what built my family's wealth. Then they decide they're purebloods, and hate muggles. They're all mad." This had Dan chuckling. "Harry says most magical people are nuts. You're more like your godson than you think. We haven't booked anything yet, apart from wanting Neville to spend some of the holidays with us. Neville's more than welcome. I'm hoping to convince Amy Bones to spend some time there too, so Susan would likely be included as well. Is that all right with you?" "That's fine with us, though Neville might get some grief from Parvati over it." This had Harry laughing at Hermione's suggestion. "Oh, I think we can move from might to being an absolute certainty. Parvati's Neville's girlfriend, he ed her, and now she's planning their wedding. She would go mental at the thought of Susan there with Neville. Invite her too, the more the merrier. I visited Neville's parents while I was in hospital, we were all close friends. I can't imagine him going to Augusta and asking for advice on things like this. Tell him he can talk to me, if he wants." It was Petunia who had to ask what had happened to the boys' parents. Hearing they had been tortured into insanity had her more determined than ever that Harry would be staying in Privet Drive over the summer. Entering the Leaky Cauldron was a revelation for all of them, even Harry. He had no memory of his first visit with Hagrid, therefore no way to know that this time was actually worse. He found himself being mobbed by well-wishers. There were 3 muggles standing trying to get their heads around just how famous Harry Potter really was when something else was added into the equation. A wee old witch took Hermione's hand and began shaking it. "Well done to you too, dearie. You were so brave. Then again, we knew you would need to be special to win our Harry's heart." It took them 20 minutes to get from the pub to Diagon Alley, and then another 15 to make it into the relative safety of Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Sirius had made an appointment with the owner and she, knowing who and what these robes were required for, had her very best stock on display. Petunia had been a mere spectator the day Lily had stood on the small pedestal and been measured for robes. Sirius insisting everyone was going to get robes today saw Petunia step onto that very same pedestal. It seemed like no time at all before she was then dressed in a beautiful sapphire blue robe. Petunia was admiring herself in the surrounding mirrors when she noticed 2 crests appearing on the garment. A puzzled look saw Sirius explain. "This is a formal occasion, so you should be identified as Harry's family. The crest on the top is the Potter family crest, with the black one below it. Harry is not just my godson but my heir. He's the last remaining Potter and also next in line for the Black family too. Wearing those crests places you, Emma and Dan, under the protection of both families. Hermione's ring already does that for her." Petunia was beginning to feel rather self-conscious, but spotting Emma in a dark maroon version of the same robes eased her mind. Sirius and Dan were now dressed in black while Harry and Hermione's robes displayed they were Gryffindors. The claret with gold piping also had their house crest on their sleeves, the Potter and black versions taking pride of place on their chests. Petunia, Emma and Dan also found themselves with a couple of more everyday robes each. Sirius reasoning, being they wouldn't stand out as much in Hogwarts if they were dressed pretty much the same as everyone else. Sirius had originally intended they would spend some time shopping in Diagon Alley, but the crowd now gathered outside Madame Malkin's made that idea a non-starter. Spotting the press now amongst the crowd too, Sirius asked if they could use their portkey to leave from the shop. With the amount of business and publicity these customers had provided today, Madame Malkin felt that was the least she could do. At breakfast on Saturday, it was announced a light lunch would be served in each of the 4 common rooms. This was to allow time for the Great Hall to be made ready for the awards ceremony at 3 o'clock. In Gryffindor, there was far more excitement over Parvati, Lavender, Dean and Seamus being allowed to once more sport their Gryffindor colors than there was over Harry and Hermione's new dress robes. That all changed when they reached the still closed doors of the Great Hall. An incensed Draco ignored all instructions to stay away from Potter. He raced over and was in Harry's face. "A mudblood has no right to wear the Black family crest. Get that removed, before I do it." A loud and angry Draco was about to draw his wand when a hand clamped on his shoulder. As Hermione pushed herself in front of Harry to stop him reacting, Draco had turned his head to find himself facing a furious Sirius Black. Blonde hair and an overly high opinion of themselves, an opinion you seem to think everyone should share. "You can only be a Malfoy. By what right do you call Lord Potter's intended that disgusting name, and then make demands of him?" Draco's own anger though fed off who else he spotted alongside Sirius, namely Dan, Emma and Petunia. "Filthy muggles wearing the black crest too. I'm heir apparent to the House of Black and won't allow this disgraceful situation to continue. You're a jumped-up son of a Death Eater who's too stupid to know how much trouble he's just put his family in, nothing more than that. Lord Potter is my godson, and chosen heir. Potter's neither a lord nor a Black." Turning to Augusta Longbottom, Sirius could only shake his head. The sarcasm though was dripping off every word he uttered. As more and more people were now waiting on the doors opening, most of the school heard what was said. "I can see why you want to make these new courses compulsory for everyone in first and second year. Some families are so busy pushing Death Eater dogma down their children's throats that they forget about teaching them what they're supposed to know." Augusta had spent the morning talking with Sirius, Dan, Emma, Petunia and Minerva. Sorting out their summer plans, and also what they wanted to happen in Hogwarts come September. The school board had unanimously passed their ideas at the latest meeting and they now had a clear mandate to push this forward. Though they only had a rough schedule in place at the moment, Augusta took it upon herself to give Malfoy his first lesson. Being awarded Orders of Merlin immediately changed Harry and Hermione's status. They are now regarded as adults in our society. You just very publicly insulted Lord Potter, the future Lady Potter and both their families. The Malfoy family could and should face severe retribution for such public insults by their heir. Minerva then gave Hogwarts' opinion on what had just happened. For using that disgusting word, I shall be contacting your parents and making my displeasure known. You will also be serving detention with Mr. Filch every night until the express leaves next Saturday. The 3 adults wearing robes with the Potter and black crests on them will be some of your teachers come September. A student addressing any of them in the manner Mr. Malfoy just did will find themselves kicked out of Hogwarts. While Draco was left reeling from this multiple assault, Sirius delivered the knockout blow. Doria Black was Harry's grandmother, thus easily allowing my godson to be named my heir. I would dump the entire Black fortune in the North Sea before I would let a Malfoy get their hands on it. Taking out his wand, he then said the words that would ensure such drastic action would never be necessary. I, Lord Sirius Orion Black, cast Narcissa Malfoy, née Black, and any offspring she may have, from my family. So mote it be. A totally shocked Draco could only fall back on his often repeated threat. Wait until my father hears about this. You can pass on a message from me too. While the DMLE might not be able to accept the evidence we have that he attacked the Granger's home, it's proof enough for me. These people are now clearly under the protection of my house. Your Death Eater father goes anywhere near them again, I'll call him out. Lucius Malfoy will soon discover the difference in facing an Auror head-to-head, rather than him and a bunch of his costumed murdering friends ambushing helpless victims. As the doors opened, Hermione was maneuvering Harry through them. He's not worth it, love. What Sirius just did will hurt Malfoy a lot more than you punching his face in. You're right, Hermione, but punching the prat would certainly have made me feel better. As everyone made their way into the hall, Draco was left standing there with only Pansy, Vince and Greg for company. A nervous Pansy asked what he was going to do now. I'm certainly not going to sit and watch as the Minister of Magic fawns over Potty and his mudblood. They've just stolen my inheritance, and no one does that to a Malfoy. I'll need to write to my father, he needs to know what happened. Draco stormed away, leaving the other 3 to follow in his wake. They walked into the Great Hall, one that looked rather strange without the 4 obligatory house tables commandeering most of the available space. Rows of seats had replaced the usual Hogwarts furniture, with the decorating banners all featuring Merlin's dragon symbol. Hermione was gradually winning the battle to calm Harry while leading him down the aisle toward their reserved seats at the front, only for Harry to stop suddenly as if poleaxed. Oh shit. Hermione, I can't accept this award. I need to talk to Dumbledore, and the Minister of Magic. Despite the Ministry flunky first trying to cajole before resorting to ordering them into taking their seats immediately, Harry simply refused to move, or say any more on the matter until speaking with the right people. Eventually McGonagall interceded, leading Harry, Hermione and their families into a small anteroom to await the 2 individuals he was so desperate to see. It wasn't long before Albus and a rather flustered minister arrived. What seems to be the problem here? We have a lot of invited people waiting, you know, Cornelius nearly said press, which was who he really meant. It didn't pay to keep them waiting. Minister, I'm really sorry but I have to refuse this award. Thinking again of those members of the press, and how they would report this, a shocked Cornelius needed about 3 attempts to ask Harry why he was doing this. I really am sorry and should have thought of this sooner. It's not the award I have a problem with, Minister, rather what it will do to me. Accepting an order of Merlin makes me an adult. The canute finally dropped for Albus, which will remove all the protection from your aunt's house. Yes sir, and Sirius just heaped a pile of shit onto the Malfoys. Lucius will be livid, just as the wards at Privet Drive disappear. I can't have that. It was a relieved Cornelius who offered the obvious solution. You're right, Harry, that problem should have been anticipated, with a solution already in place. We can have new wards erected there within hours, and also have those wards monitored too, just like the Grangers. Seeing Harry was still troubled, he was actually trembling, Hermione moved directly in front of her intended and gently held his face. Looking right into his eyes, she quietly attempted to reassure him. We can have the house watched until those wards are up. Any danger at all, your uncle and cousin can be instantly taken to my house. The new wards will soon protect them. It was then Hermione discovered the real reason behind Harry's fear, but they wouldn't need me to stay there then. The look of desperate loss in Harry's eyes was breaking Hermione's heart, mainly because she couldn't do a thing about it. There was really only one person present who could. No one in the room could miss just how close these two were, with Petunia left hoping her Dudley managed to find someone half as nice as Hermione when he started looking for a girlfriend. Through Harry, Petunia now felt closer to her sister than at any time since Lily boarded that magical train as an 11-year-old. Just like then, she had a decision to make. Petunia now considered the decision she'd reached as a teenager to be the wrong one, a decision that had subsequently impacted on more than just her life. Here she was faced with the choice of permanently walking away from her nephew and magic, or accepting both into her life. Accepting this Harry, while trying to become the aunt he deserved, the Aunt Lily would have expected her big sister to be. Harry was unquestionably a different boy from the one they took to King's Cross last September, and the Dursleys had unbelievably been given a second chance to be a family to him. Petunia decided to take that chance, though wouldn't be telling Vernon or Dudley that they didn't need to take Harry into their home just yet. The young couple were holding onto each other with their foreheads resting together, waiting for the hammer to fall. Petunia slipped her arms around the couple before kissing both of them on their cheeks. "Harry and Hermione, you are both invited to our house for the summer. That hasn't, and won't, change. Now let's go do this, or did we all get dressed up for nothing?" Two now relieved and smiling children hugging Petunia left her certain she'd just made the right decision. Harry turned to the minister and apologized for the drama. "Sorry about that, sir. Now I know my family will be safe, I'll happily accept this award." Cornelius was beyond relieved, mainly at not now looking a fool in front of the invited guests, and especially the press. He was also unsurprisingly in quite a forgiving mood. "That's fine, Harry. There's no need to apologize for worrying about your family's safety. We'll get everything sorted right after the ceremony. Let's take our seats and get that ceremony started." Sirius then tried to apologize to Harry and Hermione for almost wasting their day, only to find himself being thanked instead. "If you hadn't done that to Malfoy, it would never have occurred to me the wards would be pulled down. My family would then have been left defenseless, so thanks Sirius. I was always going to chuck Sissy and her even crazier sister out of the Black family. When the opportunity presented itself to poke both male Malfoys in the eye too, I just couldn't resist." Hermione chuckling at that saw a lot of tension leave the family. If she was chuckling then things must be back to normal. It was a thoughtful Albus who followed on behind. He'd kept his promise to the youngsters and had not used legilimency on any of their family. It was impossible to miss the undercurrents though that produced the bout of emotional turmoil Harry just experienced. Simply from observing, Albus could see that the relationship between Harry and his aunt was strained, something all three Grangers were obviously aware of. Taking Harry's memory loss into consideration, adding his uncle and cousin's non-appearance here today, and Albus was forming a picture he didn't much like. With Minerva just informing him of the plans for the new courses, Petunia's involvement in them and Draco Malfoy's outburst, Albus thought there may be a way to nudge things further along the direction the young couple obviously wanted them to go. Looking at the robes the group were wearing also provided Albus with some inspiration on how to begin fixing a problem that had existed for generations. For Albus, there was no time like the present to put those new ideas into practice. As the hall settled, with everyone now in their seats, Albus strode toward the podium to speak. "This is a momentous day for Hogwarts, and two of our youngest students. With the eyes of our nation on our school, I can't think of a better time to make a couple of announcements before we get to the real reason we are all here today." That had Cornelius worried at just what was going on, and hoping Dumbledore's announcements wouldn't overshadow what he himself intended to say next. Starting in September, Hogwarts' first and second years will be attending a new class. This class is designed to better prepare all our students to deal with the myriad of cultural differences that they face, both inside and then outside these walls. 1 week, they will be studying the proud heritage and culture of magical Britain. The following week will see that focus shift to the culture and customs of non-magical Britain. This bi-weekly cycle will repeat for their first 2 years spent attending Hogwarts. For far too long we have expected those joining us from non-magical backgrounds to integrate into our culture, without teaching them what that culture actually is. At the same time, we have ignored their culture and views. This is our attempt to readdress both those issues, and hopefully we will all learn together from these experiences. A word of warning, however. The type of behavior and views expressed by a student just before we entered the hall will not be tolerated within these walls. Everyone listening understood what first-year Slytherin was being referred to, and also exactly what the headmaster was saying. A line had just been drawn, a line there would be consequences of crossing. Since these classes only affected the current and new first years, no one really wanted to make an issue of it. The headmaster's next proposal though affected everyone. As I said, this is a proud day for Hogwarts. When I look at the beautiful robes Lord Potter and his intended are wearing though, nowhere is there any indication of this. This is no slight on them, rather an oversight on this ancient institution. While they proudly wear their Gryffindor allegiance on their robes, I wonder if they would indulge me for a moment, and allow a small alteration. Neither Hermione nor Harry had a clue what Dumbledore was up to but gave their permission. Albus, Wand soon had the Hogwarts crest above that of Gryffindor on the sleeve of their robes. Students are rightly proud of the house they are sorted into, but I feel that, over many, many years, we have lost sight of the bigger picture. Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, Slytherin or Gryffindor, you are all Hogwarts students. Today's event brings honor not just to a quarter of our school, but to all of it. Yes, by all means be proud of your house, but also remember, your house is part of a greater whole. To help us all remember this, we need a slight change in tradition. With another wave of his wand, students found their house crest being moved to the sleeve of their robes. Its former prominent position being taken by the school crest, featuring a lion, badger, eagle and snake. There were loud gasps coming from the crowd before the sound of applause began to drown them out. McGonagall was the first on her feet and clapping. She was soon followed by the other three heads of house. Augusta led the way for the school board by showing her appreciation of this move, with Hufflepuffs throughout the hall being the first students to demonstrate their acceptance of this change. The idea of every student in Hogwarts wearing a badger on their robes really appealed to them. Ravenclaws could see the good ideas behind this move and they too soon publicly supported it. Without the house tables restricting their location, the students were scattered throughout the hall. Lee was surprised to see the Gryffindor friends he was sitting beside, Fred and George, also stand and applaud. You support this? Wearing a snake on our robes. I saw Harry and Hermione stand, that's good enough for us. George proved though there was always method in their madness. Beside, if we all stand, who does that leave sitting? A grinning Lee then joined his two friends, standing and applauding the changes. As Dumbledore left the podium, a once more happy minister took the headmaster's vacated spot. Cornelius gave the applause a moment to die down before beginning his own speech. Before I say any more, can I add my support to the latest Hogwarts initiative? The two young people we're all here to honor today may have saved 4 of their housemates, but does anyone doubt those house affiliations affected their decision to rescue them? No, they would have acted no matter who was in danger. Quite pleased with his opening remarks, Cornelius then began to give his prepared speech. A hall full of students, staff, school board members and invited guests had no choice but to sit and listen. The surprise Sissy expressed at receiving an unscheduled owl from Draco rapidly turned to shock while reading his letter. She'd been cast out of her family, and disinherited. There were unnoticed tears streaking her cheeks as Sissy's thoughts traveled back all those years. She was 16 and infatuated with the handsome Lucius Malfoy. That his father was actively trying to arrange a marriage between them helped fuel that infatuation. Her great-uncle, and head of the Black family at the time, wouldn't hear of it though. Jumped up, frog, swindlers who had to flee France with their tails between their legs. The head of the Black family also doubted the Malfoys' claims of being purebloods. A claim marriage into the House of Black would certainly add credence and credibility to. She had been resisting all other offers of marriage, though her age would see her being forced by her family to accept one soon. Then, the miracle happened. Her older sister, Andy, had also resisted all offers of marriage sent to the family. Andy though had just done the unthinkable, she'd run away and married a Muggleborn. Compared to a Muggleborn, her uncle thought marriage to a Malfoy was eminently more respectable. Her head of family finally agreed the match. A formal courtship began, followed by a lavish and grand wedding when she was 19. Everything in her life was perfect, except for one thing. For years of their marriage, there was no heir to the Malfoy family. When Lucius became more and more embroiled with the Dark Lord, his interest in her while occupying their marriage bed became less and less. With only Andy of the three Black sisters having so far given birth, Lucius' taunts and barbs that perhaps he married the wrong sister cut deeper every single time. As they celebrated their 5th wedding anniversary, it was only Sissy's conviction that she was a member of a proud house, Black rather than Malfoy, that kept her going. Then, at the age of 25, her world was complete, she finally gave birth to a son. Their happiness was almost irreversibly damaged however when baby Harry Potter then defeated the Dark Lord. Being able to portray himself as a loving family man with a young son certainly helped Lucius keep himself out of Azkaban. That, and a lot of gold changing hands. The years following that debacle had been happy ones, though the same trouble that almost cost them so much appeared to be raising its ugly head again. She was reaching that stage in her life where, in a couple of years, Sissy would have been a Malfoy as long as she had been a Black. There was no doubt which one she considered herself though, and that knowledge had helped sustain her through the bad times of her marriage. Now that was taken away from her, and also from her son. Sissy didn't know how to deal with this blow. A raging Lucius storming into the room wasn't going to help. Seeing the letter in his wife's hands, and also her emotional state, Lucius reached the right conclusion. "I take it you have just heard from our son. Did the whining little git tell you how he single-handedly managed to get both you and him expelled from the Black family? I'm willing to make a large wager he didn't. I've just had McGonagall on the flow, listing Draco's numerous failings, like those failings were my fault." Just when Sissy thought the situation couldn't get any worse, Lucius' anger was telling her it was about to. Handing Potter this ridiculous award also makes him an adult in our society. He turned up to receive this award with the Potter and Black crests on his robes. This should have warned even an imbecile what the situation was, but not Draco. As you would expect, Potter's intended's robes also displayed the same house associations. Our son then made a spectacle of himself, insisting loudly that the ch should remove it at once. He proclaimed, in front of hundreds of witnesses, that no mudblood would ever wear the crest of a house he was heir to. Even Lord Black explaining the situation wasn't enough to deter our son from his rant. He then proceeded to insult Lord Potter, heir apparent to Lord Black, further by publicly calling his family filthy muggles. Sissy was aghast at this development. Whatever you privately thought about someone, there were social niceties that breeding demanded be displayed in public, especially at social occasions. I am now left with only 2 options. Write a formal letter of apology from House Malfoy to Houses Black and Potter, or disown the little git too. This really shocked Sissy, understanding at once what the implications were. Her husband then spelled it out to her, so there could be no misunderstandings. Our marriage was arranged so the Black name could bolster that of Malfoy. It was always known I could never inherit the Black name or fortune, but any sons of ours perhaps could. Draco has now totally destroyed that possibility, and also brought disgrace to the Malfoy name. Since you have been thrown from the Black family, that would certainly be grounds for annulling our marriage contract. I am seriously considering doing so, and then siring another Malfoy heir with a new wife. As the blows kept coming, Sissy didn't think pointing out that the disgrace Lucius had already heaped on his family name was much worse than this, a mere child's indiscretion. With the damage Lucius had done to his own standing in their society, Sissy also knew the chances of her husband finding another proper pureblood from a good family to marry him had greatly reduced. Since starting Hogwarts, Draco has been a major disappointment. If I hadn't already purchased the brooms for Slytherin House, I would simply scrap that entire idea. I now have to consider what situation is worse between the Malfoy donation of brooms and our son still can't get himself selected, or Draco being Seeker on a losing Slytherin team. Whatever the outcome, I'm going to have to sit there and watch. I would consider sending him to Durmstrang in September, but I fear that experience would break him. Draco doesn't have the guile or strength to stand up for himself at Hogwarts, what chance would he have at Durmstrang? Sissy was used to letting Lucius simply rant away, knowing he would eventually run out of steam. That was not to be the case this time though. If I have to write an apology to those houses, Draco is going to pay for it all summer. Our son is soft and stupid, not traits I would allow someone possessing to inherit House Malfoy. She was out her seat, standing in front of her husband with both hands on his chest. Please, Lucius. He's still a boy. Draco needs time. Lucius' hands closed over her slim wrists and forced Sissy to her knees in front of him. I'm prepared to give Draco next year at Hogwarts, no more. This will only happen if there are drastic changes around here. She was left with no option but to nod and lower her head. Being cast out of the Black family left Sissy with nowhere else to go. She was a Malfoy now, for better or worse. Should Lucius choose to terminate their marriage, she and Draco would be left without any family name whatsoever. Hermione awoke with the feeling she was being watched. She was right. Harry was awake, turned facing her with his head resting in his hand, elevated and supported by his elbow. Good morning, beautiful. How is the most precious person in the world to me this fine morning? This had Hermione wide awake. What's wrong? Did you have another memory dream? Oh, I thought you might, after what happened yesterday. What was it this time? Please don't tell me you remembered staying at Privet Drive. We're just beginning to get that sorted. Hermione was stopped from saying any more by Harry leaning down and capturing her lips. I really don't deserve you. Not after all the hurt I've caused you, over a stupid bloody broom too. Oh, is that all? All. I looked at you, could see the heartbreak it was causing too, and I did nothing. Harry, every time I look at you I see exactly who I want to spend the rest of my life with. There is nothing we can do about what happened then, and I honestly think we're two different people now. We're much more mature. I don't know about that. Yesterday, when I thought I was going to lose my family forever, I felt like a lost little boy. You were there for me again. And we'll be there for each other for the rest of our lives. Are you disappointed the Dursleys won't be coming to Sirius Island? After thinking for a minute, Harry was able to answer honestly. Not really. While I think Aunt Petunia would have coped, magic, on top of being abroad for the first time, would have been too much for Uncle Vernon and Dudley. Even as an 18-year-old, none of us had ever been abroad. It's just bad luck they had already booked for the same time. It's Neville's first time outside Britain too. It kinda makes me realize how lucky I've been. I just thought everyone went abroad for their holidays. Smiling at his intended, he asked a question that he thought Hermione might have a better idea of. Do you think Neville will ask Parvati to join us for a week? If he doesn't, then I think they'll be over. There's no way Neville will be able to keep this to himself, or that he's allowed to invite Parvati for some of the holiday. It's whether he wants them to be over that will make Neville's mind up. Inviting Parvati on holiday will move their relationship to a different level of commitment, one I'm not sure Neville is ready for. I saw Parvati eyeing up the Potter and Black House crests on your robes. She seems really keen to have the Longbottom crest on hers one day. Which is exactly why Neville might not ask her. Neville can't ask her as a friend as everyone, especially Parvati, would be reading more into it. I assume she's not invited to Crawley. This time Hermione was a lot more certain. Not a chance. That will be Neville, and his grand's time to learn about our society. Just taking them a walk down Crawley High Street should be enough to blow their minds. Neville spending the week in my house should really open his eyes. I'm looking forward to staying at Neville's too, then we're off to Privet Drive. What about Malfoy? Do you think all these changes we've made will see him slipping the diary to someone else? He might just keep hold of it, Harry. If so, then it will be time to talk to Dumbledore. We'll need to tell him more in September anyway. Agreeing with that, Harry had more to add. Dobby should keep us well informed of what's happening with the Malfoys. Best case scenario, he goes after me by slipping you the diary. Should we ask Dumbledore if he can buy some basilisk venom? That's a great idea, love. It might be expensive but a drop should be enough to finish a Horcrux. We can even tell Dumbledore what the basilisk venom is for, and bring any Horcruxes we get our hands on to him to be destroyed. Your mum and dad will love that plan. The only thing I'm not looking forward to this summer is not being able to sleep with you. I've gotten rather addicted to snuggling into my intended every night. This actually caught Hermione by surprise. I never thought of that. We'll need to have separate beds on the island, at Neville's and your house. Unless Neville's grand stays the night in Crawley, you should be okay doing your usual and coming into my bed. That cheered Harry up slightly. Cool, I thought I was going to miss you for the entire summer. We'll be spending every day of the summer together, but I know what you mean. Now, much as I hate to say it, we need to get up. We both have family to say goodbye to later. Draco was meanwhile trying to stir up a revolt in Slytherin, with little, make that no, success. How can you possibly wear robes with that hated symbol on them? I for one won't. The response from the rest of the house was swift and predictable. You're already in detention every night this week, Malfoy, so you can do whatever you want. Things can't get any worse for you. Don't go dragging the rest of us into this. One of the sixth years then really twisted the knife. You should be wearing the Gryffindor lion on your robes anyway, you've charged right into situations like a Gryffindor all year. The only difference is, they occasionally win their arguments. With the rest of the house now laughing at him, Draco swore he would never wear the altered robes. Even Pansy pointing out that he wouldn't be able to take classes without wearing them didn't sway his opinion. They had potions tomorrow with Dumbledore. Since the school badge now being prominently displayed on their robes was Dumbledore's idea, there was no way the headmaster was going to allow Draco to flout the new Hogwarts dress code. Pansy could see it wasn't just the black inheritance Draco had lost, any respect within Slytherin the Malfoy name had given him was also gone. After his latest declaration, the chances of Draco regaining any of that respect were nil. The Slytherin thing to do would be to keep your head down and not draw any unwanted attention, not do the exact opposite by setting off on a crusade already doomed to failure. Hermione and Harry were saying goodbye to their family, all of whom were heading home with newspapers full of their awards ceremony. A Portkey took the Grangers and Petunia to Crawley while Sirius disapparated away from Hogwarts. Turning to re-enter the castle wards, neither Hermione nor Harry could miss the sight of a contrite Hagrid standing waiting on them. I'm really sorry for what I did to your cousin, Ari. Hagrid, Muggle boys don't naturally grow pigs' tails. My aunt and uncle were forced to take Dudley to a private hospital where he had to undergo a painful and expensive operation. What? A simple, finite incantatum, oh. Yes, oh. They not only didn't know that, who was going to perform the spell for them. You risked breaching the statute of secrecy and, from someone who's already banned from doing magic, you seem determined to arrange a trip to Azkaban for yourself. Are you that keen to study those poor misunderstood Dementors? The shudder of fear that passed through their large friend told them Harry had made his point. Don't even joke about Ari. They really are monsters. I got a little saved. Ain't much but it might help pay for me mistake. Harry shook his head. I already took care of that. The real damage is more my family were already afraid of magic, you made that fear a lot worse. Hermione and I now need to try and show them magic is not something to be feared, rather a talent that can be used for good too. Thinking back to his memory dream from last night, Harry felt able to pass on some good advice. We all make mistakes, Hagrid. It's learning from those mistakes, and not doing it again, that's the important thing. No more tales, and no more baby dragons. I've learned my lesson, and, thanks again. I was so proud ye too yesterday, had tear wiped tears from me eyes. Anyway, I got ye a little present. Sent owls off tear all parents old school friends, askin' fair photos, knew ye didn't have any, do ye like it? Recognizing what Hagrid was handing her intended put a wide smile on Hermione's face. She hadn't mentioned this event to Harry, and the surprise was worth it. Watching as one of the most important friendships in Harry's life started repairing itself meant she would be smiling for the rest of the day. Rather than make a grand entrance, Draco slinked into potions class as soon as the door opened. He also claimed a seat as near the back of the classroom as possible. It was all to no avail though. Dumbledore called him on his lack of school robe while taking the class register. Mr. Malfoy, your attire doesn't seem to adhere with the standard of dress code set by this school. Kindly go and rectify this oversight at once. Trying not to show he was shaking, Draco answered the headmaster. It isn't a mistake. Mr. Malfoy, trust me when I say you would be making a grave mistake in pushing this any further. Since you are already assigned detention for the remainder of this term, my only additional disciplinary option is to send you directly home. After your debacle on Saturday concerning Lords Black and Potter, I would have thought giving your parents as much time as possible to calm themselves before you returned home was the wisest option to choose. You can either leave and change, or leave and wait outside my office. I will then take you home when this class is over. Leave this class now, and if you've not returned within 10 minutes I will simply assume you've chosen the home option. Draco strode out of the classroom, quietly closing the door behind him before breaking into a run to his dorm. The angry letters he'd received from both his mother and father meant the headmaster taking him home today was absolutely the last thing Draco wanted to happen at the moment. His parents were so angry, Draco would be happy to stay away from home until Christmas. No one was surprised when a now properly dressed Draco quietly slipped back into the class, well within the 10 minutes he'd been allocated. It would seem the revolution against the new design of school robes was over before it even got started. Dumbledore just accepted Draco's return, not breaking his lesson with the class to even remark on it. Hanging back after class, Harry and Hermione waited to talk with Dumbledore. "Your aunt's house is now warded the same as Miss Granger's. Since Halloween, I've tended to think of you both as adults. That is the only excuse I can give for not anticipating that particular outcome of your award. Thank you, Professor, but it was something else we wanted to talk to you about." Picking up from her intended's opening, Hermione then managed to shock the great Albus Dumbledore. "In the summer before, one of the items you had suspected of existing made an appearance. It was a miracle no one was killed, but Harry and I don't intend to let things get anywhere near that level this time. Could you acquire some basilisk venom? A drop or two should put an end to any of these items we find. We were hoping you could dispose of any we get hold of. That would certainly please Hermione's parents, though I have no intention of telling my family anything about them." Needing a steadying deep breath before he could answer, Albus quickly agreed to everything they asked. He then had a question though. "Is this not breaking your oath, not to reveal any information of the future to me?" Shrugging her shoulders, Hermione answered as honestly as possible. "We have deliberately changed things so much that what happens from now on is really unpredictable. We only have knowledge of one of these items, apart from the one now missing from Harry. There are contingency plans in place in case things change, but we hope to get hold of it by the end of summer. Come September, I'd hope the three of us could sit down and discuss what we do next." Have things really changed so much? Hermione decided to give the headmaster some examples. "The item that we hope to get our hands on this summer actually made its way into Hogwarts, and the Chamber of Secrets was opened again. No bloody way is Harry having to go back down there. Next summer, Sirius Black would break out of Azkaban, after seeing a picture of Ron Weasley with Scabbers. Sirius wanted to protect Harry while the Ministry surrounded Hogwarts with Dementors. They had a key, on-site order for Sirius, but those monsters weren't too fussy who they grabbed. Albus found himself holding onto the potions bench, needing the support to remain standing. I knew things must have been bad if I helped you achieve the incredible feat you accomplished. I didn't realize just how bad. To be honest, sir, those were only the warm-up years. Things then got a lot worse. Oh Merlin, now perhaps you'll understand why we changed so much. Looking at how things eventually turned out, we really couldn't make things any worse than they had gotten." That his worst fears apparently hadn't come close to how bad things had become saw Albus reinforce his promise to help these two any way he could. "You both really deserve those medals you got presented with on Saturday. Just coming back deserves orders of Merlin. I have to believe that dreadful outcome you witnessed can be avoided." "So do we, sir. The new classes for first and second year will see Muggle studies having to be totally revamped. Hermione showed me the course and it's ludicrous. With what we heard being planned, next September we'll have students knowing more about the subject than the professor teaching it. Hermione and I will do our best to shape the future into one we all would like to see, but the magical community have to want these changes. If things start getting anywhere near as bad as they were last time, we had to promise Dan and Emma we would grab our families and run. If magical Britain is determined to self-destruct, the three of us would be helpless to stop it." Taking a moment to center his thoughts, Albus nodded to confirm Harry's last point was sadly correct. "I really appreciate the trust you have shown me here today. Not only have you given me a glimpse of one possible future, but some idea of the timescale involved too. By working together, I can only hope we three can help build a future where Tom and his Death Eaters become nothing more than footnotes in the history of our country." That was something they could all hope for. After that rather intense conversation, sitting down to lunch at the Gryffindor table provided some light relief. Neville had asked Parvati to Sirius, Holiday Island. To say she was pleased would be a gross understatement. Neville though had taken Sirius' advice and invited Parvati's twin sister too. This way he wasn't spending a week on holiday with just his girlfriend. Padma would be there as a buffer, chaperone and anything else that stopped her twin sister expecting a ring like Hermione's before they were a lot older. When Susan Bones approached them, saying her aunt had accepted an invitation from Sirius too, Harry and Hermione were delighted. Both wondered what the relationship was between Sirius and Amelia. With Sirius being a wanted criminal the last time, and Amelia head of the department trying to catch him, Hermione had to confess no knowledge of the pair. This time, with Sirius a free man, things were clearly different. Harry remembered Hermione telling him Amelia had been murdered, leaving Susan to become Malfoy's plaything, until she hanged herself. He seemed to remember the Slytherins, led by Draco, had then moved their attentions onto the Potter twins. These were no longer just names and faces to Harry, rather people he knew who were becoming friends. When Susan asked if they thought Sirius would let her best friend, Hannah, accompany her on holiday, Harry quickly said he was sure his godfather wouldn't have a problem with that. He would write and ask, just to be sure. The smile Susan wore at hearing his opinion just convinced Harry of something he'd been thinking about. If things started to go pear-shaped in Britain, getting the Grangers and Dursleys out of Britain would no longer be enough. There was no way he could leave Sirius behind, nor could they sit somewhere safe and leave Neville in Britain to face what was coming. The list was growing though, so it was fortuitous that this summer they would discover just how big this island of Sirius was. Proposing this solution to Dan and Emma as a viable Plan B might ease their minds. Then again, the people involved in this struggle were becoming more than names to them too. Neville and Augusta Longbottom were already much more than names, with others sure to join that status over the summer. Come September, they would also begin teaching the first 2 years of students in Hogwarts. Like it or not, they and anyone else teaching those lessons would become the faces of Muggle Britain to the purebloods in the castle. If they could begin to change minds and attitudes in Hogwarts, then they had a chance. If not, then there was always Plan B. As Plan Bs go, the Black Island sounded pretty good. Sitting in the back of the Range Rover, Harry nervously clutched Hermione's hand. Spectacular was the only word he had to describe their summer so far, but as Dan drove them to Little Whinging, Harry was hoping for nothing more than normal for the next 10 days. The problem though being he was the only person who understood what his version of normal was. A tanned Hermione kissed him on the cheek before snuggling into his side. She was his rock, and the only reason he had any hope they could pull the next 10 days off. Both Granger ladies had instantly fell in love with Black Island, it would be hard not to. The main house was based on something like an old plantation mansion, a dozen white columns and multiple artistically wrought iron-enclosed verandas ostentatiously proclaiming to all who laid eyes on the building that the people who lived within its walls were important. The mansion apparently came included as part and parcel of the island when the Blacks acquired it, since Sirius claimed his family would never build something so white and light. It sat proudly on top of a slight rise, though it was only around a 400-yard walk to the beautiful beach that was clearly visible from every room at the front of the house. Dan had quietly whispered to Harry that, as Plan Bs go, this was a bloody beauty. While knowing nothing about any Plan B, it was another beauty who seemed to catch Neville's eye. Hannah Abbott was a lovely girl, Neville would certainly agree with that. Harry and Hermione were busy watching another couple though, Sirius and Amelia. They had taken a stroll along the beach her first night there and the stars weren't the only things twinkling. Sirius' eyes gradually lost the look of a man who'd spent the last decade in Azkaban. Hermione confided in Harry that she'd never seen Sirius happier. When Amelia, Susan and Hannah left, the atmosphere on Black Island dipped for a few days. With Parvati due to arrive, Neville was beginning to wonder if he'd made a mistake inviting her. They all though received a very pleasant surprise. Parvati away from Hogwarts, or should that be away from Lavender, was like a different girl. Padma too seemed to be a calming influence on her twin sister. The results of this was the 5 youngsters spent a brilliant week together, with Neville and Parvati certainly growing closer over the course of those blissful 7 days. The couple's tearful parting at the end of their week together saw Hermione doing something she never thought she would, inviting Parvati and Padma to spend a day with them in Crawley. Since Neville had already invited the sisters to Longbottom Manor, it looked like they would be seeing a lot of the Potter sisters this summer. On examining their feelings, both Harry and Hermione were rather surprised to discover they were looking forward to it. While Augusta and Sirius had spent a couple of their evenings bombarding Harry and Hermione with information on the Potters and their place in Wizarding Society, it was taking the Longbottoms on their first trip into Crawley that really highlighted the cultural gulf they were trying to bridge. The Grangers and Longbottoms effectively became each other's test subjects as lesson plans began to take shape for September. It was the simple things that astonished the other they felt simply had to be covered, tailoring what they hoped to achieve to that yardstick. After having already visited Crawley Town Center a couple of times leading up to his girlfriend's visit, Neville really enjoyed acting as a guide to the twins. Hermione was left smiling as Neville was confidently explaining a few things he'd known absolutely nothing about a few days ago to the Pottles. Hermione also noticed a few people their age giving their group funny looks, though those looks were mainly in her direction. She knew these other kids, of course, having grown up with them. That was the difference, however, since Hermione had really grown up. She had celebrated her 19th birthday before then traveling back in time on the winter solstice. Arriving at Halloween meant they'd been back in their younger bodies for slightly over 9 months now. Adding those 9 months to her actual age also meant she was now 20 years old. Glaring stares from a few of her former antagonists wasn't going to bother this Hermione Granger, especially since none of these kids had yet become a teenager. Harry had of course heard from his aunt. Phone calls between the Granger and Dursley homes had actually become quite common. They were all aware the Dursleys had thoroughly enjoyed their holiday, and Petunia said they were looking forward to Harry and Hermione's visit. The three Grangers were reserving judgment on that for the moment. Neither Dan nor Emma were in any way worried there would be trouble the kids couldn't handle, not with Dobby as their constant shadow too. Petunia had been watching for their arrival. She also noticed curtains twitching in a few of her neighbors' homes as the Range Rover pulled up outside their door. Petunia went out and greeted Emma warmly. That same warmth was also visible as she led both children into her house, Dan following on behind with Emma and the kids' bags. This tanned, well-dressed and groomed, non-spectacle-wearing young man bore so little resemblance to the nephew who left last September that the neighbors would be scratching their heads over the young couple's identity for days. Vernon and Dudley knew who they were though, and both were still under the mistaken impression that Harry needed to stay with them for their safety. Not that either was going to say anything to Harry or Hermione, and certainly not with Dan and Emma in the house. Since it was past dinner time, Petunia had made tea for everyone. Photos of their respective holidays were then passed around the group. A puzzled Dudley was studying the group on the island and just had to ask the question. Where is everything, and everyone? It's a private island, owned by my godfather. We were the only ones on it, and we had to take a boat ride to another island to do any shopping or anything like that. A horrified Dudley was now certain they had made the right choice. A buffet breakfast, lunch and dinner was interspersed by watching topless women sunbathing at the hotel pool. Add in all the hustle and bustle of the resort's thriving nightlife and Dudley thought he was in heaven. Dudley had just spent the best 2 weeks of his life on holiday in Majorca. Potter's holiday looked so boring, there probably wouldn't even be TV available on that island. When Emma and Dan left, Hermione decided to call it a night. Harry led her up to the room she would use and ed her good night. He turned to find his uncle waiting on him. I'm warning you now, boy. There will be no funny business with that young lady while she stays here. Harry smiling was not the reaction Vernon had expected. He held out his left hand. Uncle Vernon, these rings Hermione and I wear signify that we'll be marrying each other when we're old enough. There will never be any funny business between us. She's my intended, my best friend and so much more. He left his stunned uncle still standing there as Harry entered his bedroom. Harry spent an uncomfortable night, lying in a bedroom that was his, yet it wasn't. Knowing Hermione was on the other side of the wall eventually calmed him enough to sleep. Walking down to breakfast with her soon had the smile back on his face, but not for long. There were no smiles at the Dursley breakfast table. This situation had nothing at all to do with the visitors, however. But Pet, how am I meant to do a day's work on that? Breakfast is the most important meal of the day. Only because it comes first in the day. We've already had letters from Dudley's school about his weight, and that was before you two made pigs of yourselves for a fortnight. We'd already paid for that food. I was only making sure we got our money's worth. You both put on about a stone. That weight will have to come off or the school will refuse to take Dudley. He was supposed to lose weight over the summer, not gain it. Petunia then apologized to Hermione and Harry, but felt she had to serve them the same. While Hermione was perfectly happy with her half of grapefruit and some other fruit, Harry saw an opportunity. It was risky, but might just be worth it. Uncle Vernon, I know you don't like magic, and I can respect that. Magic though can do wonderful things too. One of the skills we learn is transfiguration, turning one thing into another. Your breakfast could be changed into sausage, ham and eggs. It looked as if Vernon was going to explode at the mention of magic, until Harry also mentioned food. It was actually Petunia who questioned her nephew. What's the point of that? I could easily have made their usual fry up. Sensing where Harry was going with this, Hermione thought it was a brilliant idea. She tried to help him out. When you transfigure something though, the initial material determine what's possible. If I transfigured my breakfast into blueberry pancakes and syrup, they would retain the same calories to the material I started with. The only bit of that Dudley understood was the mention of blueberry pancakes. Vernon's ears though had certainly pricked up at the suggestion he could have practically anything for breakfast, while still maintain the diet Petunia set for them. Blueberry pancakes sounds lovely. Harry had barely uttered the words when the contents on his plate changed to a stack of 5 pancakes, covered in syrup, with a few blueberries at the side. Dudley's eyes were nearly popping out of his head. Not at the use of magic but rather the stack of pancakes, and that was before the delicious smell hit him. Are they real? Lifting a pancake off his plate, Harry placed it on Dudley's. He then proceeded to eat the remaining pancakes Dobby had transfigured for him. Seeing Harry dig in, Dudley couldn't resist any more. His loud at the first mouthful signaled his enjoyment, and also convinced Dudley this was what he wanted for breakfast too. His toyed with breakfast suddenly became a stack of blueberry pancakes, Dudley's wide grin broadcasting he was delighted at that. Hermione asked if hers could be changed as well proved too much of a temptation for Vernon. I really do prefer he didn't get to say any more as 2 sausages, 3 rashers of bacon and a fried egg now stared back at him. Like his son, Vernon's first bite was also his first tiny step along the road of accepting magic. Anything that could fry his bacon and eggs exactly how he liked them couldn't be all bad. Watching her family happily tuck in had Petunia smiling too, and that was before her breakfast changed to those tiny sandwiches a special little elf knew she loved so much. Petunia quietly whispered, "Thanks, Dobby," before enjoying the treats that were tastier than their counterparts in Fortnum and Mason's tea room. Draco wasn't having anything like a pleasant summer. His father had been on his case from the moment he'd stepped off the train, and his mother wasn't sticking up for him anymore. His father was taking a much greater interest in Draco this summer. That wasn't a good thing as far as Draco was concerned. He'd been given books to read, spells to learn and was then tested on everything. His only respite was 2 hours a day set aside for flying, though even that was becoming a chore. Things had never been this strict at home and Draco was slowly building up to a major tantrum. Seeing this, his mother intervened. She had a quiet word with her son, hoping to offer some incentive. Draco whining at his father was the last thing they needed to happen. Lucius might withdraw his offer of giving Draco another year to prove himself, effectively throwing both of them out on their ear. Your father is very angry at all the positive publicity Potter is receiving. Narcissa thought she was going to need her wand to stop her son's rant in approval of that sentiment. Eventually, she got him quietened down enough to continue. It's not fair that he wins these Quidditch matches because he has the best broom, so your father is going to do something about that. The entire Slytherin team will be flying Nimbus 2001's next term. There was the excitement she was looking for. Now all she needed to do was turn that excitement into determination. Your father is pushing you so hard this summer because he's determined to see you succeed. He's hoping to be sitting in the Hogwarts Quidditch stands while Slytherin crushes Gryffindor. Your reactions to his training this summer will decide whether you'll be sitting in the stand beside your father, or be the Slytherin seeker who beats Potter to the snitch. The mere thought of beating Potter, never mind the added bonus of his father being there to witness his victory, was enough motivation for Draco. He attacked his lessons with gusto, determined that prize would not be snatched away from him. Draco was enough of a Malfoy to know that beating Potter was the most important thing here. He also knew his father wouldn't hesitate to ignore his son's wishes to achieve that goal. Draco needed to spend the rest of the summer convincing his father he was up to the task, so that's what he would do. Harry had spent a peaceful morning showing Hermione around the place he grew up. Since there wasn't really much to see, it wasn't long before they found themselves in the park. Two swings miraculously repaired themselves, allowing the young couple the simple pleasure of being together while enjoying the swings. Their peace appeared about to be interrupted as a gang of boys were making their way toward them. Piers Pulkey seemed to be leading them, though Harry also recognized Dennis, Malcolm and Gordon. He couldn't understand why Dudley was bringing up the rear of the group. Since when did he start hanging about with these losers? Piers started right in on them. Well, look what we got here, boys. Potter's back, and he's brought a friend for us to play with. The other three laughed. Dudley showed no reaction at all. Big D tells us you had an accident, one that scrambled your brain. Now you really are a retard, Potter. Again the laughter, again Dudley took no part in it. The accident scrambled my memories, nothing more. Hermione, does he look like a rat to you? This had her giggling. Another Peter Pettigrew. Piers Pulkey, Peter Pettigrew, you have to admit there are striking similarities. This girl giggling, and Potter's casual dismissal, really pissed off Piers. It was time to remind Potter who was in charge here. Big D told us all the women he saw on holiday went about topless. That's a nice tan you've got, how about showing us how far down it goes? This time Dudley reacted. As the four boys now threateningly crowded around the couple, he took a couple of steps back. Only my boyfriend knows how far my tan goes, and that's the way it will be staying. Since they were holding hands on the swings, the identity of that boyfriend was never in any doubt. Next to Dudley, Malcolm was the biggest in the gang. He couldn't believe that Potter had pulled a hot bird like this, and intended to show both of them the error of their ways. Potter's nothing, you should hang about with us. To emphasize his point, Malcolm punched Harry in the chest. At least he tried to. Harry had moved like lightning, meaning Malcolm's fist connected with nothing but air. The bigger boy was also now off balance, and Harry was inside his guard. A couple of punches to the gut took all the fight out of Malcolm before a blow to the face had him down. Gordon was next to discover this was a very different Potter they were now dealing with. His burst mouth was telling him their new sport this summer would be hiding from Harry, rather than hunting him. Turning, Harry saw Piers also on the ground. A hard kick to the kneecap would do that every time. Hermione was now facing down Dennis, who appeared shocked that anyone would stand up to them. Do you want to try and look down my top? With my boyfriend beside me too. As Harry's arm slipped protectively around Hermione's waist, Dennis was comically shaking his head and hands, and tripped over the prostrate Malcolm in his haste to confirm he wanted nothing to do with this couple. Harry's gaze though was focused on his cousin. Dud, why are you hanging about with these losers? Aunt Petunia always told us we were better than that, and she was right. You've got some hard choices to make, Dud. You think you're pretty special, don't you, Potter? I didn't have to be special to beat this lot, you saw that. They're nothing but arrogant bullies, with no skill or talents to back that arrogance up. As the couple started walking away, Harry turned for one last piece of advice for his cousin. Had Piers been stupid enough to actually lay his hands on Hermione, you know what I would have done. You might want to explain that to your friends, lying here. It was a thoughtful Dudley who sat on the now vacant swing. Piers hauled himself up and managed to slip into the other one. Rubbing his very painful knee, he had some harsh words for their leader. Why didn't you back us up? I thought you liked pounding on Potter. You heard him, you saw him, that's a different Potter. Whatever you do, do not touch his girlfriend. The shudder of dread that ran through Big D had the rest of them wanting to know why he said that. They both go to the same school. I thought Potter went to a school that only took boys. A stare from Dudley shut Dennis up, that allowed the tale to continue. One of the teachers at that school went a bit nuts. He tried to attack Hermione, and Potter killed him. Then why isn't he in jail? I told you, Dennis, the teacher went nuts. They gave Potter and her bloody great medals because of it. Now they all wanted the macabre details. How did he do it, kill him like? Did he use a weapon? Dudley again shuddered as he gave them the details. He punched the teacher in the head until he was dead. Potter had to be pulled off him by the police. How come it wasn't on the news? In the paper. He could hardly say it was, and he had carefully read every word. Dudley changed tactics. Potter actually goes to a private school up in Scotland. His parents had a bit of cash, so it was all arranged and paid for since he was a baby. His girlfriend goes to the same school. You should see what her dad drives. Dad goes green with envy every time he sees it. Dudley then found himself making an admission he'd never thought of before. They seem alright though, her parents. Malcolm and Gordon had first-hand experience of just how hard Harry could hit. They weren't disputing Dudley's story. Dennis was just counting his blessings he'd escaped the entire fight unharmed. He would be giving the couple a wide berth too. Piers though was raging. There's a killer in Little Whinging and we're just supposed to accept that. This saw Dudley just shrug his shoulders. Had you pulled Hermione's top to look at her tan, Potter would have destroyed you. Does anyone here think we would have been able to stop him? Gordon removed the bloody hanky from his mouth to speak. For a skinny runt, Potter sure can hit hard. He plays some weird Scottish sport at that school of his, makes him fast and strong. Mum says he's very good at it. Your mum's been there. This got a nod. Went to see him get his medal. She's also friendly with Hermione's parents. Her dad doesn't look like someone you'd want to mess with either. The unanimous decision of the gang was to leave the couple well alone, though Piers still wanted some revenge. Harry took Hermione to the local cafe, unaware this was his first ever visit in this timeline. Apart from never having money to visit before, the Dursleys would usually have kept him far too busy with chores. Like a normal young couple, they sat and discussed this morning's events over their ice cream sundaes. Heading back for lunch, they discovered number 4 had a visitor, an unhappy one at that. Hello, Mrs. Pulkey. Don't you hello me, Potter, not after beating up my Piers. I don't know what you've heard, but I never actually touched Piers. That's not what he says. That's hardly surprising, since he got beaten up by my girlfriend. He and his buddies were determined to see how much of Hermione was tanned. Naturally, Hermione and I objected. My Piers would never do anything like that. Hermione was holding Harry's hand as this woman shouted at him, not something she was ever going to accept. Your son was reaching for my top when I kicked him one. Don't you go making wild accusations against my son, you lying little strumpet. That was way over any line either Harry or Hermione were ever going to accept. Before they could react though, Petunia exploded. Don Pulkey, how dare you say that about Hermione? I know this girl, and have stayed with her fine family. If Hermione said that's what happened, then I absolutely believe her. You've got a couple of murders staying with you. Indeed I do not. These two children responded to a situation at their private boarding school, saving the lives of 4 of their classmates. I proudly sat there as their courage and bravery were rewarded. They are also the top 2 students of their entire year group, while Harry is the star player on his house sports team. These are not the type of children who have to make up lies. Emma and Dan Granger certainly won't stand for anyone besmirching their daughter's name, and you certainly won't be doing it in my house. You told us the boy attended St. Brutus's secure center for incurably criminal boys. Realizing she would have to kill that story, and get something like the truth out there, Petunia told the truth to the one woman sure to have it all over the neighborhood before the sun went down. Harry and Hermione attend an exclusive private boarding school in Scotland. The entire thing was set up by his parents before they died. Harry has spent most of the summer staying with his friends from school and spending time with his godfather, Lord Black. Both look so tanned because they spent over 3 weeks on Lord Black's private Caribbean island. The Dursleys were invited too, but we had already booked our holiday. Dawn was standing there open-mouthed, then her face hardened. I don't believe a word of that. Get out of my house. What? Get out of my house. You call Hermione vile names, then tell me I'm a liar. Get out, before I throw you out. Keep your son away from my door too. Like you, he's not welcome here. A very miffed Don Pulkey stormed out the house, with Petunia slamming the door behind her. She then turned to the young couple, clearly worried. I need to ask you something, and want you to be honest with me. Was Dudley involved in this? It was Harry who exploded this time. Aunt Petunia, you know Dudley would never be involved in something like this. The relief on Petunia's face was unmistakable, as was the smile she now wore. Thank you for that, you have no idea how much hearing that means to me. I also enjoyed throwing that out. How dare she say that about our Hermione? I'll go and put the kettle on. Knowing that Harry's stout defense of Dudley was based on his altered memories, Hermione was at a loss to explain his wide smile. That's the Aunt Petunia I remember. It actually felt a little like déjà vu because I remember her flinging Piers, Mum out once before. That made sense to Hermione. The memory alterations carried out on the Dursleys totally changed their attitude to Harry. That would have led to situations similar to what they'd just witnessed, where people couldn't understand the sudden polar change in the Dursley family's attitude to their fourth member. Ron Weasley understood polar changes in attitude. Ever since Halloween last year, his life seemed to be full of them. His best friend suddenly didn't know him. When that best friend was the famous boy who lived, that was really hard to take. He'd gained the respect of his fellow first years, only for the entire house, make that school, to turn against him over the censure fiasco. Ron knew only something spectacular could see him recover from that, and he'd almost pulled it off too. Choosing to forget the fear induced by seeing Quirrell with a Dark Lord growing out the back of his head, Ron concentrated on the memory of telling the truth. He loudly proclaimed to Dumbledore that Potter was second to solve the tasks. He, Ron Weasley, had gotten there first. Ron didn't really remember much after that, except waking up in St. Mungo's. His family seemed really pleased to see him, and Ron loved all the attention. Again, that underwent a polar shift the instant he got home. His mother and father shouting at him, while Ginny now wouldn't speak to him. The prophet full of Potter and Granger being awarded Orders of Merlin, first class, almost put him off his food. Things didn't improve when Hogwarts let out either. His brothers may be home from school, but, for all the attention they paid to Ron, it didn't really matter. Percy blamed him for losing that precious prefect badge, and any chance at being head boy. Conveniently ignoring his own involvement in that fiasco appeared to be a trait he shared with Ron. The twins were good friends of Harry's and wouldn't hear a word said against Potter or Granger. Only a complete idiot would upset the Weasley twins, especially if they had to live in the same house as Fred and George. Ron was left facing his latest polar shift. He had dreamed of being the Gryffindor hero, but a visiting Dumbledore and McGonagall had destroyed those dreams. With his academic results now all in, the pair delivered a double blow. Not only would Ron have to repeat first year, he would face being resorted as well. He now faced the choice of returning to Hogwarts, resorted and repeating first year, or being homeschooled. As much as Ron hated the first option, being a first-year Hufflepuff might be preferable to being homeschooled by his mother. His parents had been on his case from the moment he'd returned from St. Mungo's. At least he would escape that at Hogwarts. Using intelligence that had stayed hidden for most of the last year, Ron was working on a strategy. Returning to Hogwarts would see him become the talk of the school, right up until something happened to refocus their attention somewhere else. Worst-case scenario, he would need to put up with the whispering, pointing and perhaps even insults until the first Quidditch match. After that, he would be last week's news and ignored. Staying at home though meant his mother would be on his case each and every day. With his father home every night to reinforce those lessons, Ron's thoughts were leaning toward Hogwarts. It was the memories of what he'd lost, Neville sharing private quarters and holidaying with Potter, that held him back from choosing the Hogwarts option. At least in the Burrow, he wouldn't be reminded of that every single day. He had until the Weasleys headed for Diagon Alley to give his definitive answer. After that date, whatever Ron chose, his fate was sealed. Dudley didn't seem as impressed when an invisible Dobby changed the salad into his favorite pizza at dinner. Nor was he really paying attention to his mother's spirited telling of how she chucked Mrs. Pulkey out of their house. While his father hung on her every word, Dudley had a different question for Harry. "How did you do that today? You made it look easy too. You've seen the golden snitch I gave Aunt Petunia." Dudley's nod saw Harry continue. "It moves incredibly fast, and my job is to catch it. I also have people hitting things like cannonballs at me, trying to make sure I don't catch the little blighter. That really sharpens up your reflexes. I've also done some boxing training to keep fit." His uncle's ears picked up at that. Boxing. A noble sport. In my day, Smeltings had an excellent boxing program. They still do, Dad. Remembering her conversations with Harry about Dudley, Hermione though they'd just been presented with a golden opportunity. It was one she intended to take. Trying to get your weight to a place you're happy with is an incredibly difficult thing for anyone to do, especially by just changing your diet. If you can combine a sport with the dieting, the results can be spectacular. I think boxing is a sport you could be very good at. A gorgeous girl telling him he could be very good at something was a whole new experience for Dudley, one he wasn't really sure how to handle. Do you really think so, Hermione? She decided to come at this from the opposite angle. Remember Harry from last summer? He was so skinny. A change of diet and lots of exercise has most of the neighbors not recognizing him. We can help you with the food part for the rest of the summer, but not when you return to Smeltings. Starting to box now, and continuing the sport at school would really help. I'd be happy to show you the basics, Dud. Dodging punches is really good exercise for me, throwing those punches will help you too. We could start tomorrow after breakfast. Sitting in the park has kinda lost its appeal. You'd do that for me. Stand there and let me punch you. This had Harry smiling. Dud, your job is to throw those punches, mine is to dodge or let them hit the training pads. Will we need to buy those things, Harry? He was still smiling as Harry answered his aunt. Not right away, we can handle it for now. Give Dudley a couple of days to see if he likes it, then you could look at buying him some gear. His son being involved in sport was certainly an idea Vernon wanted to encourage, especially if it turned into something Dudley might become good at. We could turn the garage into a gym, it's needing a good clear out anyway. We could do that at the weekend. If Dudley likes boxing, it would be easy to copy the small gym I use. Only Hermione knew the gym Harry was talking about was the Dursleys' converted garage from the other timeline. As the excitement over this idea grew, it became an enjoyable dinner at Privet Drive. Not once was it mentioned they were eating food altered by magic, or that they would be using magic to achieve a lot of what they were talking about. This was amazing progress from the family she'd first met at Christmas. Watching as Harry's smile just got wider and wider, Hermione thought his Christmas had come early this year. It was then Hermione had her epiphany. She'd figured Harry's uncle would be the hardest nut to crack but clearly had not considered something very important when reaching that conclusion. Vernon Dursley knew nothing about magic, or magical society, except what he'd heard from his wife. His attitudes were all centered around Petunia's hatred of magic, and those who had it. With Petunia's attitudes on magic changed, along with magic changing his food, Vernon was a lot more accepting of the situation than she'd ever thought possible. If they could help Dudley to lose some weight, and get him involved in sport, Hermione could see Vernon's objections to magic, and Harry, slowly disappearing. It was with a sense of excitement she glanced at her still smiling intended, they might actually be able to pull this off. Minerva certainly wasn't smiling as she stormed into the headmaster's office. Slapping a letter onto his desk, Albus didn't get time to read it before his deputy revealed the contents to him, and also the reason for her not inconsiderable anger. Albus, we can't allow this. Words actually fail me. This selfish charlatan has placed 7 of his own books on the required textbook list. All 7 books for all 7 years. Does he really expect first years to be learning about vampires, werewolves and trolls? We sent him the curriculum each year as required to be taught and he's just ignoring it, in favor of selling his own books too. It's bad enough the peacock will be here as a professor, but to then force every student to buy all his books is a disgrace. Albus, I don't think I can add this to the Hogwarts letters I'm about to send out. Letting out a sigh of frustration, though not directed at his deputy, Albus reiterated what Minerva already knew. Gilderoy Lockhart was the only person who showed the slightest interest in the vacancy for our defense against the dark arts post. As you are well aware, each professor sets their own textbook list. It's not something we can interfere with. But Albus, I know exactly how you feel, Minerva. Lockhart actually wanted the job last year. That was why I fell on poor Quirinus' offer to teach the position last summer. We both know how that turned out, and this year I'm all out of options. Whether this is Gilderoy's way of getting back at me for the perceived snub from last year, or his motives are purely financial, doesn't really matter. If I start interfering in the choice of textbooks for particular subjects, I would effectively be declaring I know better than the professor teaching the subject. That position would be untenable as headmaster, and for the professor involved too. Even if, in this case, it's the truth. Minerva, I suspect our Miss Granger would be a more effective teacher of this subject than Gilderoy Lockhart. Unfortunately, I'm not at liberty to offer her the position. Due to Sirius, release from Azkaban, I was hoping a certain friend of his might make an appearance before now. Alas, even if Remus were to turn up, Gilderoy has now signed the contract. Hogwarts must have a defense professor, but news of the position being cursed has robbed us of all of the people who would be good at the job. Quirinus' well-publicized demise put the last nail in that coffin. I can only assume that Gilderoy doesn't read the newspapers. More like he just brushes past those stories that don't feature a picture of him in them. Would you really have given Remus Lupin the job? We both know Remus would be an excellent professor, and that Hogwarts already has a proven method in place to deal with his medical condition. With any luck he'll turn up soon. Then we'll have a replacement for when Gilderoy leaves. You know he'll be attracted to Mr. Potter's fame, and you also know how both he and Miss Granger will react to that. Sparks will fly there. The smile on Dumbledore's lips stopped Minerva's rant. Albus knew the young couple better than anyone else in Hogwarts. She hoped that smile was in anticipation of the castle's now famous couple running Lockhart out of Hogwarts. Minerva well remembered the hard time the couple had given Augusta, and she was a very good teacher that Harry and Hermione liked. They would eat Lockhart for breakfast, especially if Gilderoy tried to latch onto the boy who lived. She still hated the prospect of all the extra books this gaudy ass would sell, but consoled herself with the thought it may not be nearly as many as he hoped. If a parent had already bought any of Gilderoy's books, Minerva was sure those would be the copies heading off to Hogwarts with their children. After all, it wasn't like these novels would be kept in the house's reference books. Dudley felt foolish. He was in their back garden, wearing t-shirt and shorts. What was making him feel foolish though was the protective headgear and rather large boxing gloves he was sporting. That, and whatever he tried to punch wasn't there by the time his glove arrived. His cousin moved like quicksilver, and was just as elusive. Smacking into one of the pads Harry was wearing on his hands felt good though, as did the words of encouragement coming from Harry and Hermione. Petunia arrived with some iced glasses of Diet Cola for all three of them, allowing Dudley to towel off before drinking it through the provided straw. Trying to pick up a tumbler while wearing boxing gloves was not an easy task. I thought you said I could be good at this. I've hardly laid a punch on you. When boxing, you fight in weight divisions. You and I would certainly be in different ones, Dud. That means you wouldn't normally fight anyone that moves as fast as me, which will help you improve your hand speed. When you fight someone in the same weight division as you, this will help you be so much quicker than them. While he was thinking about that, Hermione added another layer to the solution. Our Quidditch team practices for hours at a time, multiple times every week, and then spend even more hours talking tactics. Then again, that's why they're so good. One thing Harry insisted on though was that they had fun while doing it. You've just started training, so the most important thing is whether you enjoy it or not. It takes a lot of work to get good at anything. It's a whole lot easier to do that work however if it's something you like doing. How could flying on a broom not be fun? Do you think I could come to your school and watch a match? Dud, you come to Hogwarts, I'll take you flying on my broom. Deal. Harry held up his pad and Dudley punched it, sealing the deal between the two grinning boys. Hermione hugged her grinning intended while Petunia had her arms round her son. Both boys were then keen to return to their practicing. Dudley didn't know just how much weight a broom could carry but was determined now to lose as much of his as possible. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, one he was determined to grasp. Sitting there and the broom not rising off the ground because he was too heavy was a potential nightmare Dudley was determined to avoid. Sirius was sitting across from a worried lady in this classy restaurant and realized he had to take some action here. Reaching out, he took her trembling hand and gently caressed it. Amy, whatever happens tonight, I promise you we will leave this table, at the very least, still the best of friends. I don't see how, Sirius. I know what you really want to happen, I just can't understand why. Years ago, I made a conscious decision to focus on my career. To be honest, there wasn't a line of suitors desperately trying to get me to change my mind about that. Well, they were all blind, and stupid. I remember a young trainee Auror, following me around like a lost puppy. I was lost, until I met you. You believed in me, encouraged me. I most certainly did not. I was the epitome of professionalism in my dealings with a junior Auror. So, how many other junior Aurors have you held when they broke down after killing their first wizard? James had Lily to do the same for him. I don't know if I would have survived without your strength and compassion. A blushing Amelia admitting to Sirius he was the first, and only, certainly encouraged his pursuit. First you told me it was normal for trainee Aurors to have crushes on their trainers. Somehow I can't see that happening in Mad Eye's class. Hearing her laugh at that slight joke saw Sirius push on. Then, after I qualified, you told me romance between junior and senior Aurors couldn't happen. I respected that reasoning, knowing of course how much your career meant to you. Only the fact we were fighting a war stopped me resigning from the Auror Corps there and then. I knew you needed every wand you could get, so I stayed. I stayed for you, Amy, nothing else, and only my godson going into hiding saw me leave. She tried to say something but Sirius was on a roll, he needed to get this out there. I never intended to be away for so long, not seeing you for over a decade was never part of any plans I had. When you walked into my cell that morning, I thought you were an angel. After spending a decade with Dementors for company, Mad Eye walking in that door would have looked like an angel to you. I just can't see Mad Eye with wings and a harp, can you? I also know you could have sent anyone to collect me from Azkaban, but you came in person. She couldn't look at Sirius while answering. To me, seeing Pettigrew's name on Harry's map was as big a shock as discovering Voldemort was still alive. I can't deny I have feelings for you, Sirius. I'm just not sure what those feelings are. Staring at that map I knew at once you were innocent, and those feelings I buried away all those years ago came rushing back. I couldn't let anyone else come to get you, and finally take you away from that place. Amy, the one thing I learned in Azkaban is that life is at best fickle. We shouldn't put off to tomorrow what can be done today because, sometimes tomorrow is too late. I don't want us to be too late, so I'm going to put my feelings on the table for you to pick over. Taking a steadying breath, Sirius opened his heart. When I was younger, I wasn't a very good person. I rejected my family because they were dark, without rejecting most of the traits that they embraced. I was arrogant, conceited, a cocky bully who really was a black in every way except for being dark. The dalliances I had with witches were nothing more than boosts for my shallow ego. Then I met you. Sirius I. Please, Amy, let me say what I need to. While you were impervious to my charm and cheesy lines, we formed a connection that neither of us can deny exists. Your job was to take raw recruits and turn them into Aurors. With me, you took an arrogant git and turned him into a man, only not in the carnal sense. My biggest regret that Halloween was that I didn't go to you. The war was effectively over, we could finally have been together, and then raised Harry and Susan as our children. There were tears running down this strong witch's cheeks as Sirius now had both her hands held in his. I cost both of us that future and paid for it, I certainly paid for it. I understand you always had a problem about the age difference between us, Amy. Trust me on this though, Azkaban ages a person, it certainly aged me. We've now had some time to get to know one another again, you must be able to see that. Nodding, Amelia gave her reasoning. Before your stay in Azkaban, that version of Sirius Black would have been bored stiff on Black Island within a day or so. I watched a maturer you grow more and more contented the longer you stayed. I had a lot to be contented about. The most important people in the world to me were on that island. My godson has none of the flaws his father and godfather suffered from, though he certainly has inherited Lily's temper. As for his intended, what's not to love about that girl? There's no question she loves my godson, and he her. Even her parents were great, they certainly have accepted Harry into their family. Now was the part Sirius was dreading, it had to be said though. You were there too, and I just loved the way you kept an eye on Susan, without appearing to do so or crowding her. I have dreams, Amy, and the week you spent on that island came pretty damned close to fulfilling most of them. In those dreams, you and I were together, with a couple of our children playing alongside Harry and Susan. They say it doesn't do to live in dreams, but those dreams were the only thing that kept me sane in that cell. Now I'm out, I want to see how much of those dreams could ever become reality. I'm not expecting all my dreams to come true overnight, I don't think either of us still believes in that type of happy ever after. If a dream is worth chasing though, you have to give it your best shot. My dream is sitting right in front of me, and you, Amy, are certainly worth chasing. Sirius had no words left, he just had to sit there and wait for Ami's response. The wait was killing him, but he knew this was not the time for jokes or trying to rush her. After what seemed an age, Amelia finally broke her silence. Witches have dreams too, Sirius. I thought mine died the day I heard what you'd supposedly done to James, Lily and Peter. Seeing you again, even while emaciated and filthy in that cell, had those dreams resurfacing. Life isn't lived in dreams though, and we've both seen and done things that have pushed us beyond what would be considered normal. I'm without a doubt a happier person with you back in my life. The more I think about where you want to take our relationship, the more my practical side conjures obstacle after obstacle to show me why that just can't happen. I'm scared, Sirius, and honestly don't know if we would ever work as more than what we are now. There it was, exactly what Sirius was dreading hearing. Then Amy came to his rescue, lifting his heart soaring out of the deep dark canyon it had just dived into. But I think I would be a fool not to at least give us a try. Sirius was out his seat and beside the woman who meant the world to him. He now had both his hands on her cheeks before leaning in for a key. Amy Bones is no fool, and I hope to spend the rest of my life proving that to her. I might just hold you to that. I don't know about kids of our own though, and I would hate to deny you that when a younger witch. Sirius gently keyed her again. If that particular miracle doesn't happen for us, I would still consider myself a very lucky wizard to have you as my wife. We'll just have to spoil any children Harry or Susan eventually have. I think it's safe to say the Black and Bones families would be in good hands with those two. Both now thought their dinner date had been a resounding success, though neither was bothering with dessert. Sirius and Amelia now had other things on their minds and couldn't leave the restaurant quickly enough. Dudley's fear of magic disappeared almost as quickly as he did when pulling on Harry's invisibility cloak. Here was magic he could see working right before his eyes, or should that be couldn't see. His head floating into the living room almost gave his mother a heart attack. If the neighbors were worried over Petunia's loud scream, those worries were instantly dispelled by the sound of 3 children howling with laughter. They all correctly assumed Petunia had just been pranked. Vernon too was in awe of the magical cloak. Imagining out loud what he could do with it at work had Petunia putting her foot down. It's bad enough using it to scare the life out of me, but at least that's not against the law. Anyone else finding out about Harry's cloak would be. I want promises from each of you this cloak doesn't leave the house. After glaring at the 2 boys, both of whom were trying hard not to laugh, Petunia turned her attention to the only other female present. Hermione, I'm hoping you can keep both of these scallywags in line. This actually set both boys off laughing. Don't worry, Mum. I saw Hermione take down Piers, we won't be messing with her. As the 3 of them left the house, Petunia couldn't remember when their home had rang with so much laughter. Even Vernon had been in fits on hearing the details of Dudley's prank, before asking to try the cloak on for himself. As the 3 walked around Little Whinging, Dudley finally asked what they actually did on the holiday island. Hermione was soon enthusiastically telling him everything. It was wonderful. Diving in the Caribbean Sea is simply breathtaking, so it was probably just as well we didn't need to breathe. Harry's godfather had this magical plant, gillyweed. Although it tastes absolutely disgusting, eating it makes you grow gills, webbed hands and feet. We were able to swim underwater for an hour without scuba gear, snorkels or even face masks. With the magic being in the plant, even my mum and dad were able to enjoy it. My dad is a big fan of the Godfather movies and kept going on about swimming with the fishes, which none of our magical friends got. We also had brooms on the island. It gives a whole new meaning to exploring the island when you can fly there. Emma actually loved flying. For those 3 weeks, she must have spent about as much time with her arms around me as Hermione did. Harry was smiling at Hermione as he said this. Muscling in on my intended, just because he can fly. The tap on her back, Dobby's warning of danger, stopped Hermione talking. She was now busy searching for the danger, only for it to walk right out in front of them from the adjoining lane. Piers was apparently now leading the gang. However, he seemed to be leading that very same gang straight into a load of trouble none of them were close to being ready for. So, this is how it is, Big D. Ditching your friends to hang about with Potter and the slut. You know the rules, if you're not with us then you're against us. Piers was talking big and Dudley was about to respond when Harry cautioned him. Hold on, Dud. This makes no sense. Hermione and I already handed all of them their asses. With you beside us too, they wouldn't have a chance. The confident smile Piers was wearing was then explained. We brought some friends along, You won't take us by surprise this time. The rat-faced youth now had a blade in his hand while Malcolm and Dennis let bicycle chains unfurl from the grip they had on one end of them. Gordon had a cricket bat though didn't look as if he had any intention of hitting a ball with it. Scared Potter. Pulky, you're a bigger King idiot than I thought you were, and that takes some doing. You ready to kill someone, Piers? It's not like the telly, it's actually quite a hard thing to do. Trust me, I know. This response actually shook Piers, that and Harry not backing down an inch. Who said anything about killing? We're just gonna mark you up some, show everyone what happens if they mess with us. Here's the thing though, Piers. You come anywhere near Hermione with that blade and you'll need to kill. It will be the only thing that stops me tearing you to pieces. What about you guys? Are you ready to let Piers make that kind of decision for you? Once done, it can never be taken back. The next move is yours to make, choose carefully. Harry's green eyes were boring into them, with Malcolm being the first to crack. His bicycle chain hit the pavement while he carefully backed away. The other two almost instantly repeated his actions, loosing their weapons, leaving Piers standing there with only a penknife for company. 3 against 1, are those the odds you like, Potter? Piers was desperately trying to save some face here, Harry however wasn't even going to allow him that much. Hermione's already proven she can take you on her own, Piers. That piece of cheap shit you're holding in your hand wouldn't change the outcome this time either. Drop the knife and you can walk away, otherwise I'll be taking it off you. If you force me to do that, I won't be gentle about it. Harry then slowly and deliberately began closing the distance between them. Now's the time, Pulky. Are you going to make the worst decision of your life, or are you going to drop that knife? The clatter of the knife hitting the pavement happened just as Harry reached Piers. There may be hope for you yet, Piers. Now, F.K. off. He may have managed not to run away but Piers' fast walk was fooling no one. Dudley was staring at his cousin as if seeing him for the first time. You faced the 4 of them down, and they were tooled too. Wrapping Harry in a hug, Hermione let Dudley in on their secret. Ratface only thought he was standing there with friends. Harry and I always have our best friend watching our backs. Dobby, please show Dudley what you can do. The knife, bat and both bicycle chains turned into very fine sand. A slight breeze then began to blow that sand away. Dud, Hermione and I knew you and Uncle Vernon weren't too comfortable around magic. We've been gradually letting you see magic is not a bad thing, it can do good too. There is also a dark side however, and it's far more frightening than those 4 plonkers imagined they were. There's a real battle looming in the next few years, with Hermione and I being unintentionally thrust right into the center of it. We're doing our best to change things for the better but we also know it could go either way. If Dobby ever comes to you and says it's time to leave, don't hesitate. You can trust him with your life, we certainly do with ours. We'll introduce you when we go back, your mum already knows Dobby. He's the one who changes your meals, and will still do so once we leave. It was a thoughtful Dudley who walked beside the couple as they made their way back to Privet Drive. Since his mother started meeting with Emma Granger in London for tea, both he and his dad began to notice the changes in her. Those changes got a lot more pronounced after her first visit to Hogwarts, and had continued down that same path ever since. It was his own behavior that had Dudley troubled. Even just a week ago, he would have been leading Piers and the boys against the people who dared stand up to them. Having now witnessed that behavior from the other side of the argument, Dudley could only feel shame at the actions of his friends, or was that former friends? This was only one of the things he was now going to have to make a decision on. Taking a glance at Harry, with Hermione on his arm, let Dudley see what was possible. She'd stood ready beside Harry to take on all 4 of them, weapons and all. Thinking back to her taking out Piers, Dudley remembered she was also presented with the same bravery medal as Harry, for standing right beside him that day too. It was Harry though that had Dudley struggling to believe the changes in his cousin. The Harry who stood there ready to fight all 4 of them bore no resemblance whatsoever to the skinny runt they'd chased all over the estate last summer. He'd hit little whinging last week like Clint Eastwood in a spaghetti western, only without the chewed cigar, tatty poncho and well-worn 6-shooter. Here walking beside him was living proof of exactly what could be achieved by hard work. Harry also claimed that having the right group of friends played a big part in those changes too. He never said having Hermione by his side played the biggest part in those changes. Harry didn't need to. Just seeing both of them together announced it to whoever cared to look. The image of Harry facing down Piers was stuck in Dudley's mind, and seemed to be telling him his decisions would determine what side of the equation he would come down on. Since Piers almost shit himself in fear, while Harry now had Hermione on his arm, Dudley didn't need to tax too many of his brain cells to reach his decision. He wanted to be more like Harry, and maybe one day have a gorgeous girl like Hermione on his arm too. He would talk to his mum about buying him the proper boxing kit, rather than using the stuff magic provided. Dudley would also be having a chat with his father about the offer of turning their garage into a gym. Having his own gym actually sounded kinda cool. It was certainly something his mother would be slipping into her conversations with the neighbors. As a bonus, it might even get the school nurse off his back. That alone might be worth all the effort, with all other benefits counting as a bonus. Lucius took a sip of his rare and expensive port before setting the crystal goblet down on his desk. He opened a hidden drawer of the same desk, removing a small portrait and standing the gilded frame on the polished desktop. He took another sip of his port. Knowing the subject in the frame would pretend to be sleeping for at least the next 5 minutes, Lucius savored his favorite tipple to pleasantly pass the time away. His father hated being locked in that silenced drawer, with no idea what was going on in the world around him. Abraxas was bound to obey the head of the Malfoy family's wishes, though this was merely a show of passive resistance, making his son wait. Having long ago worked out what his father's portrait was up to, Lucius simply now ignored the painting until the subject awoke. With the portrait constantly desperate for information, it was a little game Lucius always won. Since Lucius trusted no one with the knowledge of what he was planning, his father's portrait became his sounding board for bouncing those more sensitive ideas off. Blinking the supposed sleep out his eyes, Abraxas asked a question he was desperate to know the answer to. "Have you decided what to do with the diary?" "Yes. I wasn't questioning your judgment last we spoke. He's your son after all. It was more the point of not killing the Malfoy heir without having another to take their place I was trying to make. You have 5 years yet before Draco is of age. I would only urge the family has another heir in situ before the boy meets an untimely death. With the Dark Lord attempting to return, it will be trying times for everyone. Killing Draco without another heir would leave the family vulnerable. Should anything then happen to you, you would probably never leave that drawer again. I know you're concerned about the continuation of our line, but that wasn't what influenced my decision not to slip the diary to Draco. When this entire thing kicks off, why have the Malfoy name being mentioned at all? Something that would be unavoidable if Draco was involved. A wise decision. So, the mudblood then. I can't help wondering, however, will anyone really care what happens to a mudblood? They will if she's Potter's intended, and already in Order of Merlin, first class, holder. Abraxas Malfoy was a hard wizard to shock, in life and now as a portrait. That statement easily managed this difficult task, however. They really gave a mudblood one of those. Things are certainly changing, and not for the better. So, targeting her would be a good choice. Having another sip of port, Lucius was enjoying teasing his father. She would be an excellent choice, except for one thing. No one really disputes Potter banished the Dark Lord whilst still a baby. There are claims that he repeated this feat at the end of the Hogwarts school year, in front of Dumbledore, bones and a half a dozen Aurors too. My contacts at the Ministry might be reduced in number, but they're loyal to my gold. All are telling me the same story. Potter really did achieve this feat. Taking that into account, do you think it would be wise to antagonize someone who has now defeated the Dark Lord twice? Lucius had no intention of mentioning the message Potter sent them in the middle of the night, in their own bed too. No, Potter would be getting left well alone. The portrait took a moment to think about what it had heard before Abraxas' image nodded its head in agreement. Another wise decision. If the Potter brat can ever finish the job properly, it would remove a large burden from the Malfoy family. Should the Dark Lord ever return, the people who escaped punishment by decrying and disowning him would surely face his wrath. He would also have demands that would tax even our family's wealth. Especially now the head of the Black family has expelled both Sissy and Draco. For Abraxas Malfoy to be shocked twice in the space of 5 minutes was a major achievement. Unfortunately, it was not one his son could derive any pleasure from. What? I thought Sissy was smarter than that. She is, her son isn't. I was forced to write formal letters of apology to both Lords Black and Potter. I hope your wand made the little shit pay for that affront on House Malfoy. My original intention was to give him the diary before he headed back to Hogwarts. That would unleash murder and mayhem inside the castle, and see the demise of Draco. With no black heritage, and then no heir, Sissy could be easily discarded while a more suitable witch joined the Malfoy family, and provide her new husband with an heir. Only a complete lack of faith in Draco being capable of dying without somehow implicating my part in his death changed my mind. There would have been a certain irony about playing the grieving father, while looking around for a new wife. And what of Draco? He has a year to either prove himself worthy of the Malfoy name, or both he and his mother will be disowned. Either way, I win. At the rate changes are being forced on our way of life, we could be facing a different world by this time next year. What can we do about these changes? Weasley is pushing a pro-Muggle agenda through the Wizengamot. With the Potter-Granger situation all over the newspapers, Weasley just might succeed. If his daughter causing havoc at Hogwarts isn't enough to discredit Weasley, her eventual death will break him. He seems uncommonly fond of his children, all 7 of them. Both father and son shuddered at the thought of so many children. While they continued their conversation deep into the evening, neither wizard nor portrait noticed the elf who was listening to every word. Darla would have plenty to tell Dobby when he visited her later tonight. Dobby made himself visible to the 3 youngsters and Petunia after Vernon had left for work. Dudley was now well acquainted with the little elf. His appearance though set Hermione off with her quick-fire questions. "What's the matter, Dobby? Are Mum and Dad okay? Did the Malfoy situation change?" Being well used to Hermione by now, Dobby was aware only having those questions answered would see her calm down. "Emma and Dan have already left for work, both were fine. Malfoy has chosen the path you thought he would, but that's not why Dobby is here. These came this morning, Sirius sent them to your home." Taking the offered envelope from Dobby, Hermione was soon emitting a squeal of delight. "This is an invitation to Sirius' engagement party. He asked Amelia to marry him. She obviously said yes." While Harry was delighted for his godfather, he really liked Amelia too. It was the other envelope still in Dobby's hand that was the focus of his attention. When Dobby handed the envelope to his Aunt Petunia, his hopes and fears were confirmed. A gobsmacked Petunia opened the envelope to discover that the Dursleys were invited to Lord Black's engagement party too. Hermione was reading the short letter that had been included in the invitation addressed to her and Harry. She was able to alleviate some of the fears she saw expressed in Petunia and Harry's expressions. "Sirius says this isn't going to be a large or lavish party, more a gathering of friends to celebrate this happy news. Looking at the names mentioned here, it will only be a few of Amelia's friends from the ministry that we won't have met before. It will be formal though, and leads us to the question of whether you think Vernon is ready for this step." Hermione smiled in Dudley's direction as she said this, indicating she was already sure he would be fine with it. Dudley though was concentrating on something that had been said earlier. "You mentioned this Malfoy was one of the worst bad guys, right? How the hell can you know what he's up to, and will it be dangerous for you too?" It was a pleased Harry who tried to explain. "To people like Malfoy, I'm a half-blood. That allows them to feel all superior and look down their arrogant noses at me. Hermione is a Muggle born, so someone they abhor simply because Dan and Emma don't possess magic. You, as a Muggle, are regarded as nothing more than sheep in a field. I'm telling you this to put the next bit in context. Using that same scale, Dobby isn't even on it. He and his kind aren't worthy of consideration, they're not even noticed." This drew Dudley's ire. He had watched in awe as Dobby had reduced hours worth of work clearing out the garage to a few snaps of his fingers. Within 10 minutes the garage was not only clear and spotless, the junk had been changed into very useful equipment, saving his dad a fortune too. There was a heavy bag suspended by chains from the ceiling. A speed bag was also on an adjustable stand that could be raised as he grew taller with age. One wall was given over to weights, and the little guy even managed an adjustable weights bench too. Harry had an equipment catalog and, from looking at the pictures and Harry's explanations, Dobby had done a magnificent job. Between having his meals changed and exercising, Dudley had lost half a stone in his first week. Dobby was a massive part of this change and no one was going to say anything bad about the little guy in his presence. That's just stupid. Dobby's great. This saw Hermione's smile beaming at him. We think so too, Dudley. In fact, anyone who takes the time to get to know Dobby thinks the exact same. My mum and dad just love him, and certainly consider Dobby part of our family. That is simply something these particular people will never do though. They consider everyone in this room beneath them. I say that's their loss. The elf at the center of all this praise tried to change the subject. The plan to give the Slytherin team new brooms is still going ahead. Dobby thought Harry Potter should be able to get broom companies fighting to let his house team use their brooms. This had Hermione laughing. And, unlike Draco, you couldn't be accused of using your fame or money to get on the team. You're already the Gryffindor Seeker, and the team are the current holders of the Quidditch Cup. How much do you think a front-page picture of you, flying their broom, would be worth to a broom company? It would certainly be worth the 7 brooms it would take to sponsor the Gryffindor team. A picture of their company representative presenting their brooms to the team at Hogwarts would almost certainly guarantee that front page too, and you just know that's something McGonagall would go for. I also know you hate using your fame, but this is a good cause. This actually had Harry smiling. I'm just imagining both Malfoy's expressions when they see their ploy not only countered but bettered, and without it costing anything too. Okay, that's now on the to-do list. We need to do some research on broom manufacturers. Dobby producing the latest edition of Quidditch Monthly in a broom catalog just added to the esteem his family held the little guy in. It was now time to get an answer to the question Hermione originally asked. Petunia had stayed silent since hearing it, and they all understood why. Do you think Uncle Vernon is ready for this? Her nephew, just like his intended, had cut right to the heart of the matter. I think I could sell him on the party. Going to Diagon Alley for the formal wear he'll require though is probably a step too far for now. How can we attend without the proper clothes? We would stand out like sore thumbs. Polyjuice. This had all eyes looking at Hermione as she explained. Polyjuice is a potion that can turn a witch or wizard into someone else for an hour. With that potion, and a hair from Vernon, Harry could become his uncle for an hour. That should be more than enough to get fitted for formal robes in Madame Malkin's. Okay, that's just creepy. Dudley gave a visible shudder before telling them what caused that reaction. I just had this image of Harry saying, "Dudley, I'm your father." Harry and Hermione were in fits of laughter while Petunia just appeared shocked, forcing Dudley to explain again. It's a Star Wars reference, Mum, that's all. Dobby also had their Hogwarts letters, instantly wiping the smile off Hermione's face. It was replaced by a grimace as she read their mandatory book list and let out a groan. Gilderoy Lockhart is going to be our new defense teacher. Why is that a bad thing? Harry, we would probably be better learning defense from Binns. Oh, that bad. Probably worse. Who is this Binns, and why is the other guy worse? It was left to Hermione to tell the story, since Harry had yet to meet Lockhart. Professor Binns died many years ago, but his ghost still teaches the same classes. As you might imagine, learning defense from a ghost would be pretty impossible. We would still learn more from Binns than the Ponzi git, Lockhart. It was with embarrassment Hermione remembered, as a 12-year-old, having a crush on Lockhart. Finding out someone you had admired not only had feet of clay, his entire life history was nothing but a stolen facade had certainly cured her of that affliction. Dobby would be able to confirm if the book signing event was still going ahead in Flourish and Blots. Knowing Molly Weasley's affection for the fanciful fraud, that's when her family would be heading for the alley to do their Hogwarts shopping. Their plan was to get the diary away from Ginny as soon as Malfoy had planted it on her. Unfortunately, that was as detailed as their plans were at the moment. Circumstances would determine most of their actions that day, something Harry was a lot more accepting of than she was. If Petunia could convince Vernon to attend Amelia and Sirius' engagement function, that would mean a trip to Diagon Alley with Harry Polyjuiced. That in itself could be a hazardous trip, so would probably have to be a separate visit from the diary snatch. Their summer just seemed to get more and more complicated, though they were certainly enjoying it. Vernon stepped into the now strangely quiet house to find Petunia waiting for him in the hall. As she keyed his cheek, Vernon's nostrils were assaulted with the wonderful aromas of what must be his dinner. "Where's Dudley and our guests? The house is far too quiet for them to be home. They've all gone to the cinema." We've got the house to ourselves for a while, and I prepared a little buffet for your dinner tonight. All your favorites, which I won't be able to enjoy until you tell me what's going on." Leading Vernon into the dining room, she then handed him the invitation. Vernon's eyes widening and his eyebrows climbing up his forehead were the only reactions Petunia got out of him. Lifting a plate, Vernon began to serve himself from the wonderful fare set on the table. This also bought him some time to formulate his response. "You obviously want to go, but you need to tell me why." "I'm not saying no, and I'm not saying yes. I've been watching my family change before my eyes. I need to understand why this is happening." "I thought you would have been delighted to be going to a lord's party. That is a very exclusive invitation." Vernon just sat there, quietly eating his dinner. When the tears began running down Petunia's cheeks, he knew the truth was about to come out. "Sirius once actually thanked me for raising Harry, and making him the fine young man he is today. I don't think I've ever been so embarrassed in my life. I wanted the ground to open up and swallow me. You've seen Harry with Hermione, those two are extremely close and have no secrets between them. Hermione was his girlfriend before the accident that scrambled his memories." The implications of that tidbit halted Vernon's fork midway between plate and mouth. "While Harry has no idea how we previously treated him, she does. Hermione could easily turn Harry against us, and who could blame her, yet she's doing her best to see we all get along. Our son is changing simply from being around them, and I think becoming a better person for doing so." A sob from Petunia had Vernon getting up and moving to be beside her. "If it's this important to you, of course we'll go, pet. You wanted the truth, Vernon, and the truth is I'm disgusted at how I treated that boy. I believe one day I'll see Lily again. That's not a meeting I'm looking forward to, for more than just the obvious reason. We've been given a second chance though, a chance for me to look Lily in the eye and honestly say I tried my hardest to make up for my earlier mistakes. I need to take that chance, I think we all need to. Our Dudley is going to miss those two once they leave, this will be another chance for them to meet up. You didn't have to make all this wonderful food to get me to say yes, it certainly helps however. I better get back to my dinner, before it gets cold." This actually had a slight smile appearing on Petunia's face. Its charm to stay warm. Resuming eating, and discovering his wife was right, put a smile on Vernon's face too. This magic stuff wasn't half bad. Sirius picked the four of them up from Crawley and escorted the group to Diagon Alley. It had been hard for the young couple to leave Privet Drive last weekend, though they would be meeting Petunia and Dudley again tomorrow for another trip to the alley. That visit would see them acquire formal robes so all three Dursleys could attend the engagement party on Saturday. If things went as they hoped today, Harry and Hermione would be ready to celebrate on Saturday night. They met Neville, Parvati and Padma in the Leaky Cauldron and decided Madame Malkin's would be their first stop. All the students needed school robes, as well as formal robes for the upcoming party. Dan and Emma, currently dressed in normal robes, found themselves receiving new formal wear for the party too. Harry and Hermione went thought the day in a bit of a dream state, they knew what was waiting on them when they entered Flourish and Blotts. This proved rather unfortunate for the photographer who tried to grab them both as they walked into the aforementioned bookshop. Bless my soul, Harry Potter and Hermione Granger. 3 orders of Merlin holders in the same shop, I've got to get a photograph of that. What he actually got, as he grabbed Harry and Hermione to drag them over toward Lockhart, was a sharp elbow to the gut from Hermione, and his legs kicked out from under him by Harry. Lying winded, with 2 wands now covering him, the photographer then also had an irate father to deal with. "Who the hell do you think you are, grabbing my daughter and Harry like that?" He managed to wheeze, press, between gasping for breath, which didn't improve Dan's mood in the slightest. "That doesn't give you the right to go about manhandling children. There seems to be a misunderstanding here, perhaps I can help. After all, it doesn't do to upset our friends in the press." While wearing his widest smile, Gilderoy had made the very serious mistake of possessively draping his arms around Harry and Hermione's shoulders. With his fingers now dangling tantalizingly close to Hermione's developing chest, there was no way Lockhart was going to escape being reprimanded for his inappropriate actions. Before any of the duo could react though, an already raging Dan beat them to it. He grabbed Gilderoy by the outlandish and loud cravat the fop was wearing, pushing him back off and away from the young couple. If there's a misunderstanding here, then you just made it. Who are you to think'll stand for some creep putting his arm around my 12-year-old daughter like that? You were practically groping her. Still grinning like a fool, with no idea of the trouble he was in, Gilderoy began performing his well-rehearsed spiel for when he was asked his identity. When he got to the part about 5 times winner of the Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, Dan's temper finally snapped at this Ponce who had, in his opinion, grabbed Hermione in a wholly inappropriate manner. Well, that's something we can change right now. His fist impacted on Lockhart's jaw, knocking him to the ground amid a lot of high-pitched shrieks, not all of them coming from Lockhart's legion of female fans that were packed into the bookshop. Gilderoy's only response was fighting back the tears, as much from the shock that someone would actually hit him as the pain he was currently suffering. There was no need for violence. I'm going to be their new defense professor at Hogwarts. I was just trying to introduce myself. I'll be teaching at Hogwarts too. That doesn't mean I'll be going around the castle groping young girls. What it does mean is that I'll be keeping a close eye on you. He then found Hermione at his side. It's okay, Dad. I won't be taking any classes of his, or buying his stupid books. Harry and I will be covering the subject by self-study. We've already received Professor McGonagall's permission, as well as permission for those of our friends who want to join us. Neville immediately added his name to that list. Parvati was on his arm and asked if she could join them too. Her mum had all Lockhart's books at home, and he was Lavender's favorite author too. The handsome author pictured on the covers of those books, as well as the one portrayed within their pages, bore no resemblance to the wizard sitting sniveling on the floor. Lockhart was bleeding from the mouth, his normal perfect appearance well and truly ruffled. Parvati couldn't be certain but was almost sure he was wearing a wig too. Considering this was the person who was supposed to teach them how to defend themselves, she was already thinking Lockhart could be worse at that task than Quirrell. If Parvati could reach that conclusion, her Ravenclaw twin had certainly worked all that out as well. Padma was soon added to the growing group not taking Lockhart's class. Susan was there with Hannah and her mother. Beth Abbott was also a big fan of Lockhart and didn't know what to make of this situation. She would certainly have slapped any man who grabbed her Hannah in a manner like that and, knowing Hannah was friends with this group, Beth was now trying to decide if she actually wanted her daughter in Lockhart's classes. Are you allowed to just decide not to attend classes? It was Harry who answered the concerned parent. No ma'am. You need to submit your objections to Hogwarts in writing, have an alternative in place, including course objectives, and also have an adult witch or wizard to supervise you. This had Sirius immediately volunteering to be that adult if needed, earning a smile from Harry. You'd be more than welcome anytime you come to class, but Hermione and I are already considered adults, thanks to our orders of Merlin. We posted our objections, as well as our course objectives, to Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall knows we study ahead and not only approved, she also made the offer of allowing our classmates to join us. Lockhart may have gained himself a bit of a reputation as an author, but very few people believe he's actually done the things the character in his books claims to have. The boy who lived decrying his books, and not taking his classes, was an even more painful blow to Gilderoy than the punch to the face, and that still bloody hurt. It was about then something else struck Gilderoy, only this time it was a lot more pleasant than a fist. He'd just deduced who this wizard was that punched him, and he wasn't a wizard at all. Gilderoy thought he could now take command of the situation, so boldly staggered to his feet. You, sir, besmirched my good name, damaged my reputation and then physically struck me. My honor demands satisfaction. I challenge you to a duel. Since Hermione Granger was the most famous Muggle born in Britain, that obviously meant this man, her father, was a Muggle. Gilderoy thought he couldn't lose here. If he'd had a bit more experience dealing with Harry and Hermione, he certainly wouldn't have been so sure of that outcome. Before Dan could accept the challenge, Harry stepped in. Had you taken the time to look at Dan's robes, you would have seen this man is under the protection of my house. And mine too, chipped in Sirius, leaving Lockhart looking decidedly queasy. Harry's smile was almost predatory now. Hermione had told him a lot of this prat's history. That Lockhart had no problems cursing and leaving children to die, while he then intended to pen a bestseller of how he fought bravely but in vain to save them, meant there would be no mercy shown here today. Since your honor demands satisfaction, here are your options. If you choose to face Dan without your wand, no one here will interfere. Should you insist on a magical duel, your choice of opponents would be between Lord Black or myself. From a position where Gilderoy thought he couldn't lose, how the hell did he end up staring humiliation squarely in the face? The imposing muggle seemed desperate for him to choose the no magic option. Gilderoy's aching jaw was screaming that wouldn't be bloody happening anytime soon. A mere glance at Black meant facing the ex-convict was never an option Gilderoy would ever willingly decide upon either. That left facing the boy who had so recently seen off the Dark Lord, Gilderoy tried to worm his way out of the situation he'd just rushed headfirst into. Perhaps I was a bit hasty. Harry had no intention of letting this worm wriggle off the hook he'd so willingly placed himself on when Lockhart thought he would be using his wand against a muggle. When a person's honor demands satisfaction, there really is no other option but to carry through with a duel. You wouldn't want all these people here to think your honor wasn't worth defending, would you? Looking around at all the expectant faces, book-buying parents and his future students all, Gilderoy felt the walls closing in on him. Even the photographer was back on his feet, in anticipation of a more sensational story than the book signing he was originally here for. Sensing a viable excuse, Gilderoy introduced a last-ditch effort to save himself the embarrassment of being defeated by a 12-year-old. There simply isn't room to duel in here, with the alley being really too narrow and crowded for powerful mages to fight a proper duel. I feel I have no option but to put other people's safety above my own pressing need to see my honor satisfied. That's very noble of you. Gilderoy was congratulating himself on that piece of quick thinking when Harry continued, eloquently and publicly taking his excuse away. Though lack of space is a problem that can easily be overcome. 2 weeks from today is the first day of term at Hogwarts. Dan, myself and you will all be there. Sirius will be available too, if you chose to duel him. Hogwarts certainly has facilities that can be used to hold an honor duel. It will also give all your new students the chance to see exactly what they're getting as a defense professor. Do you want to make your choice of opponent now? Holding it then will also give your press friends time to get to Scotland to witness this duel. With all avenues of escape now firmly closed, Gilderoy was left with only bluster. Very well. Let it be known that I, Gilderoy Lockhart, will face the boy who lived in an honor duel at Hogwarts in 2 weeks. I promise to go easy on the lad. Gilderoy's forced laughter at his own joke wasn't fooling anyone. The photographer gained something out of this situation by taking Lockhart's picture in this disheveled state. With his mouth still bleeding too, this certainly didn't improve Gilderoy's disposition. Deciding to leave the shop, Harry was angry because the entire situation could now be a bust. They needed Malfoy to part with that diary. These thoughts were interrupted by a voice he was gradually coming to detest. Bet you loved that, Potter. More attention, and now dueling a professor. I hope he kicks your ass. And what makes you think I give a shit about the opinions of a boy who used to take a Death Eater to bed with him every night? With a wild scream, Ron launched himself at Harry. It was actually rather shocking to discover Lockhart was right about something. There really was no room in here to fight. Ron was swinging wildly, and could end up hurting some innocent bystander, so Harry tackled him to the ground. Punches were thrown, legs were kicked out and Harry managed to plant his forehead onto Ron's nose before both boys were effortlessly hoisted off the floor and into the air. Hagrid had a grip on each of them, holding them up and apart until both their families got to them. Hermione taking Harry's hand and using their danger signal focused his attention far quicker than the words she was speaking. His enquiring glance was met by the slightest of nods. Harry's few injuries were instantly forgotten, as was the person who inflicted them. The diary had been passed on. Ron wasn't for forgetting, and certainly not in a forgiving mood. Even while being held by his father, and berated by his mother, his gaze never left Potter. The one good punch he'd landed looked to be blackening his eye. Before the Granger took her wand to it. She soon healed his grazed cheek too, adding to Ron's not inconsiderable rage. With a nose gushing blood and his right eye closing, it was easy to see who had come out worse from this scuffle. The pain as his nose was magically repaired by his mother was simply another reason to hate the boy he'd once considered his best friend. The 2 weeks of constant ear-bashing today's fight would undoubtedly see coming his way just cemented Ron's view that all his troubles were Potter's fault. Even after the fight, Potter was now ignoring him. It was as if he wasn't worth bothering about. Well, Ron would just have to show him different when they returned to Hogwarts. With all thoughts of further shopping forgotten, and the brief fight being a perfect excuse for doing so, Harry turned to his godfather. "Sirius, we need to go to your house. Are you all right? Did you bang your head or something?" Lowering his voice so only his godfather could hear, Harry gave Sirius just enough information to get him interested. "No, I'm fine. We need to follow Dumbledore, and it needs to be somewhere private. My house has been lying empty for years, and the house elf has gone a bit crazy from being left alone with only portraits for company. There are currently only a few parts of the house that are habitable." The underlying urgency in Hermione's tone alerted all three of the adults there was something else going on here. "This is something that we need to do, quickly and quietly." Sirius simply nodded while Harry and Hermione then said goodbye to their friends, telling them everything was fine and they would see them on Saturday. While leaving the bookshop, Hermione noticed Ginny was in tears at the scene her brother had just caused. She couldn't help but think this was a far better outcome for the youngest redhead. A few tears now over Harry fighting with her stupid brother was infinitely preferable to having a basilisk added to the confrontation. Watching from the shadows, Lucius had an evil grin on his face. Starting a confrontation with Weasley, while very easy to accomplish, was still opening himself up to the risk of his real motives being discovered. The confrontations that had just taken place had allowed him to fulfill his task without exposing himself in the slightest. After what happened today, very few people would even remember he was actually in the bookshop. If ever questioned, he was merely another parent acquiring their child's school supplies. Lucius was certain no one had witnessed what he'd just done. He was wrong. Emma was sure Sirius could have made a fortune charging admission to his house for Hammer horror film fans. It looked as if it had played a starring role in over half that franchise's productions. She also felt sure the unusual umbrella stand was a prop from one of those films too. Sirius telling her it was a troll's leg saw Emma let out a shriek. As if the very thought of using a creature's leg to hold her umbrellas wasn't bad enough, the size of the creature this leg once belonged to really shocked her. It was after all a troll that had tried to kill Hermione last Halloween. Her shriek however awakened a demented portrait that immediately began shouting and screaming racial abuse at them. Sirius introducing this vile woman as his mother left them without anything to say in return. He pulled heavy curtains over the painting, before leading them past and into a large reception room. Ignoring the peeling wall coverings and slowly rotting furniture, the large fireplace was what held the two youngest's attention. Hermione then had a strange request for the house's owner. "Sirius, can you follow Dumbledore and tell him we got it? He needs to come here with the substance to deal with it, and he needs to come now." A bemused Sirius still complied, and his head was back out the fireplace only seconds later. "Dumbledore just about jumped out of his robes when I gave him your message. He'll be here shortly. Will we then find out just what's going on here?" Before Hermione could answer, Dumbledore stepped out the green flames of the fireplace and headed straight for the young couple. "Sir, it's in my left pocket, and incredibly powerful. It's trying to push a compulsion onto me, and only my occlumency is allowing me to resist its efforts. It's Tom Riddle's diary. Perhaps I should take it back to Hogwarts." "No, sir. No delays, no studying this thing, we want it gone. It's also not something you want to deal with when on your own. Do it here, do it now." If Sirius was shocked at the way Hermione was effectively giving orders to Albus Dumbledore, it was only to be the first of many shocks today. Using his wand, Albus soon had the book summoned out of Hermione's pocket and floating toward a heavy table that was already in the room. As the book settled on the table, Albus removed a vial from his pocket. His detection charms were showing this to be the darkest of magic, but Albus was still considering studying the item. "Are you sure about this?" "Certain, sir. It has to be done, we can't take any chances. Mum, Dad, can you get behind Harry and me? Sirius, you might want to take a couple of steps back too." Without touching the book, Albus allowed a couple of drops of deadly basilisk venom to land on its surface. Like Quirrell's reaction to Harry's touch, the diary began to rapidly rot away where the liquid had settled. In an even eerier parallel, the book began to scream as the spirit of Voldemort left it. This time however there was no escape for this portion of his soul. It too appeared to rapidly rot while being pulled back into its former host, until only a small black blob of gunk remained in the center of the now ruined diary. Albus cast a couple of detection spells at the Guncan diary, both showed a residue of dark magic but were now safe. Before any of them could comment on what they'd just witnessed, a different voice asked a question. You destroyed the Dark One's precious object. Creature wants to know if you could destroy another. Master Regulus tasked Creature with destroying it, but Creature failed his master's last order. Creature is a bad elf. If you destroy it, then Creature would not have failed. Creature would need to see you destroy it. Creature really need to see it destroyed. Tried so hard, Creature did. Kneeling to be at the same height, Hermione spoke to the old elf. Creature, if you bring the item here, we will destroy it, and of course you can watch. Creature will allow the mudblood to speak to him, if she promises to destroy the locket. I promise, Creature. Please fetch it and we'll do it now. As the old elf shuffled away, Hermione held her hand up to stop anyone else speaking. I have no idea what Creature is talking about, and I don't care. If he brings us another one, we destroy it at once. Then we can ask all the questions we want. Destroying any of these we find is our absolute top priority, and we will not jeopardize being able to deal with one that seems about to land in our laps. Sirius had been raised in a dark family. He only had one question, a question he was sure he already knew the answer to. That diary obviously held a piece of Voldemort. Is that why he's not dead? Hermione's nod guaranteed his full support. Definitely destroy first, questions later. There will be questions, however, lots of them. The old elf shuffled back in, holding a locket and chain that Creature carefully placed on the table. Albus, Wand soon confirmed this was another Horcrux. His scans also supplied some bad news. There's a shield charm on this that I've never seen before. I think it needs to be opened before the venom would work. Creature already knows this. Creature thought you could open it. I can't, Creature, but we have someone here who just might be able to manage it. Harry, I think this has been sealed using Parseltongue. It would take a command in the same language to open it. Albus looked to Harry, having already suspected this might be a skill he possessed. Receiving a nod by way of answer, Albus then offered a warning. I also suspect this locket will be able to protect itself to some degree, so you must retreat as soon as it opens. Hermione made to step forward with Harry, but her father's hands on her shoulders stopped the young witch before her intended could say no. I'm not happy at Harry being involved in this, but it would seem he needs to be. You, on the other hand, don't. You're staying over here, with your mother and me. It was only Hermione telling him witches and wizards considered the ability a bad thing that had stopped Harry proclaiming to the world he could converse with snakes. For someone with aspirations of becoming a vet, being able to talk to an entire species of animals was a gift beyond belief. He'd practiced using his gift every chance he got, though making sure no one else bar Hermione saw him doing so. Approaching the table, just the sight of the beautifully carved snake adorning the locket was enough for Harry to unleash his gift. While everyone else just heard Harry hissing, the locket understood he had asked it to open, so it did. It was probably unrealistic to expect any locket Voldemort had once owned to have pictures of his loved ones displayed inside it. Instead, the red eye that appeared to be sentient, stared out from the inside of the locket. This eye that was not an eye immediately focused on Harry, its unnatural gaze holding a level of malevolence far in excess of anything he'd ever encountered before. It felt as if a double-decker bus had just slammed into his occlumency shield, with only Dumbledore stepping in front of him saving his shield from being shredded. It was now Harry's turn to feel hands on his shoulders as Sirius dragged him back to a safer distance. They all watched as a mist left the locket and formed an image of a lovely teenage girl. She had long blonde hair and the deepest blue eyes. She was also someone Dumbledore clearly recognized. Albus, don't kill me. You can't kill me again, brother, that would just be too cruel. Albus, please. The Albus in question was having trouble holding his hand steady enough to administer the basilisk venom, with the first 2 drops actually hitting the table, burning right through it. As the image's pleading got louder and even more personal, Albus finally managed to get a drop of venom onto the locket. The screams of the girl were terrifying, though they then morphed into Voldemort's face and voice. The magical explosion signaling the locket's demise blasted and emotionally drained Dumbledore across the room. Only Creature's quick reactions and magic saved the headmaster from being injured. Creature was also first to react when the shout of, "What the bloody hell is going on here?" came from the person who'd just stepped through the flow. Harry Potter and the headmaster destroyed the Dark One's precious locket, the one Master Regulus asked Kreacher to do. Kreacher carried out his master's last orders. Kreacher's honor is restored. Kreacher will have tea ready in the kitchen. At that, the old elf shuffled off. It was hard to tell with Kreacher, but he seemed to be standing just that little bit straighter as he did so. Harry and Hermione helped the headmaster to his feet while Sirius headed straight for their unexpected visitor. "Amy, what are you doing here?" Susan flowed and told me what happened in the bookshop. She was worried something might have happened to Harry, so I came over to check. "Sirius, just what was that?" "I'm not really sure, but I've been promised answers. You should hear them too, since you know I'll tell you anyway." A shaken Dumbledore interrupted. "Perhaps we could have that offered cup of tea first. Then I'll tell you what you both need to know." From the 4 sets of worried looks heading in Dumbledore's direction, Sirius arrived at the obvious conclusion. "Can I take it Emma and Dan already know this story? Like you appear to have decided with Amelia, Harry has no secrets from Hermione." Since this then affected Hermione's family, it seemed reasonable that these two would tell them what was happening too. "We also need to consider that you, and soon Amelia, will be part of the same family. It's now important you know this information as well." They all made their way through to one of the few serviceable rooms in the house where tea, coffee, pumpkin juice and a plate of cakes were waiting on them. Sitting around the kitchen table, Albus sipped his tea while resisting the temptation of cake. He would have a slice after he told his tale. "Sirius, do you know why James and Lily went into hiding?" "Voldemort was after them." "Yes, but there was a specific reason Voldemort was after them. To be rather more precise, after their son." This had the undivided attention of everyone at the table, with the other 4 worried that Albus was going to reveal the secret of Harry and Hermione's trip back to the future. A prophecy was made, claiming that a child would be born with the power to defeat the Dark Lord. Voldemort had no intention of waiting on that child growing to an age where he might one day challenge him. He set out that night to murder Harry, the prophesied child. James and Lily were simply in Voldemort's way. While the shock of hearing this held the power to silence Sirius, it seemed to explain a few things for his fiancée. "That helps me understand part of what happened that night with Quirrell. Would you care to elaborate on what I saw when I flowed here, and why do I think it's linked to how a supposedly already dead Voldemort managed to escape that same night?" Deciding he now needed a piece of cake, Albus washed his first mouthful down with a sip of tea before answering. "I won't insult either of you by mentioning the need for secrecy over this. Once you hear what I've got to say, you can make up your own mind. I've thought ever since that Halloween this war wasn't over. I also had a suspicion of just how Voldemort managed not to die that night. It's only very recently I've had that suspicion confirmed. He created Horcruxes, and yes, that's plural." Putting those facts together posed many questions for Amelia. She immediately focused on the most important one, however. "I thought it was impossible to have more than one. Have you any idea how many he made?" The excellent chocolate cake was helping Albus get himself back on a more even keel. Seeing a representation of Ariana like that would see him needing something stronger than chocolate to get any sleep tonight. Nothing less than dreamless sleep potion would see him heading to bed at all. It's supposed to be impossible, which is another reason it would appeal to Tom Riddle. The bad news is I have no idea how many he actually made. The truly excellent news is we destroyed 2 of them today. You witnessed the second of those. How the hell did you manage that? It was Hermione who answered that question from Amelia. A very good friend of ours passed on the information that Lucius Malfoy had one, and intended to use it to cause death and destruction inside Hogwarts. Knowing this, we asked Professor Dumbledore to acquire some basilisk venom, in the hope we could get our hands on it. You see, we even knew who Malfoy's intended target was today, and had planned to steal it straight from them." This actually raised a chuckle from Harry. Malfoy must have thought he was being so smart, slipping the diary to Hermione while I was rolling on the floor with Weasley. He doesn't know that just saved us a job. Kreacher supplied the other one, apparently from Regulus Black. I for one want to find out how he got his hands on it. Hermione was looking at Sirius as she said this, but his eyes never left his godson. "Harry, I'm so sorry. This isn't the life me or your parents wanted for you. Look around the table, Sirius. I have a great life." Hermione keyed at his cheek at that as Harry then continued. I've had a fabulous summer holiday with my family and friends, and we're really looking forward to Saturday night. If the rest of the country was like the people who'll be at that party, it wouldn't matter how many of these things Voldemort had, he'd already be beaten. Sirius' hand just seemed to reach for Amelia's at hearing that. Both drew comfort from the gesture because Harry wasn't anywhere near finished. Draco Malfoy publicly insulted half the people sitting at this table, yet his father's apology was all about breaching etiquette. Why? Because he thinks of Hermione, Dan and Emma as worthless too, and so do most of his fellow purebloods. That's the attitude feeding Voldemort's cause, with both followers and gold. I'll do my very best to end the bastard once and for all, but not at the cost of even one of my friends. My family is already sacrosanct. Professor Dumbledore has been an immense help to us, but Hermione and I have always been clear with him on one thing. Should Voldemort return, and his followers all flock to him, our number one priority will be getting our friends and family out of the country. I have to say, Sirius, Black Island seemed like a smashing bolt hole to us. Having polished off his cake, and now on his second cup of tea, Albus confirmed what Harry just said. Since the three of us with experience of the First War know the country was only months from capitulating to Voldemort and his Death Eaters, I can't fault their reasoning or reactions. I also know that was a condition of their families allowing them to return to Hogwarts after Christmas. At the castle, we are trying to change attitudes. Alas, that won't happen overnight. So many of the things that had happened recently now made sense to Amelia. She looked appraising Ly at the young couple before asking another pertinent question. The headmaster is obviously teaching you two more than potions, but just how powerful are you? This drew a wry smile from Hermione. Powerful enough that you could safely bet your vault on Harry beating Lockhart in their upcoming duel. Albus' eyebrows rose at this, before hearing what had happened in the bookshop. The headmaster didn't see any way Lockhart's career as a defense professor could survive being defeated in a public duel with a student who was just entering their second year. Like Hermione, he was confident on how that contest would end. He would need to inform Minerva as soon as he got back to the castle. That news might actually put a smile on her face. It was then time for Sirius to call Kreacher and discover how that locket ended up in the elf's possession, and what his brother, Regulus, had to do with it. The old elf told his harrowing tale, a tale that had both Kreacher and Sirius in bits at the part where the faithful elf was given a direct order to leave his master in that cavern with the approaching Inferi. While Amelia held Sirius, it was Hermione who again knelt to offer Kreacher some comfort. You are a good and loyal elf to the Black family, Kreacher. All the Black family ancestors will look down and approve of your actions. Today you avenged your master, you avenged your family. Looking at the witch, Kreacher couldn't fail to hear the sincerity in her voice. He decided not to address her as Mudblood. Thank you, miss. The emotional state Sirius was in, Amelia convinced him to come home with her. Albus offering to return the fort to Crawley saw the last objection for Sirius not accepting Amelia's offer disappear. Yes, they would all be meeting on Saturday at the party, but this was not a subject that could be discussed outside this company. Everyone present also knew that was something that needed to happen, and soon. Having managed to destroy two of Voldemort's abominations today, it had graphically been brought home to Albus that working with others was the best chance for them to end this. Since everyone sitting here will want to see Harry's duel with Lockhart, can I suggest we all sit down together at Hogwarts the same day and see where we go from here? I still have a few drops of basilisk venom left, though I dare say we will never be as lucky again as we were today. They agreed with all of that, and Black Manor was soon empty as they left, Albus creating a portkey to the Grangers while Sirius and Amelia used the flow. In another part of the house, Kreacher began the long and arduous task of cleaning the neglected home. The elf now had his honor back, he could once more take pride in his work. In Crawley, after Dumbledore had left to return to Hogwarts, it was another elf who found himself at the center of congratulatory hugs. Hermione then attempted to head off the lecture she knew would be coming from her parents. Mum, Dad, we were never in any danger inside that bookshop. Malfoy's original plan was to slip that diary to Ginny Weasley. Between Dobby, Harry and me, I'm certain we could have ensured it didn't go back to the burrow with her. As you witnessed today, once getting our hands on the diary, we had plans, and a qualified person, in place to deal with it. We didn't tell you because we wanted you to act natural, though Dad flattening Lockhart wasn't part of our plans either. This diverted her father's attention. I thought I better hit him, before either you or Harry destroyed him. We had already arranged the time off, since Dumbledore asked if we could be at the opening feast, so we'll at least get to see Harry take him apart. Tell me you've got something special planned for him. Harry just shrugging his shoulders was not the answer Dan was looking for. To be honest, Dan, in the great scheme of things, Lockhart is nothing more than an annoyance. Compared to what else happened today, he doesn't even rate a mention. We're back at Diagon Alley tomorrow for more clothes shopping, an engagement party on Saturday, then spending the last week of the holidays with Neville. I might give the Pratt some thought on the train ride to Hogwarts, not before. His intended had a different way of looking at today's events. Elves have now delivered 2 of Voldemort's Horcruxes to us, that's a source we should not overlook when searching for the rest of these things. If word spread amongst elves that Harry Potter was searching for these things, it could help us. If another one was held by a Death Eater, we could not count on them having an elf who was as ready as Darla to help. That elf could also feel compelled to tell their master we were looking for something he held dear. Dobby will be at the meeting in the headmaster's office to hear what is said. Dobby will not be seen. Dobby, blushing as he mentioned Darla, was ignored by everyone in the Grangers. They had all made it clear Darla would be welcomed with open arms into their family, should she ever get away from the Malfoys' grip. The 4 non-elves in the room were also certain that would be something Dobby would be working on. So, we see what that meeting with Dumbledore throws up, before deciding if that's a risk worth taking. Since no one disagreed with Hermione, they now had the beginning of a plan for moving forward. Petunia had just spent the afternoon with her family, yet not her family. Even while appearing uncanny like Vernon, Harry had still held his hand out for Hermione. Watching Vernon walk holding Hermione's hand, while Dudley strolled along attentively at his other side, was the picture-perfect image of a loving family. Her Vernon had loved the dress robes she had worn to Harry and Hermione's award ceremony. She couldn't wait to see his expression when he came home and saw the robes they'd chosen for him to wear on Saturday night. Neither could Harry and Hermione, who were both staying to dinner so they could witness his reaction. Dudley was waiting to talk his father's ears off about all the wonderful things he'd seen while in Diagon Alley today. The Dursleys were now looking forward to Amelia and Sirius' party, not something Petunia thought she would ever see happen. The 5 students said goodbye to Augusta on platform 9 3/4, knowing full well they would be seeing her again at tonight's opening feast in Hogwarts. Harry and Hermione had certainly enjoyed staying the week with Neville. Parvati and Padma had joined them for the latter part of that week, with the 5 becoming even closer. Apart from Harry and Ron, Hermione hadn't really had any other friends the first time around. Even although she was older, Hermione had a good time hanging out with the twins. Harry too liked spending some time with Neville, without their girlfriends always being there. Understanding this, Hermione was able to gently point Parvati into not being as clingy, giving Neville his own space. With Padma there too, Parvati began to realize that being Neville's girlfriend didn't mean she had to give up everything else. It was this slight change in attitude that had Hermione thinking these two could actually become a serious couple as they grew up together. Harry confirmed that Neville certainly appreciated the difference in Parvati as the summer had progressed. Boarding the train, it was proving practically impossible to find a carriage that could accommodate all of them. After spotting a young girl sitting by herself, they opened the door and entered while Neville asked for permission. "Excuse us. Do you mind if we share this carriage with you? The train is starting to get pretty full and we wanted to sit together." Looking at Neville, the little blonde girl put down the magazine she was reading and started to pack her things. Hermione was quick to correct her. "Oh, we don't want you to leave, you were here first. We just wondered if the 5 of us could share this carriage with you. I'm Hermione, this is Parvati, Padma, Neville and that's Harry Potter, so you must be his girlfriend, Hermione Granger. Pleased to meet you, Hermione." Chuckling while hanging Hedwig's cage on the provided hooks, Harry was now wearing a wry smile. There are certainly worse things in life than being considered Hermione Granger's boyfriend. This didn't seem to disturb the little bee, owned in the slightest. "Everyone knows you are famous, Harry, we all grew up knowing that. Hermione Granger though has only been in our world for a year but has made an impact that will last for a lifetime. Very few witches ever receive orders of Merlin, never mind a first-class one. For a witch of non-magical parents to do so, while still only 12, is astonishing. Hermione Granger is an example to witches all over the country of just what it's possible to achieve. Harry was ready to burst out laughing, seeing the stunned looks on all their friends' faces stopped him. That, and the girl continuing to talk. I always wanted to be an explorer. Roam the faraway corners of the world looking to discover new species of magical animals. Hermione Granger achieving what she has lets the Luna Lovegoods of this country see their dreams can be more than that, they are attainable. Sorry, Luna is my name. I'm so pleased to meet you. Could I perhaps have an interview? My father is the owner and editor of the Quibbler. This time Harry couldn't hold his laughter as Hermione's chin was almost hitting the floor. You have to admit, Hermione, her approach is a lot more polite than that photographer's in the bookshop. Parvati appeared to be deep in thought as the five of them settled in to share the compartment with Luna. You know, Luna here is actually right. We just tend to think of you as Hermione, our friend. And that's quite enough for me. Sorry Luna, all this fame nonsense just leaves me cold. I'm quite happy to sit and chat, we've always room for more friends, but let's give the interview a miss. This resulted in some teasing from Padma. Ah Hermione, it would be so interesting to read about you, and your intended. Her twin sister was teasing right back at her though. Padma just wants to know if you or Harry have any more cousins like Dudley tucked away anywhere. Padma's blushing had all of her friends laughing. Dudley had made quite the impression on Padma, Hannah and Susan at the party last Saturday night, with all three promising to stay in touch. Dudley now had even more reason to look forward to visiting Hogwarts for the first Quidditch match Harry would be involved in. With the engagement party being a formal occasion, Lord Potter and his intended were required to wear their Order of Merlins. His uncle Vernon saying he was proud of them, and was now sorry he had missed the awards ceremony, had made Harry's night. As the chat moved around the carriage, Hermione was sitting thoughtfully. Using the excitement and noise of the express pulling out of the platform, Harry was able to pull her close so they could talk in whispers. You okay? Yeah, just not used to having people look up to me. We're deliberately trying to change things. It just never occurred to me we could still be radically altering people we weren't specifically targeting. Harry glanced at the little bee-owned, sitting discussing with Padma some creature she one day hoped to prove the existence of, and then raised a questioning eyebrow to Hermione. Her thumb signed an L on the back of the hand of his she was holding, letting Harry know the explanation would have to wait until later. She hadn't exactly known Luna first time around, all of Hogwarts though had certainly heard of Loony Lovegood. Trying to equate those stories with the young witch sharing their carriage simply didn't add up, and Hermione hated it when that happened. Luna appeared to have ditched wearing those radish earrings and the butterbeer corks necklace that were something of a trademark look for her last time around. When talk turned to houses and professors, Luna saying her daddy didn't believe Lockhart's 6 books were a suitable defense curriculum for a first year saw all eyes focus on Harry. We don't think they're suitable for second year either, which is why we have Harry and Hermione teaching us. Of course that might change after our Harry here kicks Lockhart's ass in their duel tomorrow. He might end up teaching the entire school. Now Neville, you know that's not fair. Professor Lockhart has promised to go easy on Harry. Parvati couldn't hold her laugh after repeating that ludicrous comment. Have you thought about how you're going to handle the duel? Honestly, Padma, no. I thought about standing there and letting him fire a few curses at me, just to see what he's got. I'm not expecting him to have much, and I'm not intending to let anything he does fire hit me, otherwise I wouldn't even consider using a tactic like that. Susan and Hannah dropped by for a visit, with Hermione and Parvati making room for them by sitting on their respective boyfriend's knee. For some reason this set Luna off giggling, leaving Padma to comment that Luna would have to get used to it if she hung about with them. With Luna's smile now lighting up the carriage, that decision already seemed made. Hearing Hermione's mum and dad, and Neville's grandmother, would be some of her professors had Luna's face lighting up like a Christmas tree on the 24th of December. She was also as excited as any kid on Christmas Eve about attending Hogwarts, that was in sharp contrast to her mood before these people had entered the carriage. I wasn't sure what to expect when I got on this train, but now I'm really looking forward to my time in Hogwarts. Imagine, getting lessons in Hogwarts from Hermione Granger's parents. Watching as the young girl hugged herself with excitement, images of a lonely witch sitting by herself at the end of the Ravenclaw table came to Hermione's mind. She couldn't imagine someone like Luna surviving the regime change that hit Hogwarts after Dumbledore's death. Hermione just didn't know any details, and had no intention of asking Dobby if he did. If having someone to admire could bring a change in Luna like this, she wondered how having that person Luna admired as her friend would affect the young bee-owned. Hermione was determined to find out. Luna wouldn't be a strange faceless victim this time around, not if she and Harry could help it. The Sorting Hat appeared to still be in the huff from Harry's aborted resorting. Apparently this year's message was the shortest on record, with the Hat refusing even to sing it. "I'm the Sorting Hat. It's what I do. If that's not good enough for you, go home." McGonagall recovered quickly, calling the first student to come forward and be sorted. Getting a nudge from Harry, Hermione then spotted who he was looking at. "And we thought Luna was excited. He looks like a Springer Spaniel, waiting to go for a walk." Leaning in, Hermione whispered the bad news to Harry. "That's Colin Creevey." Next to Ginny, he was the school's biggest Harry Potter fan. He was also a Gryffindor. As the Hat once more sorted Colin into the House of the Lions, Harry groaned, rather than roared. With Colin running straight toward Harry, and introducing himself, still with the Sorting Hat on his head, Harry's groans set all his friends off laughing. Luna's sorting seemed to take the longest so far, with the Hat almost grudgingly placing her in Gryffindor. She too headed straight for Harry, but that was because Hermione had waved her over. Sliding along, they made room for her next to Hermione. They were left having to slide down again when Ginny too made Gryffindor. Ginny sat next to Luna with her head down, trying to hide a blush that resembled a blood moon. Ginny was also almost chanting, "Not Gryffindor." When they finally figured out what was happening, one or two Gryffindors then actually joined their newest recruit in her chant. Ginny's brother was just about to be resorted. With his surname being Weasley, and his forename Ronald, the boy being forced to repeat first year found himself the last to be sorted. With his angry face matching his hair for color, Ron pulled the hat down as far as it would go to hide from the hall. "Oh dear, a resorting. Ah, I can see why. Rushing blindly into a dangerous situation doesn't make you brave, just stupid. That stupidity also instantly disqualifies you from Ravenclaw. The fact that you left your former housemates behind in your quest to be a hero doesn't exactly endear you to Hufflepuff. That, and you and hard work are strangers to each other. Slytherin isn't a good fit either. You certainly have ambition, though no talent or work ethic to back that ambition up. Not Slytherin, not Slytherin, not Slytherin. Ah well, I told Helga she was making a mistake when she said her house would teach the lot, has to be Hufflepuff." That the Hat's proclamation was greeted by sighs of relief or groans, depending what table people were sitting at, did nothing to alleviate Ron's anger. A smattering of applause finally appeared as he took his seat at the end of the Hufflepuff table. With a Slytherin snake part of the Hogwarts badge on his chest and a Hufflepuff badger on his arm, Ron preferred it when his house associations were grayed out. Someone was going to be unloaded upon before the night was out. The other Hufflepuff first years were being made uncomfortable by their fellow but much taller first years glowering. So much so, Cedric moved his seat and inserted himself between Ron and the other firsties. "Welcome to Hufflepuff, Weasley. We're the house that welcome all comers, even those that don't want to be here. From the moment you stepped on the express today, there was only one place you were going to be sorted. You must have known that, everyone else did, so why all the anger?" Ron was attempting to ignore everyone, trying to wallow in self-pity while eating his dinner. The prefect and Quidditch captain badges on Cedric's robe left him with no option but to answer the question. This was not someone Ron wanted to piss off his first night back in Hogwarts. Knowing it is one thing, experiencing that was a lot different to what I'd imagined. Being resorted was bloody embarrassing. Thinking about that, Cedric finally answered. "There have only been 2 resortings in the last 100 years or so, and you have been responsible for both of them. I certainly wouldn't recommend trying for a hat trick." The shock of hearing that actually stopped Ron eating. He looked to the prefect, hoping Cedric would explain that remark. The Hufflepuff way to deal with this would be to become something of a mentor to the other first years in the house, even showing them the way to their classes would be a great help. You know what's in front of them, they don't. A word of warning though. The shit you pulled while a Gryffindor just won't be accepted in Hufflepuff. A house censure from us leaves you with nowhere else to go but out the main door. Think of that before letting your temper dictate your actions. Cedric didn't say any more, he just quietly ate his dinner. Ron, however, was running those words through his head. Where Cedric had said mentor, Ron was thinking leader. Yes, this might not be as bad as he originally thought. At the staff table, Gilderoy was talking about his favorite subject, himself. The villagers were so delighted I'd run off the vampires, though we're going to declare that day an annual holiday, Gilderoy Lockhart Day. That is my main concern about this supposed duel tomorrow. I'm used to fighting some of the most dangerous creatures on the planet, not someone barely into his teens. I'm actually frightened I might hurt Harry during the duel. This was her first meal with this prat, but already Minerva was struggling to restrain herself from strangling him. Oh, you needn't worry about dueling a teenager, Gilderoy. A wide smile played on his lips, thinking the school was now going to cancel the duel. Minerva then kicked him in his shiny white teeth. Mr. Potter is only 12, and won't reach his teens until next summer. I've actually cancelled all classes tomorrow. The spectacle of our new defense against the dark arts professor dueling the defeater of the Dark Lord is not something to be missed. I want all the students and staff there to see it. Petunia was sitting between Emma and Augusta, her emotions all over the place. Not only did she get to witness the sorting, Petunia Dursley née Evans was now a professor in Hogwarts. She had been thinking about an 11-year-old Lily having that hat placed on her head when her daydreaming was interrupted by the prat everyone could see was getting desperate. He had obviously misread her thoughtfulness as apprehension. Ma'am, I understand your anxiety over your nephew having to face a professor in a duel. It all seems so unnecessary. Petunia's stare pinned Gilderoy like some colorful bug about to be dissected. You tried to grope Hermione, you deserve everything my nephew is going to do to you. I hardly think. And that is your problem, you don't think. The last person who held your job also threatened Hermione, my nephew beat him to death with his bare hands. Unless you're more of a challenge than this Dark Lord who murdered my sister, Harry's mother, then I expect you to be defeated tomorrow. To be honest, most of us sitting at this table are expecting the same result. The predatory grins greeting Gilderoy as his gaze traveled up and down the table informed the defense professor this woman spoke the truth. He made to rise when McGonagall stopped him. Professor Lockhart, it is customary to wait until the headmaster introduces the new members of staff to the students before leaving. As a new member of staff, staying until at least then is mandatory. Kindly wait until after being introduced before running away. That had a few of the professors doing spit takes, with Dan's loud laughter ringing around the table. Gilderoy was forced to just sit there and endure it, the implied insult from McGonagall passing right over his head. Dumbledore was almost tempted to draw out Lockhart's suffering, but the children, especially the younger ones, had just endured a long and exciting day. He stood and walked to the podium, giving all the rules and regulations first. The Forbidden Forest is called that for a reason and so on. I would now like to introduce you to our new defense against the dark arts professor, Gilderoy Lockhart. That Dumbledore hadn't mentioned any of his achievements, or awards, hurt Gilderoy a lot less than the muted applause that greeted his theatrical bow. Didn't these children know how many hours he'd practiced that bow in front of his mirror? Now you may have heard Professor Lockhart issued a challenge for an honor duel. Albus had to stop for a moment as laughter broke out amongst the students, as well as some chants of Harry. Since this fact had been all over the prophet since the incident in the bookshop, the vast majority of those in the hall clearly appreciated his slight joke. Albus knew the students would appreciate his next announcement even more. As a special school treat, Period 1 tomorrow has been cancelled, to allow everyone to witness this duel. I don't anticipated it lasting into Period 2. This was greeted by more laughter from the Gryffindor table before the headmaster introduced the teachers of their new courses. This year, Hogwarts will introduce a new course for our younger students, Cultural Studies. Teaching the magical side of this new course is the lady who instigated the entire program. Madame Augusta Longbottom is not only a member of one of Britain's oldest wizarding families, she sits on the Wizengamot and the Hogwarts Board of Governors. The applause for Augusta was loud and genuine, almost causing the witch in question to blush. Albus then introduced the remaining teachers. The non-magical portion of this course will be taught by people eminently qualified to do so. Dan and Emma Granger not only have a daughter currently attending Hogwarts, they are extremely successful healthcare professionals who are making time in their busy schedules to attend Hogwarts and teach our youngest students about the world that surrounds us. Petunia Dursley has known about magic since she was a teenager, and her younger sister attended Hogwarts. She has also raised young Harry since that horrible Halloween that robbed us of James and Lily Potter. Again, the applause was way louder than that Gilderoy had received, pissing him off even more. Things had reached a sorry state when Muggles were more appreciated than he was. The magical side of this new course was initiated on a voluntary basis at the end of last year, proving to be a tremendous success. I'm really looking forward to seeing this new initiative in action, and might pop into a few classes myself. After all, you're never too old to learn something new. Albus was smiling at Harry and Hermione as he said this, while the rest of the school just assumed he'd cracked another joke. He sent them all away to their beds happy, thinking that was a successful opening feast. As Luna and Ginny were led away along with the rest of the first years, the two Gryffindor couples were joined by Padma before making their way to the staff table. They were greeted by Emma, Dan and Petunia, with Augusta saying goodnight and reminding them she would see them tomorrow for the duel. McGonagall then asked Harry if he had a strategy for the duel. Harry was almost embarrassed admitting he hadn't. To be honest, Professor, I really don't consider Lockhart a threat. That day in the bookstore, both Dan and I were angry enough to take him apart. Now, he hardly seems worth bothering about. Remember, it was Lockhart who issued the challenge, now he's trying to weasel out of it. I'll just take tomorrow as it comes, though I had to promise Hermione I'd be careful. With the duel on the tip of everyone's lips, it was refreshing for Minerva to hear the person at the center of all the talk had other things on his mind. Like the rest of the staff, Minerva was also expecting Harry to win tomorrow. What would happen to Lockhart after that was the only uncertainty. One thing she was sure of though, he wasn't leaving Hogwarts without refunding its students for all the useless books he made them purchase. The three non-magical professors had asked if they could keep the quarters they'd used when in the castle before. This had the 5 students walking along with them. When Padma had to break off for Ravenclaw Tower, she shyly asked Petunia if Dudley would be coming to Hogwarts to see the duel. Sorry Padma, Dudley started his school this week too. He will be coming here for the first Quidditch match, which will be earlier this year. That's when the non-magical families will be visiting Hogwarts. Emma, Dan and I will be acting as guides that weekend, showing them just what's possible. Knowing Dudley was going to be here for the entire weekend, and sooner than she thought, had Padma practically skipping off to her house. Thinking of the people Dudley had previously been hanging around with had Petunia smiling too. Padma, Susan and Hannah were all such lovely young ladies. Breakfast tomorrow will be a circus, with me as the main attraction. Do you mind if we eat it with you, in your room, before going down to the Quidditch pitch? Emma had Harry in a hug at that. Of course. We'll just have to let Sirius and Amelia know where we are. Some more hugs were exchanged before the two couples then walked the short distance to the fat lady's portrait, Hermione having gotten the password from a prefect while sitting at the Gryffindor table. They managed to get through the common room and were soon in what they considered their flat. It was time for bed. I've missed this. Snuggling into her intended, Hermione couldn't help but tease. I didn't realize that you like this bedroom so much. The bedroom doesn't matter, it's cuddling into my intended I missed. For most of the holidays this wasn't available to us and I think I'm addicted. This is also an addiction I have no intention of fighting against. I will happily snuggle into you every night for the rest of my life. After gently keying Harry, Hermione was left confirming her intention to do her very best to help him with his addiction. Not to fight it, rather satisfy it. Sirius and Amelia had arrived in the morning with a set of dueling robes for Harry. After changing into them, Hermione went and knelt before him. Help me Obi-Wan Kenobi, you're my only hope. Harry waved his hand in front of her before muttering, these are not the droids you're looking for. Both then collapsed into laughter, much to the amusement and utter confusion of everyone else in the room. His family led the way down to the Quidditch pitch, forming around him to keep all the well-wishers away. Dumbledore and McGonagall were waiting at the side of the pitch, the headmaster to take Harry forward while McGonagall led the rest to their seats. Harry and Hermione ignored the cheering as they shared their most passionate public key. To date, it was a focused individual who left with Dumbledore to await Lockhart's arrival. As the time of the duel approached, Gilderoy finally arrived. Flying in on a broom with a cape and his golden locks flapping behind him might have looked good, but Harry couldn't miss Lockhart was clinging to the broom in fear. That fear disappeared when his feet touched the grass. It would seem he wasn't much of a flyer either. As he boldly strode toward them, the difference in their attire was also startling. While Harry's dueling robe was loose and flowed rather than restricting his movements, Lockhart had chosen the opposite extreme. His clothing was skin-tight, with his trousers probably cutting off the blood supply to his lower body. While Harry was no fashion aficionado, and Dumbledore had a style all of his own, neither considered Lockhart's attire to be either practical or attractive. "Ah, young Harry. Professor, in this situation you are dealing with Lord Potter. Headmaster, could you please go over the rules? It wouldn't surprise me if the professor here didn't bother to read them for a duel he initiated. When I fight, there usually aren't any rules. Why, I remember." Dumbledore shut the braggart down before Gilderoy could hit his stride. "All the more reason why I should follow Lord Potter's suggestion." Lockhart's color was fading the more he heard. As Dumbledore mentioned, the unforgivables were of course forbidden. He appeared ready to pass out. As referee, Dumbledore moved them to their positions and counted the combatants in. At 20 paces apart, Gilderoy's stunner hardly reached Harry and certainly wouldn't threaten his shield. Not that he cast one. With Lockhart shouting his spells and telegraphing his aim, Harry simply had to step aside and avoid the few spells actually cast on target. Gilderoy knew he was in trouble. He'd spent the last few minutes firing everything he had at the boy, and was being ignored. Potter had yet to use his wand, even to shield. Gilderoy discovered how much trouble he was in as a sharp pain suddenly penetrated his scalp. Harry was watching Lockhart and didn't spot the stealthy approach until it was too late to do anything about it. Hedwig ghosted silently behind the wizard who was trying to harm her wizard, sinking her talons into his head. Lockhart screamed like a girl, waving his arms wildly at the attacking owl. Whether it was this or Harry shouting at Hedwig to leave that saw the snowy owl pulling away was unknown. What was certain though was that Hedwig took a trophy with her, the golden locks that Lockhart was so proud of, and were clearly as fake as the rest of him. Gilderoy took aim at the bird that was stealing his favorite wig, only for a spell to rip that wand out of his hand. Harry had been unable to cast while Hedwig was on Lockhart's head. Seeing the supposed professor aim his wand at the beautiful owl was all the motivation needed to end this. With Hedwig still in the vicinity, Harry's Expelliarmus was cast with a precision not seen in all Lockhart's efforts. That this spell was instantly followed by an Incarcerus and Stupefy soon left an unconscious and wandless Lockhart lying tied up by ropes on the grass. That Hedwig's talons had scratched his head saw Lockhart's blood covering the bald part previously concealed by the wig. The laughter and cheers meant nothing to Harry, he was far too concerned with Hedwig's condition. Calling his familiar, she landed on his outstretched arm and emitted what sounded like a victory bark. "You silly bird, you could have been hurt. It's my fault I suppose for not ending it sooner." Harry was stopped by Hedwig presenting him with her trophy, Lockhart's wig. While he didn't want to touch the thing, he couldn't refuse Hedwig. "Thank you, girl, that was so brave of you." Harry quickly dropped the wig onto the grass, but Hedwig didn't mind. She understood her wizard needed that hand to pet her. After discovering Hedwig had nothing more than a few ruffled feathers, Harry began to relax and notice his surroundings. A smiling Dumbledore was approaching. "Lord Potter, I assume that wasn't planned." "No sir. Hedwig saw someone firing curses at me and reacted." "A familiar. Protecting her wizard, perfectly natural and understandable. Something we should perhaps have considered while holding the duel outside. There is nothing in the rules about that, therefore I declare Lord Potter the winner." It was only then Harry realized what they were saying was being broadcast to the stands, with Dumbledore's announcement resulting in a mighty cheer. Harry also noticed Hermione sprinting towards them, or should that be Hedwig? She had actually cared for the owl a few years longer than the single one that Harry had memories of. This was proven to be true when Harry received a quick key, before all Hermione's attention and concern switched to the preening owl. "Oh Hedwig, what a brave and clever owl you are. While Lord Potter here was messing about, you showed him how to deal with a pest." Lockhart had been revived by the headmaster. Looking over at the bird receiving all the attention almost had him in tears. "That vicious raptor attacked me when I wasn't looking, Potter cheated." There was a gasp around the stands before Dumbledore spoke. Surely a man of your documented talents could cope with an angry post-owl reacting to you firing curses at her wizard. Publicly calling the lord of an ancient and noble family a cheat is also not a course I would recommend. At that, Harry responded. It's okay, Professor. No one actually believes a word Lockhart says or writes anyway, he's nothing but a fake. As if to emphasize that point, Harry's wand set Lockhart's wig on fire before he, Hermione and Hedwig left the pitch. Waiting until they had cleared the area covered by the broadcasting spell, Harry then had a word with his owl. I hope you don't intend to make a habit of this. Do I need to lock you in your cage next time I play Quidditch? I don't think Dumbledore will let you away with attacking the opposition beaters every time they fire a bludger at me. Hedwig moved up Harry's arm and onto his shoulder before affectionately butting heads with him. Hermione then slipped by Harry's side as they walked back to their family and friends. Hedwig stayed for the ride, and all the congratulations that she felt sure were going to come her way. Sirius and Dan had been laughing so hard, they both had tears in their eyes. Neville soon set them off again, along with almost everyone else. Lockhart wants us to believe he spent a year with the Yeti yet he couldn't handle a snowy owl. After being kicked out of the infirmary, the stupid healer saying his wounds were nothing more than scratches she'd casually waved her wand over, Gilderoy was at a loss about what to do next. His first instinct was to quit Hogwarts and put this nightmare behind him. Initially he thought this would be easy, since McGonagall seemed most agreeable to the idea, until she introduced a proviso. He could leave Hogwarts, directly after reimbursing every student who was forced to buy the books he'd specified for his defense course. Since he'd already spent over half of that money on new outfits to impress the students, Gilderoy Lockhart had an image to maintain, there was no way he was willing or able to do this. Walking back to his quarters, Gilderoy was left pondering the question of what to do next. He was forced to admit, only to himself, that he'd just been publicly humiliated by a 12-year-old and his owl. His reputation was in ruins. It was then Gilderoy had his epiphany, these children didn't know his reputation. Since it was looking like he was going to be forced to teach here for at least a year, he would teach the students about one of the wizarding world's greatest heroes, Gilderoy Lockhart. He could start their first lesson with a quiz, just to see how much they actually knew about him. After establishing that, it would then be time to enact some of the more heroic scenes from his written works. A few weeks of learning about their new defense professor should see today's debacle soon relegated to nothing more than a bad memory. Now with a sense of purpose, Gilderoy hurried to his apartment. He needed to get another wig before anyone else saw him. He intended to totally ignore the fact that all of Hogwarts had witnessed Hedwig making off with his last hairpiece. The group of friends accompanied Dan, Emma, Petunia, Augusta, Sirius and Amelia to the edge of the Hogwarts wards to say goodbye. With cultural studies timetabled for Monday mornings, Dan and Emma would be back in the castle from Saturday. Like Augusta, Petunia would arrive by Portkey on Monday morning. The snowy owl was still on Harry's shoulder, and Emma was currently telling Hedwig she would bring a box of owl treats for the most special owl in the country. The clever owl emitted a little bark of agreement, causing all the adults to leave with grins on their faces. Both couples, Padma, Susan and Hannah, were heading back to the castle only to find Hagrid waiting on them. Wearing an infectious wide smile, it was soon apparent exactly who Hagrid was waiting for. Did ye lot have a good holiday? Noticing Hagrid was excited to tell them about his, Harry gave his large friend that opening. We had a great holiday, but somehow I don't think it was as good as yours. Ari, I can thank ye and Hermione enough. 'Twas a dream come true. I got a little something fair yay. Accepting the badly wrapped parcel, Harry began to open it. Hagrid, you shouldn't have, shit. Is that Norbert? The framed photograph of the Norwegian Ridgeback was taking everyone's breath away, but Hagrid was like a proud parent showing off a picture of their baby. Ain't he a little beauty? A horrified Neville couldn't take his eyes off the moving picture. Hagrid, there's nothing little about Norbert. How the hell were you going to raise that in your cottage? It was only after seeing everyone staring at him that Neville realized he'd said something he shouldn't. It was Hermione who then took command of the situation. Okay everyone, that's not something we want spread around the castle, or anywhere else for that matter. My parents would go ape if they found out I was involved in this, with Harry's aunt and Neville's grand probably worse. The rumors had flooded Hogwarts at the time, but here was confirmation. Neville Longbottom, what possessed you to get involved smuggling a dragon out of the castle? While Parvati was shocked, her twin came at it from a different angle. Never mind that, which one of you stripped Malfoy? Yuck. We had nothing to do with that. There are plenty of people in Hogwarts who don't like that little shit. Hermione's expression of disgust convinced all of them they had nothing to do with divesting Draco, before dangling him from the ceiling. Susan spoke for all of them when claiming their lips were sealed. Both her and Hannah were delighted they'd asked to be part of the second-year group not taking their defense lessons from Lockhart. It would seem Hermione and Harry were well qualified to teach it, certainly more than Lockhart. With Lavender, Seamus and Dean also asking to join them for defense, there were now 10 students partaking in the newly founded second-year defense self-study program. Since Hermione had written up the course objectives that McGonagall had agreed to, she was also the person writing the lesson plans. As she had already received an outstanding at Newt level for defense, and most of the other subjects she was currently having to retake as a second year, this was something Hermione actually enjoyed. Thanks to all their extra training, Harry was already way beyond second-year level, so was also a great help. The result of this was their 8 friends leaving the first defense lesson while happily proclaiming it was the best ever, only to find a beleaguered reception committee of fellow second-year students waiting for them in the corridor. As Hermione and Harry pushed their way to the front, all of these students tried to speak at once. "You have to help us. Man's a menace. Released Cornish pixies into the class. He ran away when they took his wand. Please help us. We don't want to go back in there." Noticing a few Slytherins amongst the Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs, Harry was inclined to say yes. He turned to Hermione for her thoughts on the matter. As usual, his intended had immediately focused on the practicalities involved in dramatically increasing their numbers. "We're going to need a bigger classroom." The 3 new professors stood nervously as their first class entered the classroom. Even the trio, knowing some of the students didn't help those nerves, neither did seeing the headmaster make an appearance and sit at the back of the class. They all knew why he was there, however, to ensure none of the more disruptive students made an attempt to sabotage their inaugural lesson. The headmaster was also aware that, should the likes of Draco Malfoy try to pull anything like that in this classroom, Hermione and Harry would instantly retaliate. Minerva would only smile when he asked exactly what would be taught here, so Albus was also looking forward to the lesson. Dan was one of those people who liked to tackle things straight on, and did so here. "Good morning everyone, and welcome to your first ever class of cultural studies. Your professors of this new subject have all spent the last few months studying the differences between our cultures, so we could perhaps understand what best to teach you." Wherever and whatever we looked at the problem, the answer was obvious, and also the same: magic. This led us to the question, what is magic? With Hermione, Harry and Neville deliberately keeping their hands down, it was left to a few others to try and answer that. They didn't get far. Every one of those explanations were examples of what magic can do, not what it actually is. Our scientists believe that everything in the universe is made up of energy, that would therefore have to include magic too. There is also a law of nature that says energy can neither be created nor destroyed, just converted into one form from another. It was here Emma took over. Magic would then become an energy possessed by witches and wizards, an energy they attend Hogwarts to learn how to control and use. This energy resource grows within each of you, settling down as you mature. Looking to Dumbledore, Emma decided to ask his opinion on their theory. "I have to say I've never thought about magic like that, and I can't fault your conclusions. Professor, would I be right in saying it's been some time since you sat your Owl and Newt exams? The reason I'm asking is not to discover your age, rather how much the exams have changed since those days." With his smile showing he understood what Emma was really asking, Albus answered the question. "I can indeed confirm it has been some time since I sat those exams. I suspect you already know those exams have hardly changed since those far-off days too." "Thank you, Headmaster." Suspected, yes, but it's nice to have that confirmed. It was now Petunia's turn to present the next part of their well-rehearsed lesson. While the magical community has hardly changed in that time frame either, the non-magical one has evolved practically beyond recognition. While we may not have magic as a source of energy available to us, many more sources have been harnessed to meet our ever-growing needs. How to show this was a major problem though, since almost all of our electronic devices won't work within the castle's walls. While sitting discussing this, we had something of a breakthrough. Harry, Hermione, Neville, Parvati, Padma and Madame Longbottom were all in the Granger's house, yet their devices still worked. Trying a few devices in the Longbottoms' home, and finding they worked too, led us to believe it's the high concentration of magic within the castle that stops electronic devices working inside Hogwarts. Dan was now taking an odd-looking thing out of a large box. We bought a very old film projector, one built before modern electronics were invented, and discovered the magic of Hogwarts didn't affect it. We're going to power it using a charged lead-acid battery, something magic shouldn't affect either. Getting old films for this device was rather easy, it was making new ones that were the problem. Luckily we found someone who could develop the films we could now shoot, allowing us to bring everything up to date. This should also allow us to show you just how much things have changed. Hermione had discovered that the charms and potions used to produce magical photographs merely needed tweaking to develop the film. The color wasn't quite right, there seemed to be a purplish hue to everything, but it was certainly fit for the purpose they intended. Dan projected an old black and white film of London onto the screen they had also brought to Hogwarts. While there were some motorized vehicles on the roads, the majority of the traffic was still horse-drawn. While Emma and Petunia provided live commentary, the next scene was still London but now in the 50s. To those of magical descent, the changes were startling. When Dan began showing film that he'd recorded over the summer, he was receiving unbelieving looks that had nothing to do with the color being slightly off. He had this covered though, as Neville and Parvati walked into the shot, proving the film's authenticity beyond doubt. In the same timescale where your exams haven't changed, we have gone from thinking it was acceptable to send children up chimneys and down mines to work, to seeing men walk on the moon. I don't want anyone to think it's all been plain sailing though, 2 devastating global conflicts have also been fought. The First World War was supposed to be the conflict that ended all conflicts. With around 38 million people dead, it's easy to understand how that thinking came to be. 2 decades later though, World War II was upon us. This time 60 million people lost their lives. It was easy to see the students struggling to comprehend numbers like that, the adults couldn't get their heads around them either. Emma then took over the narrative. These lessons are not about measuring one culture against the other, but we really have to highlight some of our differences. To understand those differences, we have to look back at the roots of what caused them. Without question, those wars influenced Britain into becoming the country it is today. History teaches us war is a great innovator, it's the side with the best means of waging that war who usually wins. Petunia then took the lesson back where they wanted it, using some large advertising posters to illustrate the points they were making. Not all wars are fought on battlefields however. Commercial pressure means companies can't rest on their laurels lest their competitors overtake them, and put them out of business. That is how we get from this to this. The first poster was of a vintage car, easily recognizable as a horseless carriage. The next featured car was an old Ford Anglia. The difference between the two was startling. The VW Golf was clearly another step up, but the bright red Ferrari Testarossa looked like a completely different animal, especially when compared to the first picture of the classic car. While at the planning stage of this lesson, a smiling Harry had suggested using a picture of a DeLorean, though his aunt didn't get the joke. Unveiling her final pair of posters, Petunia placed the first magical poster beside that of the oldest car. The Moontrimmer was the best broom around in 1901, the same year this car was manufactured. As you would expect, it's slow by today's standards though still easily recognizable as a broom, and 3 to 4 times faster than the car of the same era. You will all recognize the poster for the new Nimbus 2001, which is one of the best brooms around, and slower than the Ferrari. Draco's sense of disbelief had just been pushed too far. How dare these muggles even suggest one of their stupid machines could be faster than the brooms his father had bought for the Slytherin Quidditch team. That can't be right. The new Nimbus can reach 150. It was Dan who answered him. That's what our research told us too. What you don't know is that the Ferrari pictured there has a top speed of 180. You would need to take it onto a racetrack to get anywhere near that speed however, since it would be illegal to drive that fast on our roads. Our government have machines that fly 10 times faster than the Nimbus, and can reach over 9 miles high. I know that more than a few of you are sitting there not believing a word of what I'm saying, and that is our task. We have to somehow get through to you that this is all true. Emma seamlessly followed on from Petunia. They were beginning to settle into their lesson now. You are perhaps beginning to understand some of the challenges we were faced with. Magic is real and our daughter's a witch. We almost ran Professor McGonagall out of our house. The very thought of that happening caused some laughter in the classroom, and also had Emma smiling. Magic, unicorns and dragons are as big a shock to us as all this is to you, let's not even mention trolls. This drew more laughter as Dan again took the bull by the horns, knowing from Augusta what fears some of the more radical purebloods would have about their Muggle lessons. We actually support the statute of secrecy. Our world is certainly not ready to learn there are witches and wizards living amongst us. This doesn't mean however that, for those in the know, these two worlds have to be kept separate. We just spent a very enjoyable summer becoming immersed in wizarding culture while introducing witches and wizards to ours. While somewhat appeased at hearing that, those same purebloods weren't sure what to think about Dan's next proposal. To make this work, we really need to take you out of Hogwarts, and into our world. As the course progresses, and you learn more about us, plans will be made on the best way to go about that. We're really not into handing out homework, but what we have here is some teen fiction, stories written about people your age in our world. What we would like you to do is to have at least read some of it by the time we meet next, that's in 2 weeks. Then we will try and explain anything you didn't understand in the books. These are all different books, so, if you finish yours, please feel free to swap with someone who has read theirs too. Now, we would like to hear from you what you thought about this introductory lesson today, and anything you would like us to include in future lessons. That was like lighting the blue touch paper. The questions and suggestions just exploded out of the inquisitive students. Lavender's suggestion of learning about fashion was somewhat derided by a few of her fellow classmates until Emma stepped in. The British fashion industry keeps almost 1 million people in jobs, and generates billions of pounds in revenues. Like cars, those fashions are ever changing. We are also led to believe that this is the one area witches and wizards get really wrong when interacting with our world, putting the statute of secrecy at unnecessary risk. Headmaster, sorry to keep picking on you, but how have Hogwarts robes changed in the same sort of time frame? Were my second-year robes still available, they wouldn't really differ from the ones our Gryffindors wear here today. Including the Hogwarts badge on our robes is the first change to our school robes in living memory. Just from sitting here this morning, I can see there is a lot we've gotten wrong about a subject that should be close to all our hearts. I know Hogwarts students will really benefit from these lessons. After all, it's important that you learn all you can about your neighbors. The bell ringing for the end of the lesson was a disappointment for most of the students, pleasing the 3 teachers no end. With quick exchanges between the family that they would see each other next weekend, the students all shot off to their next class. Albus shook all 3 of their hands, and promised to help them any way he could, just as a smiling Augusta entered. I spotted your students leaving, told you there was nothing to worry about. Neville, Parvati, Padma, Susan and Hannah have all been talking non-stop about what they've seen this summer, the rest will be no different. The buzz around Hogwarts from the younger students about how good their cultural studies classes were was kinda overshadowed by the vibes coming from Lockhart's dreadful defense lessons. Hermione and Harry found themselves continually being approached by older students, looking for information on how to go about setting up their own self-study classes. They explained the criteria that needed to be met before McGonagall would allow them to skip Liar Lockhart's lessons. This was why, at their next self-study class, there were older students sitting at the back and taking notes. As the period ended, Harry and Hermione found themselves faced with some disconsolate students, though none of them were second years. That's not self-study. You're basically teaching that class. And doing a far better job than any professor we've had for defense. Hermione was blushing at the praise, though only Harry knew she could teach all 7 years of the course if she wanted to. That's basically what Hermione was doing with him as they trained. We don't have anyone like you two in our year, in any other year actually. I don't see how this could work for us. They were then offered a solution from the young witch whom the tab, genius, was beginning to be applied to by more and more students. What if you split the course up between everyone in the study group? Everyone could then be responsible for researching and teaching a specific part of the course to the rest of you. You will also need to ensure there's someone over 17 in each class. I know it's not a perfect solution, but it must be better than Lockhart. The difference in their demeanor as they left, profusely thanking both the younger students for their help, had Harry chuckling as he wrapped his arms around Hermione. I am so glad I conned you into agreeing to be my girlfriend. Apart from the part where my bits were nearly frozen off, best decision I ever made. Some of them seemed ready to get down on one knee and propose to my beautiful intended. A grinning Hermione key at his cheek as she kept the banter going. This from the boy who just has to enter a room and girls drool. Feeling the shudder of dread that ran through Harry set Hermione chuckling. So not funny. I know that the girl who will become a teenager next weekend is years older than that, and really loves me. Having an 11-year-old girl lusting after me is very disturbing. I don't even want to think about Colin following me everywhere. Hermione couldn't contain her laughter anymore. Harry, Ginny probably doesn't know what lust is. She just has a bad case of hero worship, alongside a massive crush. She should grow out of it, as will Colin. Luna looks to you as an example. That doesn't mean her elbow ends up in the butter dish at breakfast, nor does she take pictures and ask you to sign them. Snuggling into Harry's embrace, Hermione took the conversation back to a more serious level. Luna could do all of that and I would smile before agreeing. Her being placed in Gryffindor shows how much we had already changed Luna, and that was before we met. Like us, she struggled to make friends. I didn't really know her from before but can't remember anyone ever filling that role. That won't happen this time, not if I have anything to do with it. When you get passionate about something, there's a fire in those gorgeous brown eyes that I find oh so say, why? I really can't wait until these bodies grow a bit older. Harry followed that with a key that had them late for lunch. Draco had been looking forward to this moment since before boarding the train to Hogwarts. He, along with the other Slytherin hopefuls, were being led by Professor Vector to the Quidditch pitch. There, they would compete for all 7 positions on the Slytherin Quidditch team. To make things fair, Professor Vector was going to conduct the trials using the new brooms Slytherin had been gifted. Since Draco had flown on one of those brooms every day of the summer holidays, he thought this was really a fair solution. The idea that he would have an advantage had his inner Slytherin smirking. That disappeared the instant he spotted the Gryffindor team on the pitch. What are you lot doing here? Slytherin has the pitch booked. He was silenced by his head of house, though Septima was about to ask the same questions when she spotted Minerva approaching, with visitors. Sorry Professor Vector. I know you have the pitch booked today and I had hoped to have this done before your house appeared. We just need to take some publicity pictures and then the pitch is of course all yours. A tall wizard who was wearing a bright blue fedora hat and strangely cut burgundy robe sat a long case on the grass, indicating to the 3 people with him that they should do the same with the 2 cases each was carrying, before his gaze fell upon the Slytherin brooms. Nimbus 2001's, not bad. Should provide some competition for our brooms, though I'm still expecting to win. Especially since our brooms are better, and will be flown by the current Hogwarts champions. With a flourish of the tall wizard's wand, all 7 of the cases opened and the brooms they contained floated over to the Gryffindor team. A silver lightning bolt was the only decoration on the jet black sleek broomsticks. With everyone staring at them in awe, this seemed all the excuse the tall man needed to continue talking. We've been looking for an opportunity to break into the British broom market for some time. Nimbus, Cleansweep and Comet had pretty much carved up the country between them. It would have cost us a fortune in advertising even to gain a toehold, and then young Harry's letter landed on my desk. Sponsoring the Gryffindor Quidditch team was just too good an offer to pass up, and our new bolts should suit them. An angry Draco couldn't contain himself. You mean Potter's getting those brooms for free? No Sonny, that's not how these things work in business. The Gryffindor team will be posing with their new brooms for the press, and hopefully retaining this year's Quidditch Cup flying them. Draco apparently only thought he was angry before. Potter and the Gryffindors were not only getting new brooms for free, they would be plastered all over the press saying so. Hagrid leading a bunch of photographers and reporters to the pitch just emphasized that point. Their head of house laughing was not what Draco expected to hear. Mr. Potter, are you sure you shouldn't have been a Slytherin? That was very well played. Thank you, Professor. If someone was really cunning though, wouldn't they use that guile to get sorted anywhere but Slytherin? Still laughing, Septima turned to her own house and began organizing her hopefuls into the positions they wished to try out for, while the press were all over the Gryffindor team. She would wait until she'd seen her hopefuls fly before choosing a captain. The Gryffindors flew a few quick laps around the pitch for the photographers before calling it a day. Each walking past with the case that held their new broom as Minerva approached the Slytherins. "Sorry for holding up your trials, Professor Vector. Good luck with putting a team together." Minerva didn't exactly say, "You're going to need it." The sparkle in the head of Gryffindor's eyes said it for her. Draco was now the one facing glares from his fellow hopefuls. With Slytherin having to rebuild a complete new team, they had been offered the same deal Gryffindor received last year, namely delaying their first match. Draco's voice had been the loudest against this, claiming their new brooms would give them a massive advantage over the other three teams. Draco wanted the first time that advantage was put to good use to be against Gryffindor. Defeating the current champions was something the entire house longed for, and they didn't take much convincing. That wasn't what they were choosing to remember now, however. The game had been brought forward slightly to allow visitors to attend, and their supposed broom advantage had at best been negated for that match. They were choosing to remember who had fought the hardest for this to happen. Trying to ignore these looks, Draco was concentrating on what he had to do here today. First, get himself on the team. Then he had to catch the snitch against Potter, without the advantage of being mounted on the faster broom. That meant it was going to come down to a battle of skill between him and Potter, a battle Draco still thought he could win. The shine of becoming the new Slytherin Seeker became somewhat tarnished when Draco entered the Great Hall for lunch. The Gryffindors were still there in full Quidditch gear, and those infernal cases were taking pride of place along their table. There were also Puffs and Claws over having a look at them too. It almost put Draco off his lunch, not thinking how things would be much worse tomorrow when those pictures and interviews hit. The Daily Prophet landed on the Malfoy breakfast table with the impact of a bomb going off. Lucius certainly exploded. "I spent all that gold and then that little shit Potter goes and gets Gryffindor new brooms for free." Not only that, he's quoted here as saying this happens all the time in the Muggle world. Sportswear and equipment suppliers actually pay to have teams using their equipment. Potter is actually hoping that Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw find sponsors too, so that no one can say Gryffindor only won because they had the better brooms. The boy's a bloody fool. Sissy was reading the paper and the implications were hitting home. You can just see Comet and Cleansweep racing toward Hogwarts, before anyone else beats them to it. All four teams will probably be on brand new brooms before the season gets underway. This year's Hogwarts Quidditch season meant nothing to Lucius. He was sure it wouldn't be completed. Events he'd set in motion would see to that. No, it was Draco beating Harry Potter to the snitch he wanted the country to see. With Potter on his Nimbus 2000, Draco was only ever going to have a slight advantage there. With the rest of the Gryffindor team having new brooms, the entire match might now hinge on whoever caught the snitch. Lucius wanted this to be Potter's first taste of defeat at the hands of a Malfoy, before the head of that house destroyed the little shit. Watching helplessly as his beloved Mudblood spiraled into darkness before eventually meeting her end would ruin people a lot stronger than Potter. This was why a surprised Sissy didn't experience the full force of her husband's temper. While watching Potter lose in public was desirable, it was going to be merely the curtain raiser to the boy who lives total destruction. No one crossed a Malfoy without retribution. He'd show the little shit the true cost of threatening Lucius Malfoy. Harry had asked his Quidditch captain for a favor, no practice on Hermione's birthday. Since Harry had just gotten the entire team new brooms, Oliver felt he owed his young seeker one. That didn't stop him calling evening practices twice during the week, flying until it got too dark to see any of the balls. It was therefore a knackered Harry who sat down to dinner that Friday. It had been a long week. That exhaustion vanished the instant he spotted who had just entered the Great Hall. His Aunt Petunia and Dudley had just walked in with the expected Dan and Emma. The couple were out their seats in a flash and greeting their visitors. "Dud, what are you doing here? It's Hermione's birthday tomorrow. I wasn't going to miss that. Dad wanted to wait until the Quidditch match before coming. I think he's worried that Mum can't cope with two of us gawking at everything. Some school you got here." After the hellos, the trio of professors headed for the staff table while Dudley was led to the Gryffindor table. Neville and Parvati of course already knew Dudley, Lavender didn't though seem determined to rectify that oversight as quickly as possible. While Dudley's exercise and diet program was beginning to make a real difference to his physique, that wasn't what had the bee-owned Gryffindor all excited. Since Parvati had spent a lot of the summer with Neville, she'd felt rather excluded. That hadn't improved any since they'd returned to Hogwarts. Lavender didn't blame her best friend. Parvati was hanging about on Neville's arm, who was also Harry Potter and Hermione Granger's best friend. That was lofty company to be keeping. Now, here was this unattached boy, not bad looking either, who would come with instant access to the same company. To say Lavender was interested would be a massive understatement. When the meal finished, Lavender suddenly realized there was major competition for Dudley's attentions. Padma, Susan and Hannah were all clearly interested in Dudley too. Their smiles when Dudley said he'd be staying in the guest accommodation was in direct contrast to her frown. Padma casually letting slip that she was looking forward to Hermione's party tomorrow night devastated Lavender, as did Susan and Hannah confirming they would be there too. Harry directed his remarks to Dean and Seamus, though everyone knew they applied to Lavender as well. Sorry guys. The party will be a small one, held in the guest quarters Hermione's parents use. With my aunt and Dudley here too, there simply isn't room to invite everyone. Waking in her Harry's arms meant this was already Hermione's best birthday. Considering this was actually the 20th she'd celebrate, and the last one was spent in the south of France, that was saying something. Even having to relive all those teenage years again couldn't put a dent in the delight she felt, knowing Harry would be with her for every one of those years, and many, many more. Leaning over, she at her still sleeping intended. And here was me thinking it was your birthday. It is, and I've got exactly what I always wanted. Funnily enough, I was 12 or 13 when I first worked out just what that was. It took me only one night. I had to wait until I was 18 though before that happened. It's weird that the same ministry who royally screwed me are now falling over themselves to keep us in Hogwarts. I know exactly what you mean about the weird part. My parents, your aunt and Dudley are spending the weekend in Hogwarts. That's just mind-blowing. No, that's my brilliant intended's doing. When she puts her mind to something then nothing is impossible. It's your birthday but you're still giving me gifts. I really wanted to put another ring on your finger but think these bodies are still too young, and we would then need to wait more years than we would like to complete the set. Your 17th birthday seems like a good day to change your last name to Potter. What do you think? Sealing the deal with a key, saw Hermione finally emerge from the daze Harry saying those words had spun her into. She clung tightly to him while giving her answer. That would be the best birthday present ever. Dobby popped into the room with a wrapped box he handed to Harry. Happy birthday. Dobby will give Hermione her present later. This time is for Harry, and our family is already up. Dudley is so excited he might be able to fly without needing a broom. Their little elf friend then popped away to allow Harry the privacy to give Hermione his gift. She unwrapped the slim package that she was sure contained jewelry to discover an exquisite emerald pendant on a gold chain. Oh, it's beautiful. Harry put it around her neck and fastened the clasp. I'd better get out of here, before deciding to spend the entire day cuddling into you. Hey, what's wrong? Please tell me those are happy tears. Yes, I'm very, very happy. Sometimes how much our lives have changed just sneaks up and catches me unawares. This one felt like getting mugged. When I became 13 the first time you didn't know when my birthday was, it was only spotting a card getting delivered from my parents that gave the game away. You felt terrible at not getting me a present, though you did make me a card I still have, or had. She was lovingly fingering her new pendant as Harry at her tears away. This Harry knows when your birthday is. We'll celebrate 3 more of those birthdays together before the following one will see us officially joined together for life. While looking forward to that day, we can also enjoy the journey to that day. Today we can forget about the darkness, let's just enjoy spending your birthday with our family. Hermione agreed with those sentiments so much, showing her approval had them late for breakfast. There were a few outbreaks of happy tears throughout the day. It was the ones forming in the corners of Petunia's eyes at Hermione's birthday party that evening which saw Emma having a quiet word. Her friend's concern produced a genuine smile on Petunia's lips. You told me a mother always does what's best for her family. I don't think it's a secret we both had different views of just what that was, and I was so wrong. What it All boils down to is our children's happiness, and our children are currently very happy. Dudley could hardly wait to come here, and the magic was only about half the reason for his enthusiasm. He really missed Harry and Hermione, and their friends. As he gets used to the magic, I'm sure he'll still want to come here. Dudley won't want to lose contact with his friends and family. While still smiling, Petunia dabbed at her eyes with her hanky. I sat behind Harry on his broom today and the feeling was indescribable, there simply isn't words. This had Emma chuckling. When we were on holiday, I spent so much time sitting on Harry's broom that Hermione began joking I was making a move on her intended. Harry really does love her, you know. Oh, Dan and I are well aware of that. Since Christmas, I knew we would one day be family, that's why I invited you to afternoon tea. Watching as her son happily danced with a witch of Indian descent, Petunia really only had one thing to say about this turn of events. Thank you so much. Draco knew he was a good flyer, and all that practice over the summer his father had insisted upon only improved those skills. This was not merely idle boasting, since he had easily won his place as seeker on the Slytherin Quidditch team. While all of that was true, Draco was also becoming aware of another truth. On a broom, Harry Potter was insane. The rest of Gryffindor were riding bolts, but only their seeker flew like a madman. Draco's original intention was to shadow Potter, showing the entire stadium he was just as good a flyer. That plan evaporated into the low-lying clouds within the first few minutes of the game. More precisely, the instant Potter, at full speed, performed a barrel roll right through the Slytherin chaser formation. He passed over one chaser and under another, breaking up their attack and even knocking the quaffle to Katie Bell. While trying to work out what he was going to do next against Potter, Draco had to pull an evasive maneuver to dodge a bludger. He then had to do so again as the other bludger came bearing down on him. The Slytherin seeker then made a frightening discovery. It wasn't the other bludger but the same one, the same bludger that was rapidly bearing down on him for the third time. Shooting off in the direction of his nearest beater, a satisfied smirk at the sound of the bat striking the bludger was soon wiped away. That's not right. Sharing his teammates' views, Draco was forced to fly off again and perform more evasive maneuvers as his own personal bludger was once more bearing down on him. Is that supposed to happen? Dudley was sitting in the stand between Hermione and Neville, the rest of their friends were there too. The adults, including both Dudley's parents, were all sitting directly behind them. Neville was the one left to confirm this was not normal, since Hermione appeared to be attempting to chew through her fist. She was the only person in the stadium who knew exactly what was happening, and only stuffing her knuckles into her mouth stopped her bursting into gales of loud laughter. Dobby would be getting hugged later. Since both the elf and her knew exactly what Draco grew up to be, Hermione had no trouble justifying Dobby's actions here today. She had no idea just what else Dobby had planned for today. When the Slytherin captain was forced to call a timeout, he found no one disputing their claims that the bludger had been tampered with. Madame Hooch, however, was left to explain the rules, to both teams as well as a newly arrived and very concerned head of Slytherin. While we all agree the bludger is acting irregularly, stopping the match to investigate that bludger hands Gryffindor the victory. Had Slytherin not been so adamantly opposed to changing any rules of Hogwarts Quidditch, we might have been able to resolve this matter sensibly. While understanding the rules, Septima wasn't about to settle for that outcome. Casting a sonorous on herself, she addressed the one person in the watching crowd who could help. Headmaster, we have a situation here where protecting one of my players will cost Slytherin the match. With a rogue bludger in the game, however, exclusively targeting our seeker, I don't see how I can allow the game to continue. Taking a moment to think, Albus stood to offer his interpretation of what his head of Slytherin faced. While I sympathize with your dilemma, calling a halt to the match in these circumstances automatically grants Gryffindor victory. A possible solution, however, might be to ask young Mr. Malfoy's parents what they think of this matter, since both are sitting in the audience. Lucius was sitting in the stand thinking the appearance of the rogue bludger would make a good excuse for Slytherin losing the match. He was already composing a rant along the lines of sabotaging the superior Slytherins when an idea struck him. Dumbledore thought he was passing the responsibility of Slytherin losing the match onto Lucius, but there was another side to that coin. Continuing the match would allow Lucius to discover exactly what his son was made of, with any damage done to Draco being laid squarely at Hogwarts gates. There was also the spectacle this might provide for all the visitors who were here to see where their children attended school. Witnessing these dangers might have some of these visitors changing their minds over letting their children attend Hogwarts. Muggles inside Hogwarts and watching Quidditch, not something Lucius Malfoy would ever agree with. He stood and used his best aristocratic sneer while giving his answer. After both teams being supplied with new brooms by benefactors, I suppose it was too much to hope Hogwarts could at least provide the rest of the equipment needed to play a game of Quidditch. Perhaps all the school's resources are being poured into new courses. My son is a superb flyer, on an excellent broom. I believe he can handle the situation, and Slytherin can still win the game. This drew cheering from the Slytherin stand, though even some of those wearing green and silver were left wondering what Lucius was up to. Down on the pitch, Draco's emotions swung from pride to terror. His father had just publicly announced Draco was a superb flyer, and then sent him back up in the air to face this rogue bludger. Oliver pulled his seeker aside for a quick word. "Harry, Malfoy is effectively out of the game, concentrate on finding the snitch. I don't want another match awarded to us, I want to beat them." While he had loved riding on a broom, Dudley was delighted Harry hadn't pulled any of the moves he'd used during the match with him as a passenger. He also couldn't understand why that boy's father didn't stop the game when he had the chance. "I'm assuming that's the Malfoy boy who attacked you and Harry." "Yes, and we put him in the infirmary, twice. His father is so desperate to see Harry defeated, Draco is being forced to continue." Hermione's answer left Dudley shaking his head. "I know nothing about Quidditch, I don't need that knowledge to figure out Harry is easily the best flyer up there. Even without that cannonball thing chasing after the Malfoy guy, he would never get near Harry." Sirius and Amelia were part of the large group of Harry's family and friends watching the match and both agreed with Dudley's opinion. They also knew Lucius was up to something. The couple were at Hogwarts not only to watch the match but also for the meeting with Dumbledore on how the group would proceed with the Horcrux hunt. Neither knew the impact today's events would have on that meeting. Sissy was left confused and very frightened. As soon as the Quidditch match restarted, the rogue bludger resumed its relentless pursuit of Draco. It was easy to see all her son's skill and concentration would be needed just to avoid the bludger. He was effectively out of the game as a seeker. Lucius must have known that's what would happen, which really frightened her. These actions just emphasized that both she and Draco were nothing more than pawns in whatever game Lucius was playing. The terrifying thing was that pawns were usually the pieces sacrificed to further the player's aims. She could do no more than hope that wasn't what she was watching here. While her expression remained stoic, Sissy's manicured fingernails were digging into the palms of her hands as the bludger pushed Draco's skills to the limit. Harry had once called Quidditch a bipolar mess, yet this particular game was even worse. While the chasers and keepers continued playing their match, a match Gryffindor was winning, the two seekers had different aims. He was trying to spot the snitch while Malfoy was just trying to stay alive. One glance at Hermione told Harry she not only knew what was happening but approved. Since Draco couldn't evade the bludger forever, he was following his captain's orders. Dumbledore would take action before Draco got seriously hurt, and Gryffindor wanted the win. The merest glint of gold, spotted from the corner of his eye, had Harry rocketing after the snitch. After a chase that had the entire stadium on their feet, his fingers finally closed around the elusive golden ball. Funnily enough, the announcer screaming, "Potter has the snitch," was a cause for celebration amongst a pair of Malfoys, though neither Draco or his mother's stoic expressions betrayed their thoughts. Draco though had just made a dangerous assumption, that the bludger would stop its pursuit when the game finished. It didn't, and caught him unawares. As he'd slowed down and flew lower, the bludger struck with enough force to break Draco's leg, and also damage his broom. He crashed painfully into the ground, thankfully from a height that was reduced to about 10 feet. Lying on his back, Draco then realized his troubles weren't over. The bludger was coming back for more, and seemed to be aiming for his groin. Watching helplessly as this rogue appeared ready to end any future Malfoys, at least from him, Draco thought his whole life flashed before him. His relief discovering it was an actual curse, fired by Dumbledore from the stands, that flashed past was more than matched by that same curse destroying the bludger. Any sane person would now be thinking their ordeal was over, but today Draco just couldn't catch a break, other than the obvious one. Leading the people running toward him was Lockhart. It was talking all Sissy's resolve to walk calmly beside her husband as they leisurely made their way onto the pitch. To hurry would mean they weren't in control, and that would never do. That resolve shattered as she heard her son shouting, "You bloody fool! You haven't mended my bones, you vanished them." Now pushing people out of her way as she raced to her son's side, Sissy found that fop Lockhart standing over her son. His wand was in his hand, but the only thing coming out of his mouth were excuses. Sissy was in no mood to listen to any excuses. With a cry of, "Lockhart, defend yourself," very accurately aimed curses were soon spewing from her wand. Against an angry Sissy, Gilderoy's wandwork was about as effective as his excuses. He didn't last 30 seconds before joining Draco lying on the grass. While only 2 of Lockhart's limbs now appeared to be human, they had also taken positions that would be impossible if those limbs still contained the bones they were supposed to. The now unconscious and defeated defense professor was then ignored while Sissy knelt by her son. Lucius' temper climbed a little higher every time he had to nudge someone out of his path. Didn't these people know who he was? They should be standing aside to let him pass. This was why he reached his wife and son at the same moment as Dumbledore, Lucius' temper not improved by the gathered crowd parting to let the headmaster through. "I take it this matter will be investigated." An unflustered Albus had his answer ready. "Of course, Lucius. Unfortunately, I was forced to destroy the only piece of evidence there was. Had you not allowed the game to continue, I'm sure the culprit would have been discovered and dealt with most severely." Without any evidence though, while Lucius was looking around for someone to vent his anger on, he found that search being interrupted. "Excuse me, Mr. Malfoy, I believe this belongs to you." The sneer on Lucius' face disintegrated as his eyes fell on what was being handed to him, and who was doing the handing. Harry Potter was standing there with his master's diary, the very thing that was supposed to be wreaking vengeance on Potter's mudblood. "I have no idea what you're talking about." His trembling voice betrayed Malfoy's denial, and then things worsened for the blonde former Slytherin. Harry was relentless, pressing Malfoy further. "I believe you do. You slipped this into my intended's pocket while we were in Diagon Alley. We also know what this is, or rather was. It's been dealt with, and now it's your turn." With Dumbledore and Bones standing watching this, and knowing the minister and ministry would fall over themselves racing to do the boy who lives bidding, Lucius panicked. He grabbed the offered diary from Harry and handed it to the tiny creature standing behind him. "Elf, destroy this at once." A confident Lucius then returned his attention to Harry. Now, without any evidence. The high-pitched voice that interrupted Lucius was such a shock that everything seemed to stop for a moment. "Darla will not. Master has given Darla clothes, Darla is free. I did no such thing." Turning around, Lucius found the little elf standing with the diary open, a diary that had a sock concealed within its pages. Darla then popped away, taking the diary and sock with her, leaving her former master standing there looking a fool. As the red mist of anger descended, Lucius made to draw his wand on Harry. "You cost me my servant, boy. You'll pay for that." Dumbledore may not have raised his voice, but the power in his words was there for all to hear. Drawing your wand on a Hogwarts student would be an extremely poor decision, and one I would simply have to prevent. Those words may have frozen Lucius' muscles, but they appeared to kickstart his brain. Anyone can make allegations, but proving them is a whole different matter. "Where are your witnesses that supposedly saw me do this?" A voice well known to Lucius had his blood turning to ice, or rather what that voice said. "I saw him slip that book into the pocket of Lord Potter's intended." To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.